on the play by Blewett. If he has good technique, he will be healing. If his technique becomes great, not just good, then he's a Hall of Famer. Fight through contact, fight through block, trying to do the double team, multiple moves stacked into one, just a play of pure domination. It's actual film, it's actual football talk. It's a football show, it's about football, not storylines.
All right, and we're back. I'm back. I pulled it a little early. Said I was going to come on at 6:30. I know that's what you guys are expecting, but 6:16. There's just too many topics to talk about. So I was sitting here just waiting for the draft, watching on my TV anyway. Like, why am I not just going to come in here and talk to you guys for an extra 14 minutes? So Kyle Smith will be joining in hopefully a couple minutes, but by 6:30 he'll be here. I want to go and recap the first round. I want to hit the Jets' first round picks again. Obviously, last night got interesting. I am still recovering from that. Voice is still gone. I woke up with a wicked hangover. So I'm hoping I didn't say anything too stupid. Kyle told me I was pulling up the same chat multiple times. Happens. So I appreciate you guys riding that out with me. Hopefully, maybe you were a little bit inebriated as well. But tonight's a water night. Tonight is a water night. So let's see what you guys are saying. Justin Jets says the only day one pick I'm not 100% sold on is going to be amazing is JJ. I did a lot of research while I was supposed to be working. I'm optimistic, but not 100% sold with JJ. And watching him, I was telling you guys, like, I think that the guy is going to be, he deserves to be an early 20s, late teens, end of the first round guy. And I didn't like him at pick 4. I didn't like him at pick 10. But like I said last night, I'm sure there's a big difference between getting picked at 4 or 10 and getting traded up for the value of like a 5th round pick, because we traded down in the second to get another second. And then we gave him a 5th or whatever it was for a guy who I thought deserved to be there. And people are gonna paint it like, oh, you hated Jermaine Johnson. You never wanted him. No, I never wanted him at 10. 26, that's a slam dunk pick. Trading back up for him. Obviously, I would have preferred Carl Loftus. One, again, everybody talking about you can't. Robert Saleh doesn't prioritize corners in the system, and I called bullshit on that the entire time, saying how important it was to just grab the best player on your board. And to me, he was the number 2 player in the draft, so it's an absolute slam dunk. Like I said, a statement pick in terms of the guy's mentality. And the way he loves football, it's evident on the film. It's evident in the way he speaks about football. A very confident player, which you need for corner. So I'm thrilled with that one. And then 10, let's be real. Like you heard the Jets try to trade for AJ Brown, but it was like it was Debo, not AJ Brown. But you assume they were in the AJ Brown conversation. Like they wanted to trade a 1st and then get a 2nd back with AJ Brown, and they're going to send a 5th with that. So they didn't value him as high as we necessarily thought. So would I prefer to get Deebo Samuel over getting Wilson? Yeah, I'm not going to turn back on that now. But at the same time, the Jets just got 3 players who are going to be well under what Deebo would cost the Jets in terms of controllable contracts. So maybe the big strike doesn't happen this year. You know, maybe the Jets, maybe they are able to compete. And now that big move comes next offseason. You know, I'm not saying at receiver, but what's to say something crazy doesn't? Something crazy is going to happen. Can you imagine if it's like, I don't know, Darren Waller becomes available and it's like, oh shit, we should probably get that guy. So I think it opens themselves up for flexibility in the future. You know, they didn't want to force Deebo. It didn't happen. So overall, I'm really happy though, for sure. B+, A minus. Again, I think the AJ Brown thing or Deebo thing would have made it an A+. So I'll say A-. Cool with that. So Justin Jets early stream. Yeah, again, I was just sitting here. I'm like, why am I not going to just go on and talk to these people? Because I definitely want to kind of talk to you guys a little bit before Kylan comes on, because then I want to go through like almost like a lightning round reaction to each pick in the first round. So 30 minutes to do that for 32 picks. We know Kyle likes to talk, and so do I. So it's probably going to be a little bit difficult, but I would like to do that because looking at some of these picks and some of my thoughts on them, some really good picks for teams, some reaches. few things that are good for the brand. Me personally, again, I'm sure I went over it last night, but the fact that Drake London was the first receiver picked, I told you guys he was the best receiver in the draft. He went first, good for brand. JJ went late in the draft, good for brand. There's people who were telling me I was crazy for thinking he's going to drop out of the top 10 or he wasn't worth that pick. Brand pick. And then there was something else that happened too that I was pretty pumped about. But interesting first round for sure. So I want to go over some of that stuff. Praj, should we trade down, take more swings at tackle, safety, and take advantage of depth at linebacker? I think it depends on who the Jets, when they had that interview, which, by the way, some of these interviews or the interview they had like post these picks where Saleh's like turning to Douglas and like saying he loves them and they're all excited for all these picks. Like they legitimately see, like we haven't seen it before where they have like real cohesion. Like they have a really good relationship. I haven't said that about any of our GMs and coaches before. So it's really nice to see, but in general, it depends on who's there, because when they were talking in those interviews, they asked, Douglas if they thought that, if there's a guy they really want there, like Elijah Moore last year, and he smiled, like he had a smirk. And there's a couple of really good players on the board right now. Obviously, I would pitch a tent for Nakobe Dean. Some injury problems apparently popping up a little bit, but how bad are those? But Nakobe Dean, Brisker's out there, Petrie's out there, the safety from Baylor. You have Travis Jones, the D lineman. You have Leal, the D lineman. You have Muma. You have Harris. Like there are some players there, so maybe they trade out a couple picks just to maybe pick up like another fourth or something like that. But there are plenty of players there, and like we've talked about, like the Jets have been addressing depth now for years. They need some superstar players, and if they think that getting Nakobe Dean, he could be a superstar linebacker next to Mosley, then great, and even if they sign Mosley to not sign to a contract, they rework his contract, because next year we all assume that Mosley's gone, right? If he's like $17 million, but what if he cuts it down to like 13, and then you have him for a couple of years, and you have Nakobe Dean, so I would really like that at the D lineman. I would like it. I would probably rank linebacker as the biggest need on the team right now. And again, just coming out of the first round with your three biggest needs filled that we talked about for months in receiver, D end, and corner. Or corner wasn't one of the biggest needs, but again, I addressed it many times why Sauce is worth the pick there. So now the next biggest thing is linebacker, safety, tackle, running back. Maybe they bring in a tight end. Maybe they bring in a Ruckert tonight, at 105 or whatever. Like I think it's 105 or whatever pick the Jets have. It's exciting. So we will see. John Hassel says, I fell asleep after the Wilson pick. Johnson was such a nice surprise. John, how the hell do you fall asleep, buddy? Come on. I had like 4 hours of sleep, and then my buddy called me at like 1, and I slept from like 9 to like 1, and then somebody called me, and I was like, I'm not gonna be able to fall back asleep. The chance I can fall back asleep on draft day is minimal. And then obviously at about 6 or 7 o'clock, I ran into a lot of beers. So I was up until like 5:30 because I got off with you guys at like 3:34. And then I was sitting there. I'm like, I can't just go. You don't want to go to bed hammered, because you go to bed hammered, the hangover is worse. You are better to wait it out for another hour and a half, 2 hours, and go to bed somewhat sober-ish. Drink water, take some take some Advil or whatever before bed. But if you go to bed hammered, your hangover is going to be wicked. So I waited, and I watched like all the press conference, not the press conferences, but like the interviews with the players and all that stuff. So I was up for a while. Harrison Weaver, what's up, Joe? Couldn't sleep because how happy I was. Yeah, you should be happy. I'm not gonna bullshit you guys. This is pretty cool what they came away with. Lloyd Gross, Joe B, late night recap. I'll shit on everyone in Madden about 30 times. Yeah. I don't remember it being 30 times, but I remember saying that. So what picks we still have? Well, what we have 38 now. You have 105. 140 and 160, right? Or am I wrong? I know they got rid of a 5th round pick, an extra 5th, and then obviously trading up from, or they got rid of the 5th, right? They swapped seconds, or they swapped thirds, sorry, and they go up 35 for Jermaine Johnson. So I think that's the only thing that's gone. JJ, look, I wonder for Jermaine Johnson. Incredible first round for us last night. Did hurt me a bit when safety Hill and Scene went off. Yeah, I really like those guys too, JJ. And again, I don't think that safety is a dire position of need. I'm talking like 1A, like because you have LaMarcus Joyner, who I have some faith in to be at least okay to below average, which is better than you can say for the Red Wines and the Wilsons and all those guys that are running out there last year. So he's at least a capable starter. Then you brought in Whitehead, but with that being said, if you can get a Scene, a Hill, and then going into the day two with those guys coming off the board, I was really hoping you're gonna have a group of Scene, Hill, Brisker, Petrie, and you can pick between the group of them at 38. I still think they consider probably Brisker and Petrie at 38. I would like that a lot. Linebacker I would like a lot as well, but I would say I'd probably go Brisker or Petrie over any linebacker not named Nakobe Dean. And it's kind of the same thing with the D tackles. Like, I get the need for D tackle, but the Jets D line is deep, man. Like, you're talking about JFM now be kicking on the inside pretty much primarily with Q next to him with Rankins as a rotational backup player. And then on the edge, the depth, man, like Carl Lawson's coming back. He was dominating. He was the best player in training camp last year. If he can even just be a solid edge rusher, where last year we thought he'd be very good. He was really solid, 10-ish sack guy. And then you put him next to, obviously, Jermaine Johnson. Then you have JFM who can kick outside. You have Josh Martin. You have Vinny Curry. You have Bryce Huff. Like, it's a deep group. So to get another defensive tackle, I don't think it's a primary need. But if you get one, man, this defensive line is going to be rested, and it's going to be very, very, very good. So I could get the pick. But, again, I think linebacker and safety are bigger needs than D tackle at this point. And then, again, tight end. Could you draft it? Sure. Could you draft? You need a tackle? In my opinion, I think they're going to get a running back. So I think moving down at a certain point just to fill some holes later and take some shots on some guys with maybe some high RAS scores or some injury histories would be nice. Jets gang, I like Karlaftis too. Yeah, so did I. I liked him more than JJ. So it is what it is. If they try, again, JJ being my fifth rusher at 26 is a lot different than 10. So I'm okay with it, even if it is over Karlaftis. That's a preference thing. So Harrison Weaver, I think JJ has the traits to be a great rusher, but doesn't have the tools right now. Great run defender, great effort guy, heavy hands, strong, explosive off the line. Now does he need? I think the false, not like accusation, but the thing that's kind of false about him is people say he's a technically refined rusher and he's ready right now. I don't agree with that. I don't care who says it, and I showed it in the reviews that there's a lot of correlation between what I saw in film and then you see the stats come out, months and months later. And I brought him up last night, and I brought him up the last stream. Is that his pressure, his ability to win quick, or his at least showing it and putting those numbers on the stats, they weren't there. So from 1.5 to 2.5 seconds, he just wasn't getting to the quarterback. And why is that? How many times did I talk about him getting to, closing some ground and just pitter pattering his feet and waiting for something to open up? In the NFL, you have to be more refined than that. So I think I think people mistaked him pitter pattering and figuring something out as a good pass rush plan. But in the NFL, you have to win quick. So you have to have a move. You can't wait for them to screw up. By that time the ball is out. So Joe Pekulik, Joe B with day 2, baby. Yeah, I'm excited. Why didn't we give up 10 for AJ? I don't know. Maybe he didn't want to play here, which I don't get, considering all the good media the Jets are getting with Saleh, with Douglas, with Elijah Moore being here. I don't know why he wouldn't want to play here. Maybe the Jets didn't value him as highly because of some of his injuries, and they weren't willing to trade the 10th overall pick. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they're still holding out for hope for Debo. Maybe in terms of the negotiations for A.J. Brown, maybe those didn't kick up until the Eagles were sitting there and they saw Garrett Wilson go, Olave go, Drake London go, Jameson Williams go, and there's just bang, 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 just everybody going. And the Eagles said, shit, we don't have a couple of receivers that we might have wanted. Let's trade for A.J. That might be very possible as well. So there's a last-minute development. Siggs inside 2020. Roberts very high on Johnson. Yeah, I believe them when they're saying they got 3 top 8 players on the board. So 3 first-round picks, 5 years of controllable contract. You couldn't have drew it up better. Like maybe a little bit, but still. Hey Joe, what's up? Mets. 04 Karma. Did you have a hangover today? I still have a hangover now. So yes, I am currently working through it. John Hassel, there are a bunch of players I'd be happy with this next pick, including Breece Hall, Brisker, Petrie, Dean, Travis Jones. Yeah, I'm there with you. Obviously, I might add Lille to that group. I might add like maybe Muma. I'm not taking a running back this early. I get it, but I don't think he's worth the 38th pick. I think maybe next year the Jets are in a better standing without not as many holes in their roster. Like a linebacker, a safety is much more valuable to me right now, or a D tackle than a running back who's going to get 10 to 15 carries a game, even if he is really good. I think that there's so many running backs later in drafts. I can't justify taking one at 38, especially when you consider all of the backs that this system churns out in terms of making guys who are kind of nobodies effective. I'm not saying that everybody that had is a nobody, but you know what I'm saying. So McBride, if we can't get Dean, I think that's overload. I don't think they'd do that. Rob D, what's up, Joe? Chat, and you're all hoping for Dean, right? Yeah, Dean's it. Dean is it. Harrison, so happy we don't have Drake London. One guy I didn't want. He went first. I wanted him. If there was one receiver to take at 10, I was saying Drake London. He went at 8. The Falcons with that, like you're looking at a matchup that's gonna be hard for some defenses. Like handling the size of both Pitts and London over the middle could be a problem. I like that. I like doubling up on the size right there for their passing offense. John Hassel, totally agree with the chemistry between front office. Yeah, it's obvious. What about Ojaba? Hold on, I'm going to pull somebody up in here. Kyle, what's going on, man?
Hey, Joe, how you doing? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, but some reason your audio is coming through my freaking earphones again, which is really annoying because it happened.
Not anymore though, right?
No, today it is right now. So I gotta fix something, Kyle. But let me. Oh, hold on.
Oh, because I was just wondering if my microphone was too loud.
Nope, we're good. I can hear you through my earphones now. It's better.
Okay.
So obviously I am recovering from yesterday, but we're already getting into some good conversation. And I kind of recapped the Jets picks and basically saying they're like, A- day for me. The only thing they could have done better was get AJ Brown. Maybe it developed late, maybe it didn't. Maybe the Eagles were sitting there and they saw, Jameson Williams, Olave, Wilson, Drake London all fly off the board. They said, shit, we're gonna up the offer, or we're gonna really push for that trade, and maybe that deal got done after the Jets negotiated. Now, obviously, it came out. Believe it if you want. The Jets offered a first, number 10 for Debo, but they wanted a second pick back, and the Jets were going to get a 5th as well. And it maybe did, the Niners just didn't pull the trigger. So overall, without those trades happening, obviously we both love Sauce. Like we were on the Sauce train for how long, Kyle? And how many people in this chat were telling us that Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh won't value the cornerback position? And we were like, listen, well, that on top of, hey, we already have Breece Hall, and we consistently said that tell us in what system a cornerback does not matter, a very good cornerback. And 2, draft your best player. And to both you and I believe he was our number 2 player in the draft. So starting with that, absolute slam dunk. Again, that's why I lost my voice. But Kyle, what I want to do is I'm going to go through these picks, and I want to fire through the first round as well. So little bit of lightning round stuff here.
Okay.
You need to respond?
I thought you were going to say the picks.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So awkward. Okay. So so quickly with the Sauce thing, and you brought up Breece Hall, man. So I rewatched several Sauce's games today, all 22, and man, he just I almost forgot how well he moves. So he's almost 6'3", right? And he's got these 33-inch arms. Like his arms are quite longer, like almost like a full inch longer than Aiden Hutchinson's arms, if you can believe that. And Aiden Hutchinson's almost 6'7", so it's just weird how that works out sometimes. And Hall's long, and sometimes when he wants, he can use his length to get to people, man. But dude, Sauce, he absolutely bullies receivers to the sideline, man. So this is, we always like to talk about and I'm not making a comparison to Revis. They're different players and ways and stuff, but you want to talk about, and the way that Cincinnati played him, man, it was always aggressive, press man. His tape is so much fun, man. And the thing is sometimes it's very rare that you'll see him have bad technique off the line of scrimmage. But even if he does, open his gate a little bit too quickly or something like that, he flips his hips and has great recovery speed. And, I know that Daniel Jeremiah's comp was Antonio Cromartie, and I do respect him, and I know other people jumped on that as well, and maybe it's because partially because there was a good feeling that he could go to the Jets, and the Jets had Cromartie for all those years. But to me, he's definitely a better athlete than Cromartie, right? And you want to talk about like one thing, like so Cromartie was good ball skills, very good at jamming people and stuff. But when you want to talk about, flipping your hips and like, okay, you know, the receiver, he beat you to the outside, but then he fakes and he's breaks back inside, and you need to flip your hips to reroute. Sauce does this way better than somebody like Cromartie. So I didn't really love that comparison personally, but yeah, man, that was an A+ pick right there.
Yeah, and I made these little highlight clips of him, like of the stuff that I watched. Like he's ridiculously good, man. And I agree with you that he's more. I get, again, like you mentioned, I think the comparison comes from the fact that, long, fast, all this stuff with Cromartie and the possibility he was a Jet. But I agree with you that he's much more smooth than Cromartie was. And Cromartie, with that length, he had some clunkiness to his game that Sauce does not possess, So really excited. Obviously at 10, Kyle, my number 2
And I
receiver.
feel like he can run for days, man. Like when you watch him, like, so sometimes like Stingley would have like, I don't think it was like a conditioning thing or anything, but every now and then he would have like a coverage bust or, some kind of lapse, like where he looked disinterested. Sauce never looks disinterested, right? Like sometimes he's chirping, but he's not doing it in like an asshole type of way where he's like trying to get a penalty. And like, he never looks like he's getting tired out there, man. Like, so I was like, man, he can run for days. And I was, sometimes you listen to music while you watch film or whatever. And there's that Phil Collins songs, Easy Lover. And I was thinking like, he's an easy mover, man. Sauce. Like he moves almost like a gazelle, like at that height, like he's tall, skinny. And like
and it's
really love that pick, man.
It's a statement pick too, because like we talk about that, it's not even just the play. It's like how he approaches the game, how dedicated he is to football. Like everybody gloats about how great of a guy he is, where he didn't really get a chance at Cincinnati. He came in for one game because there's an injury, I believe, to a starter. And I think he had a pick or two that game. And the coach was like, I can't sit this guy, like early on in his career, like you have to be ecstatic. Moving on, again, London went 8. I said for the brand, London going at first is good for the brand because we were both big London guys. And it's the only guy we kind of be acceptable with at 10, or at least I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that was the case for me. I like Wilson's upside, and I said this many times. I think he has Odell Beckham-like movement skills. So if he develops, I'm very high on Wilson's ceiling. I just think his floor is a little bit lower than some people realize. Like people think he's an elite route runner. He has work to do as a route runner. That inside and out, I think he needs to work on his press releases and restacking guys after press to be a consistent vertical threat in the NFL. So I think initially you have Elijah Moore on the outside, and Wilson is going to be a slot guy until he learns how to better handle press. But again,
the thing I think that in an ideal world, especially when he does learn how to handle press a little bit better, you can interchange both those guys, and I don't think you'll miss a beat eventually. But he does need to work on that.
Yeah, and we're talking about Sauce too. Like now you add him to a cornerback room with like him and DJ Reed, Hall as a depth guy, Eccles as a depth guy, Guidry as a depth guy, Mike Carter II. Like with more growth and development, which we expect from all these guys, so they're young. Breece Hall is young. Reed is obviously pretty young, even though he's the vet, but he has plenty of room to develop. He's not in his prime yet. This room could be pretty freaking good, and then you pair that behind a defensive line like. This Jets defense was bad last year, but if they stay healthy, they could be easily in the middle of the pack of defenses, which is a massive step up for this team. I think if you add a linebacker, you add a safety, maybe a D tackle, like we could be talking about a defense that's definitely above average. So that's but with that being said, the whole Wilson thing. Thoughts on the pick? Do you think he's going to hit his ceiling? Because I give it like the first pick, great pick. Next pick, B, it's a B. I think it's a little bit of a reach for him. I would be like completely honest. I think in a really good draft, I think like last year, I would personally, I liked Elijah Moore's film better at Ole Miss than I did of Garrett Wilson at Ohio State. But that's okay because every draft is not the same, and the Jets predicted it smartly that there was a receiver run coming, probably because of the contracts that were coming out recently, and they were on top of the board in terms of taking a receiver past obviously London. So cool with a pick again, but. Hopefully he hits that upside.
Yeah. Elijah Moore definitely a higher floor in my opinion. I wonder if Wilson could have a higher ceiling, maybe. And you asked me about him hitting that ceiling. A lot of that's indicative on how Zach Wilson plays. For me, I guess I like the pick probably a little bit better than you do. And for me, like you couldn't walk out without somehow getting Zach Wilson, some type of premium weapon. And, the question is he that type of guy? And I asked you last night when we streamed last night, could you see him at any point in time becoming a top 15 receiver in the NFL? And you put it, I think, something like 5 to 10%. So, I was a little sad to hear that because I definitely respect, your opinion way more than mine when it comes to receivers.
This is about Garrett Wilson?
Yeah. Did you remember that?
I definitely, I don't know if I blacked out, but I definitely browned out last night. So, like the thing about like, and I think I said this pretty consistently, tell me if I didn't, I was saying his ceiling is high. Like I like London's floor better, and that's why I like London better, but I'm pretty sure consistently I said that Wilson has a higher ceiling.
Yeah, no, you did say that.
So he could be that. Like listen, like he has those Diggs, Jefferson, Odell Beckham like movement skills. So if he's able to build upon his route running, and he has the ability to catch balls outside of his frame, he's really loose. He has good hips, ability to win contested balls, good yak. He's just very raw in his route running. But in terms of his lower body and the way he can contort it and win, you'd have to be ecstatic with his ceiling. So I regret that I said 5 to 10% because he, again, similar move or 2 Diggs and 2 Jefferson. Nobody thought Jefferson was gonna be Jefferson. Who's to say that if he doesn't hit his ceiling, he can't be that. I'm not guaranteeing that, and obviously that's very hopeful to even say. But I don't think that there's a cap on his ceiling where he couldn't be one of those players. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and if you can think about like AJ Brown, like I know there was a lot of people that really liked him coming out of Ole Miss, but I don't know that anybody thought that he would be the player that he became as quick as he did become that player because he was great as a rookie. Yeah. So yeah, like especially when you consider like it almost kind of seems like the Jets kind of lowballed the 49ers for Debo.
Yeah.
And I know that I think it was Hughes who said that, maybe part of the reason why the Jets did that is because he also is hearing rumblings too that Debo's not necessarily in love with, how they use him all the time. I know that, who's that guy? Jeff Darlington said that, it's not so much about how they use Debo. It's that he wants to be more East Coast. I mean, who the hell knows all the details? I mean, even Debo on social media himself said that, like, nobody knows the real story or whatever. But I almost kind of feel like the Jets should have offered more for someone like that. And they should have been more on the AJ Brown sweepstakes as well.
Yeah.
But being that I definitely don't dislike the Wilson pick at all. And I think I gave it like a B+ or whatever, because you had to find some way to give Zach some weapons. And one thing that you kind of said too, like when we were talking about KT and stuff, and I wasn't the hugest fan of him. You weren't either. But you were saying if the Jets coaching staff really believes in him and believes that they can develop him, then that kind of says something. So it just makes, I almost feel like the Jets had to have, and I know they said that all 3 of the guys they drafted were in their top 8. How high was Wilson on their board? Was he a top 5 player on their board? I wonder. Maybe. I know he was.
I know like DJ had him as like 4.
4, yeah. And obviously DJ and Joe Douglas go way back. They used to work with each other back in Baltimore. So I don't know. But and this is something I said last night on the stream. I don't know if you remember that. It's like, well, okay. If we have Wilson really high on our board and we have to give up a tremendous amount of draft capital and then pay Debo, at what point is it not worth it? Right? Like, so the good thing about Wilson is if he does become a stud, you have him on a cheap contract for at least 3 seasons.
Which is why receivers are going to shoot up into that first round.
And it's really interesting how this wide receiver market's working right now. I mean, all these receivers are getting traded. Some teams are fine paying a guy $30 million a year. And what I heard this morning on Twitter, supposedly one of the Philly beat writers sat down with AJ Brown and said that they offered AJ Brown like $17 million a year or $16 million a year.
$16 million a year. That is a slap in the face to AJ
right?
Brown. I would want to
exactly. And by the way, I don't know if you remember our Quinnen Williams discussion last night too. I said that you said, would you offer Quinnen Williams $17 million a year right now? I was like, no. And I was like, that'd be a slap in the face to him. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I kind of remember that. But okay, moving on because we have 15 minutes. Now the JJ thing again. I think people are eventually, because people like to speak for me, will put words in my mouth and say I don't like the JJ pick. And again, I know I harped on it last night. I'll harp on it again now, completely sober.
By the way, did you see that comment on the video from last night? I'm only saying that because some guy said like, "Yo, man, you're right about everybody putting your name out there and stuff. Like when you're breaking down film, I always heard people referencing you, and I finally just realized that that's who they were talking about." Some guy said that in the comment in the video from yesterday.
If it isn't Blewett, pretty there's only one Blewett. Like there could be a
so it's probably you. I'm just saying so apparently a lot of people are quoting you and
dude, it happens all the time. Like again,
misquoting you too.
And I love Ryan because Ryan said that I think that he's going to be Odell Beckham. I said that he has Odell Beckham like movement skills, very different. So that was a comp, or Joe hates Hamilton. I don't hate Hamilton. I just don't like him at 4 or 10. So I know the JJ thing is Joe hates that pick. But again, there's a much bigger difference between getting a guy at 4, 10, and 26. When I watched him and in his review, I'm pretty sure I said late teens, early 20s, end of the first round guy. That's what I see him as. So you got him where he was valued at to me. You fill your edge rusher need. I love the pick. Big difference in where people are talking about him though. People are talking about 3, 4. That was crazy to me. So
yeah.
Go ahead.
By the way, did you watch the JJ Icky tape? Because I didn't get a hold of that tape yet, but I saw somebody tweeting out clips of that game right there, and apparently, according to this one guy, he said that JJ got the best of their. And I saw some of the clips, and some of them were definitely wins by Icky, and some of the JJ quote unquote wins weren't super impressive. But he did have a couple nice reps against Icky for sure.
Yeah, no, I did that game. I don't like. It was a back and forth fight. Like people say that he kind of smashed Icky in that matchup. I think it was more even than anything. But yeah, both guys had their share of won and lost reps against each other.
Yeah.
So
I don't know why I have to rewatch that one then.
Yeah. But do you want to
like I said last night, man, I can live with it. I still don't love the pick, especially when you have Carl Loftus on the board too. I would have been willing to do the trade up and get him.
Of course.
But listen, I'd be lying if I said JJ doesn't have a pretty high upside because
I'm not gonna lie to you. His interviews are very impressive. Like watching him interview.
I actually watched some of these after we got off the stream yesterday. He is pretty well spoken and stuff.
You bounced early. You can't handle it.
But bro, you didn't even go that much longer than me.
I was
maybe a half hour, 40 minutes more.
I was here until 4:30. I literally don't even remember. And then I said,
well, it wasn't that. The point is
I stayed up until 5:30 watching the interviews and stuff too. Like I was so tired.
Wow. Well, we'll see how much I can handle it today.
I don't know about going until 4 a.m. But yeah,
anyway, so I ended up when you asked me last night what my grade was for that pick, I ended up saying a B- because listen, he could end up being a good player, but he still has a lot to work. And you did, you slid back a lot in the 3rd round, and you also gave up an extra 5th round pick in order to get him. So, listen, if he pans out and you have a good edge rusher for the next 7 to 10 years, then it was well worth it. There's a home run pick.
And I think you have to. Like with his pass rushing, I think they're like I'm putting like a relative like cap on it. Like I don't ever think he's gonna be like a 20 sack a year guy, 15 sacks. I think realistically, if you get a guy who's gonna get between 8 and 12 sacks a year, and he's a really good run defender and he's a high motor player, like that's worth that pick. So that's what I'm expecting him to hit, or hoping he hits that range of like that 8 to 12 with a really good run defender. So do you want to answer some questions in the chat, Kyle, or do you want to recap like the first round? We only have 10 minutes left. Do you want to just hit the chat, I guess? And then
let's hit the chat later. That sounds good.
Yeah. Cause I don't know if 11 minutes is enough to just fit that in. So maybe we'll do it during the draft a little bit after the 38th pick. So fell asleep. Joe says, I would love Dean or Ojaba. Dean, yes. Kyle, who are your top guys?
I did watch. I think it was. I watched. So when I watched Hutchinson, I was watching some of Jobo, and I'm not super impressed.
Not in the system, and not with the injury he just had. After Carl Lawson had it. So no, Dean, absolute slam dunk. Is he your number 1, Kyle? And who's like your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? If you have some guys off the top of your head, who
he is the one. Now we're not privy to the medicals like somebody else, like the teams are. Yeah. But if I can get him, maybe when you factor in the medicals now, does that stop you from maybe trading up 4 or 5 slots to get him? Because
that's a question that I'm always going to answer with. I don't know the medicals. I was going to ask you that question. Like, hey, if it's going to take 117 right now to get up and to go up and get Dean, I would do it because Dean to me he was a top 10 prospect for me. You know, I don't give a shit about the size, all that stuff. I think he's a really, really good player. So if you can get 4 guys who I would value as legitimate first round picks, I would trade a 5th round pick or a 4th round pick, whatever it is, to do that, because I think you walk away with 4 legitimate starters, and the rest of the draft is gravy.
Yeah, man. And dude, four starters who you're talking about could maybe be second contract guys. I mean, if you can get 4 guys who are second contract guys in any given draft, that's already a good draft, man. But especially if some of them are like elite, upper level, you know, NFL players at the respective positions. Oh man. But yeah, with Dean. So one thing I heard that I believe it was Rap Sheet and Pelissero who were discussing his injuries. And I think they said something along the lines of like, there's a lot of soft tissue injuries in his career, like hamstring injuries and stuff. That to me is concerning, because those are things that can kind of linger with someone throughout their career. And, you know, Revis from time to time would get flared up hammies, and it was annoying because that could be one thing that could sideline him, and you didn't have that elite talent on the field. So I don't know, man.
Mike, I saw your comment on I saw your really long comment on the stream last night. I actually planned to read it because it looked like it was pretty well thought out. But I woke up and I saw that. And I was very, very hungover, and reading that much was not going to happen, Mike. It's not. I couldn't answer it. Could not answer it. Not.
I did see that he wrote a long comment, but I didn't get a chance to read it yet either.
Yeah. So. With that, Kyle, you didn't really give me your 4 or 5 guys. Like, who are some guys? Like you said, Dean, but is there?
Okay, so so you mentioned Brisker as being one of your guys. So I got to watch one of his games today. He didn't have a great game against Ohio State. I'll say that. Okay. You know, what's his face? Ruckert beat him on a corner route. Ruckert hit him with like an inside head fake, and then Ruckert ran the corner route, and Brisker opened up his hips way too early. Olave ran a deep over route, and Brisker was the single high. He got over way too late covering that. Kind of looked like Pinnock against one of those late season games.
Jags.
Yeah, and so Olave scored a big touchdown there. And there was another time he was beat pretty badly too. He might have actually been like in like press man coverage. So. And he didn't look like he moves that great, to be honest. I mean, like, I know he tested decently well. So I don't know. I don't see, I know it's the second round now. We're not talking about a first round pick or whatever, but it's early second round. So I don't really see taking him at 38. That doesn't make much sense to me, based on the one game I watched.
So I'm gonna throw the question to you again. I'm gonna lob it right over the net, real slow, or maybe you know, nice alley oop. You're gonna do it. We're gonna try to throw this alley oop dunk on an 8-foot rim for you right now, Kyle. Because
so you want 5 names? You don't want me to go in detail with one particular guy?
Just give me some names here. Oh, I watched him the other day and I saw him that one time. Like, tell me some guys.
That's what you like about me, Joe. I think you like I can go into detail sometimes. Okay,
30 minutes behind in the chat, buddy.
Okay, Dean. He's obviously up there. These offensive linemen, man. If Jesus Christ, what's the guys you said?
You're killing it.
I know I'm killing it, but that's not me though. You want me to give you some names of guys I don't know, so I'll give you the names of the guys I do know. That's why I started going into detail with Brisker. So you give me 5 names and then you tell me about it. How about that?
I like what I've heard from. Yeah, just okay. So just deflected again. You couldn't finish the alley oop. It's okay. But Brisker's a name I've heard plenty of. I'm okay with the picks. I've heard plenty about him. Maybe I watch him. I'm not as happy. Petrie, in terms of his coverage skills, being able to play slot, high safety. People really like his mental processing and the guy he is. So I think that's an option. Obviously, Dean's there, and then you have the 2 edge rushers, defensive tackles, Travis Jones and
Ebiketie?
Well, no, Ebiketie is more of a D end outside linebacker, but Leal's out there. D tackle again. Hall is out there. Jones is out there. So I think it will be linebacker, safety, or defensive tackle right now. Because there's a couple guys at the top of those positions who are going to go pretty soon, and they all kind of fit Jets' needs. So
a lot of these guys that I tried I saw you tweeting about, I tried watching some tape on them earlier today and I couldn't get it. I did start watching this guy, Bernard Raymond, and he's like 24, and I only got through part way of one of his games, but you know, he plays really high in the run game. He's definitely not physical. You want to talk about like Ike Ekwonu is like a mauler. He's kind of like the opposite in that regard. He's a pretty good athlete. But yeah, not super interested.
Joe, what pick will make you take the 5-shot celebration drink tonight? Was there something about a 5-shot celebration drink? I don't know if that happened last night.
I don't think we talked about that yesterday.
I can tell you right now, I really don't plan on drinking, but I will start drinking if they get Dean, because I will be excited. I will be very, very excited if they get Dean. Kyle, like you watch all the films that I do. I don't gush like players or gush like no, hold on. There we go. Let me think about it. I don't gush like I did about Dean on that film review often. That's what I was looking for. The hangover fog in my brain right now is just.
So let me do some Joe Blewett impressions for those that might not be too familiar with watching like one of his reviews and only just know about the live streams. So sometimes Joe will watch a player and he'll be like, "Okay, this is all right. I mean, is this anything too impressive? I mean, like, come on. Like sometimes I could hit this throw or something like that." And then sometimes he'll be like, "Whoa, man, look at this. Dean, I mean, this is just sexy right here." So sometimes you'll say things like that. And like your Dean review was like a bunch of like those types of comments.
Dude, because when I'm watching film, if he makes me audibly say something, it's either really bad or really good. A lot of times I go to like, I'm just like, bro, or like, dude, like I'll be by myself and just say words, and that's usually a really, really good thing. And all of Dean's film was that to me. I was like, holy shit, man. Like this guy is so good. So so it's awesome. Like sometimes they'll put like they'll put somebody in motion, like a fast motion where like, you know, he's literally moving at the snap. Yeah. And Dean can sometimes just run all the way across the field, cut through various other defenders and stuff, and sit through some of the other blockers and stuff and just make the tackle. It's like, whoa. Yeah, dude. He's
really good at navigating through traffic and stuff. He's fun, man.
That's at a first.
And he has some of that like Mosley ability to him, where like he can like evade blockers, scoot around them and make the tackle.
Kev Chada shots at me. What's up? Let's get this slurring going early. I was definitely slurring last night. But I didn't give a fuck because I was gonzo. I don't think I'm slurring tonight unless I take Dean.
So Joe texted me earlier today and he's like, "Was I that bad yesterday?" I was like, "Well, football talking wise, no, but you kept pulling up some of the same comments that we already read."
I remember doing that because I remember at a certain point getting frustrated that like I thought the chat just kept scrolling back up by itself because I click on the same shit. I'm like, why the fuck is my chat not scrolling down? I was like, this is bullshit, bro. So yeah, I was feeling it. And then I started drinking the Tito's and Club or wherever the hell it was, and I took a shot of vodka or like 2 shots of vodka. It just went downhill. So yeah, it was fun. Kyle checking in after 3. Yeah, I'm gonna run through these chats again. Sorry if I'm missing some stuff, but we have the draft that's about to start in a couple minutes. So let me write D. Joe is a late night trendsetter. Yeah, I don't think anybody else stays up as late as I do doing streams. So keep on moving. I'm just scrolling through the whole chat, Kyle, because there's a lot of shit in here. Not a lot of shit.
Do you have any interest in George Pickens
here you go.
At pick 38? I mean, because listen, Corey Davis has had an injury career to him, and I know that George Pickens isn't exactly the healthiest dude in the world, but Corey Davis, let's say he's got another injury-ridden season this upcoming year. Maybe you want to get out of that contract, and you're worried about who's going to be your third option going forward. Any interest there?
I honestly don't think that getting another receiver. I think that like we were to invest in a guy who is proven like a Debo, it would be too much if we invested more in receiver. It's not something I necessarily prefer, to be completely honest, but I wouldn't be mad at it. Like it's another pick I would justify. Like I prefer the linebacker, the safety, the D tackle. But if you're gonna tell me Pickens comes into this receiver group, you have Pickens, Wilson, Moore, Conklin, Corey Davis, Uzama, Michael Carter. Like you are and then a good offensive line. Like you are stacking up that offense, and there's absolutely no excuses. So I wouldn't love it, but I would be okay with it. So super chat from A Blab Studios, $5. Appreciate it. Hey Joe, big a little late to the chat, but curious to know your first round grade. Go Jets. I think Sauce comp is Mel Blount. I'm old school. I think like a mix of Cromartie and Sherman. Really smart guy, physical, not as big as Sherman, but really good in that off 3, off 4. Can also press. I think he can press better than Sherman though, because Sherman he's faster than Sherman. He's much more athletic than Sherman. But in terms of the mentality, the smarts, I think that's kind of the Sherman thing. Cromartie, like I get it all, but like and people ask me for comparisons, but Kyle, like there are so many different traits and so many different things to go over and strengths and weaknesses of the list that nobody's close enough for me to make a real good player comparison.
Yeah, they might be really similar in one trait to a certain other player, but then in 3 other traits, they're not similar. Yeah. So it's hard to make direct comparisons. Mel Blount. Yeah. So Mel Blount was probably a little bit, while Sauce is definitely physical, Mel Blount was my understanding, was just an absolute
yes,
terror out
savage. Yeah, like there's gonna be some times where unless Sauce gets some more weight to him, he comes in the tackles bending from the waist a little bit without moving his feet. He's gonna get trucked at time return in the NFL. He'll learn about that. He's a good tackler, but
he's a willing tackler for sure.
Oh, for sure, he's super aggressive. So let me keep going down.
By the way, that one tackle that you posted on that thread where he it's against UCF.
Yeah.
The guy, it's like running back or whoever catches the ball, cuts kind of inside, and Sauce is waiting right there for him. Just straight up form tackles him, drives him to the ground. It's a nice one.
Yeah. So let's see. Talking Football Channel has a JJ versus Aquanu breakdown. Go check that out. I don't know who that is. I'm not being a dick. I don't know who that is, Kyle. Do you know who Talking?
Oh no, I don't know.
Who runs that? Is that a Jets thing or what is it?
I don't know.
Oh, whatever. Blunted Vegas, support this awesome content. Hit the like. Yes. Or the thumbs up, like, whatever it is. Appreciate that, Blunted Vegas. Appreciate all you guys in here. All 114. Again, I know there's a lot of other live streams going. So if I can just hold 100 of you guys and we can talk, I'm cool with it. So Harold H, yes, definitely excited to see how the new guys presented themselves. Dude, all their interviews were like, and I think I have a relatively good character read, and I liked all of those guys in their interviews and how they were speaking and how they're regarded as not just players, but also like men off the field.
I do like Wilson's energy on the field too. He's very charismatic on the field.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. This is for, can I adjust? No. Oh, hold on. JD is king. He did his thing 2 years in a row as GM. You can't question the man. Now let's see if the picks pan out. But one of the best drafts so far, in my opinion. I feel Dean is a bit small. I like Christian Harris, Anderson, and I'm assuming that's Muma. Then go after safety Petrie, DT Jones. A lot in here. Kyle. Anything you want to hit on before I go to the other stuff? I don't know.
I don't think Dean's too small at this point in the draft.
Dude,
I did question the size 2 weeks ago. It could be a little bit of in a way, shortness at linebacker can help in certain ways, especially in the run game. In the pass game, it can affect someone a little bit. So I'm not too concerned about size, honestly.
You be you, Kyle. Don't succumb to peer pressure. Is that about me telling you to just give me your answer instead of
yeah, right? You're being a bully to me too. And by the way, everybody in the chat, Mr. Blewett is king of this, and I say this in a good way. He doesn't like talking about people that he doesn't know that well and stuff. So he's asking me to give names about guys I don't really know that well.
Mr. Blint, perfect comment.
But once the Jets draft these guys, I promise you, I'm going to know them really well.
Oh yeah, we all will. Go to Jets.
By the way, and I tried to watch this. So Jared was a great caller and stuff last night. Came on, did the shotgun and stuff, and he was talking to us about the UConn defensive tackle, and I couldn't get any all 22 tape on him. So
yeah, actually, I saw in my Xbox this morning that somebody requested me. So I think it's somebody who's listening. I gave him my game.
Dude, no, you said you're like 2:00 tomorrow. I'll play you $100.
I'll do it. But this is
you're like, I'm good at Madden, man. I'm really good. And like somebody's like, well, I beat the #1 person in the country or whatever. You're like, it doesn't matter. I'll beat you $100.
Mr. Blint, Joe, your analysis of players' technique is amazing. Kyle, your ability to bum me out is unparalleled. That's great. That's a good one. I like that. Moving on. Let's see. Verge Tibbs, I'm late. We're just catching up on last night's stream. The whole 5-minute section of Slosh Show losing his signal, unable to pull up a depth chart was hilarious. See, I don't remember trying to pull up a depth chart.
You knocked over your microphone, dude. I was like, no, because we got into this whole thing where you're like, well, Kyle, being that they drafted JJ now, do you think that the Jets have like a top 10 pass rushing unit? And I was like, I don't know about that, man. And I was like, well, why don't we do this? I was like, if you really want to do it, we could just pull up depth charts. He's like, no, just do it without the depth charts. I was like, well, it's going to be a little hard. And last year when we did the shows in the summertime where we were comparing the Jets units to other units across the league, we pulled up the depth charts. So I was like, well, pull up the depth charts, go to Our Lads or something.
Yeah. So yeah,
I was like, did you get it, man? You're like, no, I couldn't.
No, those highlight videos too, like the highlight videos to do like just to, the arrows with the guys with the film view. Like I was trying to do that last night. Like I was already drinking after the pick of Sauce. I tried to do it. I tried for like 5 minutes and I did not get anywhere. I'm like, nope, not happening. You got to do that tomorrow. So, but no dog. No. I was going to say something to you too. I completely blanked out on what I was going to say, but I'll I'll catch it in a little bit. Yoshi Kyle, you said, Kyle, you should have seen when I tried to send him a thread that was unfortunately upside down. He couldn't handle it. You're right. I remember that one. Was it on Twitter? Yeah, I was like,
why was it upside down though?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess he screen recorded it, but like I remember trying so hard to find that Evan Neal thread where I did like 20 plays in a row of him just getting bitched in the run game, and I could not find it on my Twitter. Could not find it. Which is really easy to find because you pretty much type in Joe RB31 Neal and a video is going to come up and I just click on it, but it just didn't happen. So, other YouTube channels, I'm glued here, baby. Appreciate that, Phil C. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, thanks, man. Verge Tibbs, according to his review, JJ got better of Aquano, put a nice spin move on him. Yeah, I think it was back and forth.
I did see that spin.
Yeah, I don't think anybody like necessarily won one, but Jets Orange, Travis Jones versus Winfrey. This is this situation where again I could tell you guys who I think I want, but am I going to give you a breakdown of Travis Jones uses his hands better and Winfrey exposes his chest too much? Like I'm not going to do that now. That's for a different show. In the future, I don't like.
Question for you now though. Let's say they pick. I mean, they could very well trade back at 38, but when they draft whoever they draft here, being that it could be someone that we haven't really watched a lot of.
Yeah.
Versus all the guys they drafted yesterday, we knew a lot about them. Are we going to watch any of that tape live?
Are you watching NFL Network right now?
No, I'm not even watching it at all because the room I'm in doesn't have a TV.
This guy is he's like strapped down, hanging upside down by his ankles right now and wiggling and shit. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It's like a magic show or some shit. He's doing like spins and shit in the air right now. I don't know what's going on.
I guess because it's in Vegas and they do like a lot of magic shows in Vegas.
Yeah, it's a really weird opening to the draft that this guy's gonna like. I don't know. It's
Chris
weird.
Angel. Okay, he's that mind freak guy or whatever.
How are you not watching on TV? Like why would you not do that?
The only reason why is because I'm doing a stream with you and I wasn't gonna change my setup.
So do you want me to tell you every pick?
You or the people in the chat are going to tell me.
Okay. Joe, how you feeling today? Love the energy last night. Hurting
Plus,
today?
I got Twitter as well, so I'm good, man.
I'm rebounding sneakers to boots. I appreciate that you love the energy. Joe and Nani are MVPs of the beat this year. Are we considered the beat? I don't think we're the beat.
I think you guys aren't beat, but you could say, I mean, you guys comment on the Jets. Sure. Analyze.
We could be a healthy top 10. Okay, so Kyle, right now, let's say they grab one of these defensive tackles. And they are what we assume them to be if they're getting picked at 38. Do you think the Jets have a top 10, top 5 edge rush group or just a rush group in general?
Top 5 I think is really a stretch. If we really pulled up the depth charts and stuff, I mean, maybe we could talk about top 10. But you were asking me strictly in terms of rushing the passer yesterday. That was your question. And I struggle to even say that they're above average. Because at this point,
I think you're overrating other groups in the league. Like they still have like JFM is a plus guy, Q is a plus guy, Lawson plus guy, Jermaine Johnson. You're expecting something from year one. You have Rankins who can rush. He's not.
But I'm also considering Quinnen's down year, and I'm also considering the fact that Carl Lawson's coming off a big injury.
Yeah, I get
and I'm also considering the fact that JJ is a much better run defender than he is pass rusher.
They have a lot of talent on that front. They don't. I don't know what the pick. I don't know if he's gonna make the pick right now. Okay.
Usually it says pick is in when.
Yeah, no, I know. He was just talking. And I wasn't looking. So Square Peg, Joe and Kyle, best duo in Jets media. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Square Peg.
Best offensive lineman. Not for me. I'd rather go.
I don't think any are worth it.
No.
By the way, I thought Kenyon Green went way too early yesterday.
Yeah, you're not a big.
He went like 15. Well, 15. Come on. I don't think you think he was worth that.
Kev Chotty, yeah. Jameson Williams went to the Lions, right? And he did not look thrilled.
I didn't notice that he didn't look thrilled, but yeah, he did go to the Lions.
Oh, he did not look thrilled. Jared Lease, how's the hangover? Manageable. Kyle, get a TV. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing there. Because I'm waiting here. I'm not sure what that is. Nani and Benner, number 2. I'll take it. If we drafted D tackles, someone serviceable from last year is going to get cut. What are we going to do? Go 12 deep on the D line? Not that it's a problem, just something of note. Yeah,
there are currently expendable guys on the D line, right? We were talking about Nate Shepard. He's definitely one that comes to mind. Zuniga, right? Tim Ward, right? All those guys, I have no problem letting them go. And plus, also Sheldon Rankins, I know they kind of like him. I don't see him on this team past this year. So
Yeah.
and are you seriously? You have to consider that Quinnen Williams might not be long for this Jets team.
They have I blanked out again. That just happened. There's way too much going on. Let me see. Bucks on the clock. Yep. Stop it, JFM. Yeah. The group is really deep, dude. Like I was talking about it with having Huff, having Martin, having Vinny Curry, and then maybe bringing back Kyle Phillips, having Jermaine Johnson, having Lawson.
Okay,
like,
but we're also talking. All right, Kyle Phillips barely played last year. Vinny Curry didn't play at all last year.
Kyle, we're talking about the 53rd guy on the roster. I'm not saying these guys are superstars. I think
but we're talking about are they definitely a top 10 unit, bordering on a top 5 pass rushing unit? I mean, we're going to use Vinny Curry and Bryce Huff to justify that.
We did that show last year, right? And we said they were in the top 10. All they've done is added from that point. It's not like they lost anybody. So how could you say that last year you thought they're going to be top 10? Now they added a first-round edge rusher and Vinny Curry's coming back, who you like as a backup. Let's not lie. We all like him as a backup. You add Josh Martin, who we both think his potential is intriguing as well, a guy who can get 5-6 sacks maybe in a backup role. So now we can't say it could be a top 10 unit. Like, it's crazy.
Okay, Joe, but who are the two biggest names out of all those guys you just mentioned?
I don't think they have a superstar. I don't think they have Aaron Donald.
Answer the damn question. You want to pose me about answering questions? Who are the two biggest names? Who are your superstars there?
I just said you don't have superstars.
Okay, but we thought that Q and Williams would be Quinn and Williams, goddammit, and Lawson were going to be the superstars last year, and both of them, well, not really Lawson's fault, but big Achilles injury, didn't play at all, and Quinn and Williams was a disappointment. So I'm sorry that I'm going to value those guys more than I'm going to value some depth guy like Vinny Curry, who I do like.
Well,
also didn't play at all last year because of a serious health issue.
I think Lawson's going to come back plenty fine and be what we pretty much expect him to be last year. And then you're hoping Q with even more talent around him is. I think that was probably his worst year of his career since he's been here. So I think he's going to step up. Let's also be honest too.
JFM. I mean, I know he was playing more on the edge, and I'm going to pat myself on the back right now because I was saying all year he's more of an interior guy than he is an edge guy. You and I. But how many people out there were saying, "Oh, he's going to step in fine at being a 5 tech"?
No, he's better. His most ideal position is him as a 3 tech because he doesn't have the bend or the athleticism to win consistently on the edge. He has the bend, the athleticism, the length to win inside.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah. And so I think you're going to see his pressure numbers and hits and all that kind of stuff go up this year. But, he was also a tad bit of a disappointment when it comes to pass rush productivity last year. And that's probably a little, not so much of a fault of his own. So I don't know, man, like we'll do that. And maybe I'll change my opinion or something after. And you're right. I might be overvaluing other groups. I very well might be.
So yeah,
I do know that there's a lot of good D lines out there.
You were really high on Curry when he came to the Jets as well as a backup. You know,
I really do like Vinny Curry, but we thought that was going to be like a career ending medical condition, right? It was like something with his blood, right?
Yeah, but it's not. So it's not like he came into camp as a 33-year-old dude or whatever he is and tore his ACL. Like he had a blood thing, so he's going to come back just as well as he would have last year. You'd assume, right?
Yeah.
So, Kev Trotta, we'll get to this after the draft because I think they're going to add a free safety, a linebacker. So I'm not going to start looking into guys they're probably not going to take. But I think the commissioner's about to walk up and make a pick.
Okay.
Because the pick is in.
All right. Well, whenever he does it, he does it. Usually the picks are tipped on Twitter before his.
Yeah, I'm not looking at Twitter. I'm not looking. I'm trying not to scroll down in the chat because I want to see it live. I don't want to.
Okay, so I could tell you who they took if you want.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that. Don't look at Twitter. This is why you should be watching on your phone on your
I actually kind of like knowing before I hear. By the way, when you went to the draft back in 2013, did you get to meet Goodell?
No.
I did.
Oh, I really didn't like it.
I got a picture with him.
Yeah, I didn't really like going to the draft. It was a kind of
I know you didn't.
In fact, you had to wait in a line to get tickets for the next day. So I had to go to New York, come back from New York, to go the next day. And then like I'm going there pregame and like think I'm going to drink and have some fun in New York, and I'm standing in a line for 6 hours after drinking a freaking 32-ounce big gulp with whiskey in it. It wasn't a good day. It sucked.
Yeah, no,
You know?
not fun. And if we're being honest, it looks like a lot of these other locations, especially the ones that have it outside, it looks like it's more fun, but it's probably still not that fun.
Yeah.
I mean, the draft is obviously really fun, but I don't think it's something you need to be there in person to see it.
Are you able to hear the TV in the background?
Yeah, I can hear it. I know who it is.
I know shit. You told me that. Okay. Yeah, he's one of the D tackles we're talking about. Hall, Leal, Travis Jones. So one of them went. Having him next to Vita Vea, man, that's probably. I can't speak on the guys. I haven't really watched him, but looks pretty freaking athletic from the things I've seen. Good pick.
Todd Bowles, man, he loves those defensive linemen.
Yeah, for sure. So him, JPP.
It's still kind of weird to think that he's in charge down there now. Todd Bowles has Tom Brady as his quarterback.
The question I was going to ask you before, but the fact that they have JPP still, right? They have Barrett, they have Vita Vea, him. Like it's a good group. The thing I was going to ask you before, like
they have that Golston guy too.
Yeah, we'll do the whole like stacking up against the AFC East right now, but like the Pats, and we're going to talk about their pick in the first round. And
the Pats always have a strange draft plan, man.
Bill Belichick is a great coach, not a good GM, in terms of making picks and stuff like that. But the thing I was going to ask is, I think minus the coach, like just take out the actual like situation they're in or whatever with the coach, just comparing the rosters, I think the Jets have a better roster than the Pats. Trade Green Bay.
Well, Shaq Mason did depart the Pats. That was a huge loss for them. I'm trying to think who they added in free agency. That was they traded him away for way too small a price.
The Packers traded up from they traded their 53rd and 59th for the current pick, which is 34th.
Interesting. You think it's gonna be a receiver? Pickens?
They take a receiver. Yeah.
Pickens maybe?
Yeah. Pickens.
They
maybe
need
Watson. I know you're a big Watson guy.
It could be him.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, there's athleticism there and stuff, you know.
Oh, for sure. But so let's say move down a little
projection.
bit.
I don't know. Someone said I look like Kellen Clemens. I never gotten that before.
Yeah. Okay. I can see it kind of. I can see a little bit. Oh yeah, we have.
I've gotten Fitzpatrick a lot.
I haven't mentioned Solomon Thomas on the inside too. Like
okay.
They have some dude. It's a solid group for sure.
I do like that signing. By the way, when are you gonna put out that Solomon Thomas review?
Well, I still have to do. Tomlinson, Reed, Conklin. Like there's a lot before that one comes out. So Kyle should get his own segment called "Answer the Damn Question," hoping for loss to be 80%. That's honestly low. You know, coming back from ACLs nowadays or Achilles. It's not as uncommon as it was. It's not like ACLs. It's still a step up from that.
Medical science.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully the Jets are healthy this year. Like Jesus, like we've had so many years of just being so injured. It's brutal. So, AP Hill, Curry is 34. So I'm not saying Curry is great. I think Curry getting $2 million contract and a guy who I brought up stats of him being signed last year in terms of when he's rushing the passer and creating pressures, he is at a really effective rate when he comes in. It might only be 10 to 15 snaps a game. There might be some games where it's 5, but he's an effective rusher, and it helps keep everybody else, on the defensive line rested. So yeah, I like Curry. I'm not saying that he's a starter, but I think Curry, again, let's say 20% of the snaps is a good play.
Yeah, Vinny Curry on a snap count, man. Like his last year in Philly, he definitely still had some juice to get to the quarterback, man, and good bull rusher. But you can't expect anything huge from him. Somebody said in the chat, why do I think that Sauce has better technique than Cromartie? The pick's about to come?
Yeah.
Okay. So
from some dude wearing a sombrero. Oh, Aaron Jones. Is it?
He's wearing a sombrero.
Yeah. With cheese on it looks like.
With the 34th pick in the 2022 NFL draft.
Are you just learning the pick now?
Yeah.
Christian
Watson.
There you go. Okay, makes sense.
You're not the biggest fan, but
watch 2 or 3 games, and it's one season he caught like 20 passes or something like that. I mean,
yeah.
And what's weird about him too is like you have to think like in terms of skill set versus a lot of those other North Dakota State guys, he's way better than them. But there was a good amount of snap percentages where he's not even on the field at all.
Kyle, can you respond to this comment on the screen? Are you gonna
old
bite?
black and white TV, sell it to you for $10.
Do you want it?
Funny. I wouldn't even need it. If I really want, I could just pull it up on another tab
I'm
right
surprised
here.
you aren't.
I can hear it on your. I can hear it coming through your TV.
It
seems like you're really upset about it, though. That I don't.
It's just weird.
I'm 100% invested.
You know what, Kyle? I'm not gonna put a percentage chance on it, but you definitely just rise like in percentage chance of being a serial killer. I'm not saying you are, but the fact you're not watching it, you're giving me creepy vibes. How you not watching?
This is the only time ever since I've been following football closely where I'm actually not watching the draft on TV the moment that it's on.
You've changed, bro.
I'm streaming with you, and I can literally hear it and see it on Twitter, and I got people in the chat telling me what's the picks.
Gotcha.
By the way, do you remember how much you were challenging me to a wrestling match and a submission match yesterday?
I'm cool with that too. I'm not backing down from that one. I know how girthy you are in real life. I'm still not scared. Let's see.
I did give you the push-up count. I was like, you beat me in that.
Pick is in for the Titans. Are you trading your picks later to move up?
And this Titans pick is our pick that we swap for them.
4 spits. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see like what other team needs. Like they can take it on the receiver. Honestly, they don't have Julio anymore. They obviously have what's his face, homeboy Traylon Burks.
Mm-hmm.
Tight end. Who's their tight end at this point? Offensive line, I don't really know.
Offensive line, they lost the guard who was a mainstay for them for a while. He's with the Bills now, so they could go offensive line.
Jets traded up. Jets traded up to the 36 pick, Kyle.
Really?
Yep.
Who do you think it's going to be?
Dean. Hoping it's Dean. This is the
Titans. I have a feeling that it's
not going to be. Don't ruin the chat.
Oh, I'm okay. I have a feeling it's not going to be. I certainly hope it is.
Who would you guess?
And
what was the compensation? 38 to 36 is probably what, like next year's 6th round pick or some shit?
No, it's probably a little bit more than that.
A 5th, maybe next year? Don't be Dean. Don't be Dean. Don't be Dean. Wow. I like him. That's Rusty's boy. Dude, Dean is still right there. Travis Jones is still right there. Muma's still right there.
Dude, I think Blewett is going to literally orgasm if they take Nakobe Dean.
I'm going to freak out. I'm going to freak out. I'm going to be really fucking happy, dude. I do not gush about players like I typically. Not like that. Not like that.
Blake said, please no to Raymond.
Please give
Bernard
me
Raymond.
Dean. Give me Dean. Let's go. Come on. Need to get
the Bernard Raymond dude.
I just brought my stool closer because if they don't draft him or they do draft him, either way I'm gonna have to smack it because my energy needs to transfer to something else.
Well, so much for the trading back, right? Like the Jets don't pick again until 101. They might want to trade back and get something, but I think Joe Douglas is swinging for the fences here, man. Give me guys who I know can be starters.
That's what I'm saying. Dean is a starter. He is better than Quincy Williams right now. Like, I'm sorry.
Oh, there's no comparison.
But let's see. I'm trying to try to find out what the compensation was without ruining the pick for yourself. If you could do that.
Okay.
I would say maybe a 5th. Maybe it's like 140, whatever it is, like 143 or we have like 160 something too. Maybe it's one of those picks.
I know who the pick is. I know who the pick is, and I don't know what the compensation is.
You know what the pick is. I'm not trying to look at your face to see if you're smiling or not.
Okay.
I literally just looked at I was about to look at your mouth to see if you're smiling. I'm not doing it. I can't do it. It'll ruin it for me. It's not going to be Dean. I think he would have screamed. Who is it? Who is it?
You want me to tell you?
No, don't tell me. I hate when the Jets pick and if there's a commercial and you're waiting extra time for the commercial. It really pisses me off.
Man, hate it.
It really pisses me off. Why do you need
that's part of the reason? That's part of the reason why I started going on Twitter. Just tell me ASAP, man. We waited all these months and stuff.
Dude, put commercials in like a little box on the side of the screen. Like the screen's 100%. Make it like a little 20% box on the side. I don't even care that
the advertisers don't want to get. There's a reason why they want to get the full.
Fuck the advertisers.
They want the eyes on it.
I know, but screw them. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to buy any of these products. You're just pissing me off. I hate you. If anything, this is going to make me not want your shit. I by the way, are you going to get I think so I typically, and by the way, we're wearing Elijah Moore. The other day I wore Wilson. Cool. I think I have to get a Sauce jersey.
Oh, I
just
said
thoughts.
I said I didn't I said it to my wife, but probably nobody else. I said
What
the
color are
only
you gonna
two
get?
players I'll get a jersey for from this draft is Sauce or Hutchinson.
What color?
I feel like Sauce would be good in black because he played with
Yeah.
the Bearcats and they wore black.
Sauce
So
and black is sexy. That is
yeah.
sexy. Like the thing about I love the white jersey too. I'm not the biggest fan of the green. The white jersey when you're going to games, you're eating hot dogs and shit. It's always a risky move.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm cool with
agree.
just having the Wilson, classy,
When I
nice
wore
one to watch.
when
at
I
home.
wore my Wilson white jersey to Kansas City, I was eating like a sub that had like avocado, and I noticed when I got home I had like an avocado stain on it.
Dude, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Sauce Gardner, Jermaine Johnson,
Are they announcing it right now?
Garrett Wilson. Who's joining the squad?
Are they announcing it right now?
They're about to. Come on. I know the chat's definitely saying some shit. 5th round pick, 146. Okay, so 38 and a 5th. Okay. So now what we have?
If you
like,
really
3 picks
believe in the
left?
player, I respect the compensation that you're giving up. Respect it to move up a couple
If
spots.
you respect the player, I'm assuming if it was Dean, you'd say, well, they'd respect the player. I wonder what I'm trying to look into it a little bit without looking into it a little bit. Come on, man. You're going to fucking pick here. I need everybody to shut up.
I respect your dedication. You're okay.
No, okay, I'm joking. I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about these guys. I don't care about Eisen. I don't care about DJ. I don't care about whoever the fuck that is. I don't care about Davis. Just shut up and tell me to pick. Get it over with. Ugh. Hey, Charles Davis, I appreciate you, but just stop talking, buddy. Rich Eisen, appreciate you, buddy. Stop talking. Oh my God.
Oh, he's announcing the pick, right, Revis?
Yeah, he should be. I bet he better talk fast. Getting sick of the shit. God, man, this is taking forever. Is time going by really slow or just me? Am I too excited?
I already know who the Texans picked.
Dude, this sucks. And the thing about my stream is it's probably like 20 minutes behind or like 20 seconds behind because I'm actually my Xfinity box is upstairs and I stream through a smart TV to the Xfinity box, like to the app. But let's see. We're still to make it.
Okay. Here we go.
Come on, bro. The 36th pick. Beer game is always strong for Revis.
That is true.
It's better than yours.
With the 36th pick
It's definitely cleaner.
in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Breece Hall.
Wow.
Iowa State.
Okay.
I asked you last night. I said, "Do you have any interest in them taking Breece Hall?" You're like, "Nope, none, zero."
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You know, you're adding more to the offense to help Zach Wilson.
That was my first thought.
You know, of 4.39 40, really athletic, number one pick or the number one. His athleticism scores a 99 too. Yeah, that's obviously great.
Let me pull up all his testing numbers.
The thing is, like, you need a linebacker. And Nakobe Dean is sitting there, and you take a running back. You know, maybe there is some more medicals. So I'm okay with it because it adds to the offense. You know, and you put him and Michael Carter behind what should be a near a top 10 level offensive line with, you know, getting Wilson with Elijah Moore developing. You know, I'm okay with it because it's offense. But would have rather had Dean or one of the maybe one of the safeties.
Yeah.
Looks good, though. You know,
I hear you, man.
People were talking about the Bills getting him in the first round last night. So
that's what I heard, too. Yeah,
there were some predictions. I'm not going to lie. Second round's a little early for me. You know, 36, trading a 5th for it. But, okay. Offense.
You know, he's going to get major carries, and Michael Carter, you know, got banged up a little bit last year. That's the thing about running backs is they get banged up so bad.
He wasn't a good 2. They needed something else, you know.
I'd much rather the Jets take a running back relatively early than pay big money for a free agent running back.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be more of a pick, you know, in the 4th or 5th round, not 36 with the trade up and getting rid of another pick. So maybe they trade down a little bit. I don't want them to trade their 3rd round pick now, though, because I want to make another pick tonight. But maybe they trade that down and get another pick because now they only have 3 picks left, right? No, maybe 4.
Here's the thing, though, dude. Our offense could be pretty strong this year. Like, we could see the best Jets offense in our respective rooting lifetimes.
Hold on, next pick. Petrie. Okay, yeah, I like him. Yeah, sorry, but
I mean, think about it. Like, what's really okay? Considering Breece Hall is actually a legit player,
Yeah.
you got him and Michael Carter as a 1-2 punch. Considering Wilson develops and becomes at least a decent quarterback, tight ends, we added those guys in free agency. Okay, receivers,
Kyle,
we'll see
how do you
what happens
feel
with Wilson
about
develop. Elijah Moore's probably going to be a stud. Offensive line is solid. Who knows with Becton? I mean, that's a little bit of an uncertainty. But this offense, I mean, when you're talking about across the board, I know 2015 they put up some numbers and stuff, but this offense is much more balanced.
Like where's the hole right now?
Yeah,
exactly. Good question. Where is it? Because now you have a big time running back, the best running back in the draft. You have 3 legit wide receivers. Obviously, you're hoping for development. You have a backup guy in Barrios, who's a good locker room guy, good returner, good gadget guy. You have 2 tight ends who you'd both say are the best tight ends we've had since Dustin Keller, just individually, which is crazy to say, but that's not necessarily speaking about how great they are, but how shitty of tight ends we've had. They're both capable starting tight ends. Awesome. You have 2 good running backs now. If Carter was good last year, got a little bit banged up. Another trade. Falcons about to make a pick, I think. But I'm happy. Surround Zach. Zach Wilson has no excuses this year. They are.
he really doesn't.
They are stacked on offense. Stacked. But again, would I prefer some defense? Yeah, but listen, like we said, all things being equal, we'd rather help out Zach Wilson. Defense can be what it is next year, but you still added a fucking big time edge rusher and a big time corner. Like, that's gonna help out the defense a lot. And that's not including that we're even getting Joyner back, who is, I know we're not so high on Joyner, but he's a lot more capable than Sheldrick Redwine and Gerard Wilson. I think we could agree to that. So then you have Whitehead, then you have DJ Reed, who is a baller. He's feisty baller. The biggest hole right now in defense is the linebacker spot, and I would say linebacker 1, free safety 2, maybe D tackle 3. But I think you can work around those. Like, you have talent D line, you have talent with Mosley. I think the Jets, if anything, are going to force light personnel. They're going to want to run a lot of nickel and dime, because you want to get Bryce. Like, would you rather have Bryce Hall on the field, or would you rather have Quincy Williams on the field? Or Hamza Nasruddin or Sherwood. So they have talent. This team has talent.
Oh yeah. Question for you. Just popped in my head. Okay, so you're not picking for a long time now, right? This is a big year for you, right? It's year 2 of Saleh. Joe Douglas has to start putting some wins under his resume. This is his Jets team now, right? This is his 3rd draft. Okay. So you do have some holes in the team, safety, linebacker. Do you look to, instead of, you're not going to be able to really fill some of those needs now, at least not for a while, do you look to maybe trade for a veteran at one of those spots?
For a veteran, what? Sorry, Kyle.
Like, maybe like a veteran linebacker from some other team.
Yeah, why not? Like,
and do any names come to mind?
Well, let me see. I'm going to pull up best free agents. I think the Spot Track does it by position, right? Is it Spot Track for best free agents available?
Spot Track, OTC. OTC's numbers I heard are more accurate.
I'm just saying in terms of like free agents out there. Like, we talk about needing a backup tackle, but we signed Morgan Moses in May last year. Like, it can happen.
Oh, yeah, true.
So, dude. So it wasn't me just being a drunk asshole last night. Like, my computer, like, shit is just not loading, which is weird on Google.
You didn't knock your computer down, did you? Because you knocked your microphone over a couple times yesterday.
I'm sorry, people. I am sorry. I hope it wasn't too bad. I told you. I warned you. I did give you a fan warning. Right?
There was a point in time where you were just going off computer audio. Were you able to reconnect your mic? No, you're like, no, it's not working.
Oh my god, man. Let's see. So you
like highlighting these people calling me a serial killer.
Okay, my shit's not loading, Kyle. Can you pull up linebackers and safeties and tackles? Because I don't know why it's just not letting me load it. But yeah, no, it's funny. I think people agree with me. So hold on, let me see. You changed, bro. Jets trade up. Jets on the clock. Everybody's freaking out. Yep. Kyle can see picks through Blewett's eyes. Let's see. Remind him, Ronnie. All state, babe. All state. Let's see here. What do we give up? 5th round pick, move up, get the number 1 picker, guy in the draft, or at running back. Ha ha ha. Get Dean. I really wish it was Dean, but it is what it is. It is what it is. All right. Picks coming for the Falcons. Do you know this already, Kyle?
No, I don't know it. So tell me when you find out.
USA chant, always appreciated. I'm surprised it's not like frowned upon to chant USA anymore and be patriotic. little shot, but
Wait, what happened? Who was not being patriotic?
No, I'm just saying. I'm surprised it's not banned to say to chant USA now. People are so freaking soft.
God,
You know,
ban the chop. When I went to Kansas City, ban the chop.
That's offensive to people from other countries. Like maybe you should be like USA and this country and this country. Like don't make them feel left out. You can't have pride about just one place. Everybody's great. Am I being a douche? Is that a douchey thing to say? Just how I feel.
No. It's
we're not getting political, but people are soft.
Whatever happened to freedom of speech, man?
Yeah, for real. Who they got? Abichetti.
I watched a little bit of him today.
All right.
He's got some potential.
Yeah.
Alexander Johnson from the Broncos. Did he sign with anybody?
Who?
Alexander Johnson.
No. Can you share your screen?
I don't know that I can actually do that. Am I allowed to?
I think so. I think
I am.
Yeah, if you can, just pull up. I think tackle. Like, listen, I could see a situation where the Jets come away from this draft. Like every hole is not going to be filled. We know that. I could see them walking away from the draft with Joyner as a starter, with Quincy Williams as a starter. I cannot see them not getting an offensive tackle, whether that be later in the draft or in free agency. Like that's not going to be. There you go.
So this guy Alexander Johnson, I don't know why the hell I'm on Walter Football, but whatever.
Yeah, it's not the best list, but.
Hold on, let me reshare this. Let me get on a different site.
Yeah, do spot check because it lists them like right in order instead of being like 1 scroll, 2 scroll. You know, let's see. Cannabis going for lawyer. Enjoy yourself. Whoever it is, they have a top 15 grade on them. Breece Hall, man. Okay, stud running back.
Who has a top 15 grade on him?
I'm assuming the Jets do. But with it all being said, like that was your last hole on offense, right? Like we filled tight end, but what was the next thing? It was receiver. It was tight end addressed, offensive line addressed with Tomlinson. And the next hole was who was that number 2 running back, because it should not be Coleman. It should not be Ty Johnson. And you would assume that hole is now filled by probably Michael Carter. Like if they're trading up for Breece Hall and he's a pick at 36, maybe not initially, but you'd expect him to be the guy who is going to get a higher percentage of the carries. Like it's not like you just picked a guy in the 4th round and he hit like 36 overall for him. He's going to get some carries. I know they're going to split it up, but like let's say maybe at the end of the year it's like, I don't know, what would your guess be, Kyle? Like 60% Breece Hall, 35% or like 30% Carter, 10% Coleman or something like that, or maybe a little bit lower on Hall. Maybe it's like 50% Hall.
I would say it's probably too much for Hall.
Yeah, like okay, so I would say let's say 50% Hall, 35% Michael Carter, 15% other.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see. Okay, so do I have the correct list up? You can see it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All these guys look like they're signed.
Yeah, they're signed now. Yeah, these guys are all like there's some names there, man. Kyle Van Noy, AJ Johnson. I've heard of him from Denver. I know obviously there's a couple of guys, even Quan Alexander, like not great, but something.
What's Hightower's deal?
I don't know. He's getting old and slow, but he's still smart. Kevin Minter played well with Tampa right when he stepped in. There are some names.
No interest in Reggie Ragland, that's for damn sure.
Or Ogletree.
Yeah.
DJ Bello. Like there are some guys out there. Is there any more down? Kenny Young, Compton. Okay, yeah. There's some fill-in guys. I don't think there's like any studs. Let's see a tackle. Anthony Hitchens, not a bad one. Tackle and then a D tackle.
All right, let's see.
Would I get like banned off of YouTube if I put up highlights of Breece Hall so I can watch them with you guys?
Highlights? I don't see why you'd get for highlights. I don't see why.
No, I'm gonna put up some highlights. Again, there's a much more to evaluating than highlights of player. Obviously, we know that.
Nate Solder, no interest in that. Dwayne Brown, wow, he's 36. He's 36. I did not know he was that old. Brian Bulaga, who's constantly hurt.
Yeah.
Eric Fisher. Supposedly he had a bounce back year with Indianapolis.
Darrell Williams, not a bad option. I remember saying last night specifically Brandon Shell, 30 years old, improved a little bit with the Seahawks. I think him as a backup would be a good signing.
Mm-hmm.
There's potential there. I think Brandon Shell is a good one. Jason Peters, you can convince him to come back for a year. There are some names worth citing.
Man, 40.
Ode Abushi's not a bad name.
Yeah, he's
You know?
definitely he's made a career for himself. That's for sure.
Give him $5 million to be the backup.
Why
Like,
is
we
his
have
name
room.
on here.
Cam Clark. Yeah, go to the D tackles. I'm gonna pull up some highlights of Hall. We're watching
Sounds
together.
good. Okay.
Can you imagine if the Jets now traded up for Dean? It's not gonna happen all the way from 100.
Yeah, they don't. A team would not want to do that because you'd have to slide all the way back to 101 at earliest for that pick, and no team's going to want to do that unless you gave them serious capital next year.
Yeah, no, I'm like, listen.
But unless but if Dean really slides because of the medicals, you're talking, could he slide to 101? Like, that seems
and
crazy.
I see this.
I'm
I'm behind in the comments, but I see Rob V here, and I agree with him. There's no chance we were going to come out of this draft with 9 picks anyway. And I said it before, Rob. Like, the Jets have built depth for the last couple of years, but they need legitimate starting talent. So trading up and getting guys who are going to make an impact instead of just other guys, a bunch of 5th and 6th round picks. Trade up and get the guys you think are going to be legitimate starters who are going to make an impact now on the team. So if they like Hall that much, great. Let me just see the Bears pick right now. Okay. Matt Forte. Another very clean beard. Very clean beard game.
It's true.
Sebastian Maniscalco is with him. I don't know why.
2022 NFL Draft, Chicago Bears select DB from Washington.
Kyler Gordon. That's a good pick. It's a good pick for the Bears. Let me see this list, Kyle, of D tackles. I'm not great with knowing which ones are.
Eddie Goldman, Brandon Williams, Ndamukong Suh, Linval, Star Lele,
Ogunjobi, Malik Jackson, Sheldon. There's a good amount of names out there for D tackles, huh?
I'd be for Sheldon coming back, man. Honestly,
yeah. As a penetration guy, I think that he could legitimately be better than Rankins, which isn't saying a lot, but he's still out there. I think that would be a good signing.
Sometimes from time to time, like, flip on a Browns game or whatever, and he would pop off the film.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah. Okay. So let me pull up some.
Okay. So all right, let me stop sharing my screen so we can watch highlights on yours.
Let's see. What's the ones with the best?
For evaluating running back tape, well, highlights definitely aren't great, but
no,
it's better than some other things. It's like it's better than if you try to evaluate offensive line tape from a highlight.
No, that's bad news bears right there. Share, can you guys see my screen? You got it?
I can see. Mm-hmm.
Where's the one? This is it. This is one with the most.
Boom! I was able to boost my credit score 21 points using Experian Boost.
I boosted my credit score with Experian Boost.
Let's go.
And it was free.
Maybe just mute the audio.
People,
really?
How can it help you?
I think the song is good for it.
Free. Go to Experian.com/boost.
Yeah, maybe the audio is not.
I also meant that just from maybe a copyright standpoint too.
Yeah.
Sometimes YouTube can pick up on if it's a music and it might block it because of the music.
Let's see. Kyler Gordon's little pick. Nothing else coming up.
They're hoping for a fast start tonight. And they'll go to their star, Breece Hall, and it's a big run.
You can say obviously with 4.39 he has long speed too. And he looks pretty thickly built. What is like 211, 215?
He weighed 217 at the combine.
Oh, okay. That's a good size for running back. He's a little bit taller, right? Like 6 foot.
I think he's he's like a shade under 6 foot.
Okay. Looks like he has good acceleration and body control.
His 10-yard split was in the 70th percentile, something like that.
This is where your superstars step up.
Yeah, I'm excited to break them down. I'm really excited to break down all of these guys, for sure. So obviously, shout out to Just Bombs Productions. I don't want to get copyrighted or anything like that.
He's got long legs. It seems long legs, kind of like a short torso.
Yeah, a little bit high waisted. Spiller was kind of built in a similar way. He's a little bit skinnier though. Like Hall looks a little bit more thick to me. Obviously,
he's definitely thicker than Isaiah.
Does he drop balls? Can he be a consistent pass catcher? Because that's obviously big for our offense too. Being involved with play actions and weak outs and things like that. But he's not wearing 28 with the Jets, though. I wonder what it is. What number do you think Sauce is going to wear?
Why wouldn't he wear 1?
That's DJ Reed.
Did DJ Reed pick 1? I thought he was.
Pretty sure.
Okay.
He was 2.
Because DJ Reed was 2 back in Seattle, right? And then he couldn't get it because of Wilson.
Yes, but he took 1. So honestly, I think having him at 3, a single digit number, I would like on him.
There's no stage too big.
I think 3 would be a nice number for
He was
Sauce.
on a huge stage last week.
Or maybe he's the 4th pick. Maybe he does 4. Or
Joe Blewett, big aesthetics guy.
Just
I'm
a
aesthetic.
guy with them.
I know.
Yeah, I like when guys have the turf tape on the back, like running backs. When Carter has that, I like that. There are certain things I definitely like. So.
Wow.
One thing about Breece Hall is like these Big 12 defenses are always
He likes
shit.
those spins, huh?
Leading the way to block, and Hall
Defense is
finds
always
the
shit.
end zone.
Oh, he got the turf tape too. Nice.
Spin back to the outside.
Mute it. We don't need to
And a
hear these
big
announcers.
touchdown to
What?
give
What
the
announcers?
Cyclones
No,
a
I'm
little
saying mute the
momentum here
YouTube
and a
video.
run of 17.
It is muted.
No, it's not.
You can hear this?
Yeah.
How can you hear
No.
that?
You see yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, I can't hear that. If you guys can hear that, I didn't know you can hear it.
Oh, yeah, we could.
Likes that spin move. Really good body control. Ability to jump cut. Looks like he has good vision. That was a good jump cut. That was really shallow. You know, guys look like they can jump cut, but then they're jumping 3 yards to get their feet under them. You know, when you're able to do it within that half yard, like it looks like he can right there, it's impressive. You know, like Kevin Coleman talked about, like him gearing down and like overstriding and stuff like that. It looks like he has really good body control in terms of his stride. Yeah, we're all hearing it. Yeah, okay. I didn't know you guys were hearing that.
Not anymore.
So maybe I do get copyrighted. I love highlights, but like 2-3 minutes into highlight tapes, I'm like, great, I want to watch a film. You know, like it doesn't get me as excited as watching
I hear
taking
you.
on a game. You know, because you're seeing everything.
Like that touchdown that he just caught before, like he basically didn't do much there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's gonna happen, yeah. He looks like he has some good power. Like he's definitely built well.
Yeah.
Seahawks. Fuck it up, Seahawks. That's a good pick.
Hey, did the Giants pick?
No, not yet. They traded back. They're at pick, what, 40?
Because I was hearing the Giants might take Malik Willis.
Dude, yeah, I heard rumors that they were going to trade up to 33 to do it. Why not take Malik Willis at this point for the Giants? You have that much faith
I
in
mean,
Danny,
you didn't bring back Daniel Jones.
Yeah. Yeah, the 5th-year option wasn't.
I wish they kind of did pick it up, to be honest.
Oh, I always want the Giants to suck, too. I'm completely on board with you there. Like, I don't hate the Giants. Like, yeah, well, guess what? My entire family is Giants fans. I get destroyed at Thanksgiving. So, and Giants fans are just the white or the white collar type group. Don't love them. Let's see. Stop screen. Okay.
I don't know if you're in the same folder as me. Well, I shouldn't say that here.
But
I really wanted to get some. I did want to watch some of his all 22 tape Breece, but I couldn't get any.
Yeah.
And I think part of the problem is so much of the defenses are bad. So sometimes like you can find, okay, let me try to find maybe if I could find like Oklahoma defense or something like that against Iowa State.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't.
Joe, get ready to start drinking. We didn't take Dean. I wanted Dean. It's okay. Again, I would have preferred him, but the thing is, like, yeah, and we've already kind of mentioned this, Kyle. Like, linebacker, safety, D tackle are linebacker, safety are probably bigger needs. Like, they're more important positions than running back. But all things being equal, Zach Wilson, all about Zach Wilson. You know, so getting him a stud running back, keeping the Jets in front of the sticks. You know, second and 5s or 4s instead of 6s. Go ahead, go to the bathroom.
I'm going to go turn on a light. Somebody in the chat said turn on a light. And
turn on a light and get a
that
TV.
Person's right.
Love Breece. Let's see the pick.
The Seattle Seahawks select Kenneth Walker.
Kenneth Walker. Wow. Okay. The second best running back in the class. Unfortunately for them, the Jets have the best one in the class. Kenneth Walker, running back, Kyle. I don't know if you saw that. Him and then Isaiah Spiller's next guy, right? The big 3 of the running backs, you'd say?
Yeah, his tape was definitely better than some of the other guys I watched. I did not like the
Robinson.
Alabama kid that much. I definitely did not like the Cincinnati kid that much.
Ford.
The kid from Florida.
Yeah,
I mean, just another guy, pretty much.
Yeah. How do some guys know the pick while the TV's in commercial? Because people are there live and getting it live, so they tweet it out, and then it gets discovered. So,
yeah, I guess they announce it to the beat reporters sooner because some of these beat reporters, they get it a couple minutes before the TV announces it.
Let's go. I guess he's pumped about Breece. Yeah, I get it. Like, if he's the best running back in the draft, like, I don't really look into running backs a lot, but if I watch him, I'm like, damn, this guy is really good. I'm gonna be happy. Like, it's fine. Help Zach Wilson again.
Yeah.
sta-
The point
with-
is that at
with
this point in his career, you don't want Zach Wilson dropping back 40 times a game.
No, and with the threats they now have at tight end with the receivers, with Carter and Breece Hall running behind an offensive line where Kyle, like, I think we're both in the same range. Like, if they're healthy and Becton meets his, plays up to his first year or better, you'd assume in his third year, like this offensive line should be near top 10. And now you have two good running backs, you have good receivers, you have good tight ends, like a good system, in terms of the offense. I think towards the end of the year, even with like guys like Dan Feeney playing, like the last couple of weeks, the Jets were like 18th in offensive efficiency or something like that. So you add Laken Tomlinson, you add Wilson, you bring back Berrios, you add tight ends, you add a running back. Like this offense could be pretty good.
Yeah, especially the running game was the best that we've seen in a while, man. And I know that we had really good running attacks those first 2 years with Rex, but so I would say that the rushing attack was probably the best since then. I know 2015, we had a pretty good unit with Chris Ivory and stuff, but
yeah,
a lot of scheming. I liked what LaFleur did to scheme, to scheme guys open and stuff.
Who was that running back like late in the year? Like I get to a certain point that running back's like not important, which it is the least important position in football. But like
The guy who scored a touchdown against the Texans.
Yeah, Austin Walter. When you have Austin Walter running the rock out there, like Breece Hall's not a bad pick. Like we really didn't have a lot of depth. So okay. Kev Trotter.
Yeah, and Tevin Coleman, you can't rely on him either. He's going to miss several games.
Yeah, it was Nakobe Dean. I would have screamed if we got Nakobe Dean. Unfortunately, we didn't. I'm not. I would rather would have had Petrie or Brisker, one of the linebackers, Muma, Harris, obviously Dean, maybe one of the D tackles, Hall or Leal or something like that over Breece Hall. So it's not a slam dunk pick to me, but best running back in the draft, and helps your offense. Can't be mad at it. I really do like Dean though. So.
Listen, let's say the Jets get like 4 or 5 really good years out of Breece Hall, which for a running back, you can't honestly expect too much more than 4 or 5 like good years. It's just such a grueling position.
Mm-hmm.
Early on in Zach Wilson's career, while he's developing, that's huge. So I get it. I do get it.
Yeah.
And I said that they were definitely drafting a running back at some point. Now you drafted a running back who is making the team, right? You filled a definite need. So we'll see. And definitely looking forward to kind of watching his all 22.
Sure.
Dean has bad medicals. More people are saying in the chat. Yeah, we've heard.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, it's still worth it, though.
Score
At
points,
some
I don't
point,
care. It's a good comment, Trey. Matt Graff. Joe said we need 3 starters. Now we have 4. Yeah, we have 4. At this point, do you think that the next guy could be a starter? I guess it depends on the position. If it's a safety, if it's a safety who falls, I think that's the weakest safety or a linebacker, because those are the weakest positions like on the team right now. So I think if you're able to grab a legitimate guy who's going to fall, like a Michael Carter level fall last year, but at the linebacker or safety, you could argue that that linebacker could start over Quincy Williams. You could argue that safety could start over Joyner, even if he's a 3rd or 4th round pick if he hits. So I think they have 4 guys right now. Maybe they could get 5.
Do you have any interest in Jadeveon Clowney?
No.
No.
I would rather for the price of Jadeveon Clowney, I'd rather sign one of those D tackles, maybe another safety. Like I don't want to put Jermaine Johnson, all these guys on the bench to have Clowney in there. It's just he's kind of
he's a little bit of a diva.
He's a little bit of a diva. He's a mercenary. I would rather develop the young guys, in a year where we're not really going to truly compete. But
the only reason I said that is because Clowney to me has always been better as an interior guy. That's why I really asked. I know you brought up Jermaine Johnson in the same breath. Clowney was drafted to be an edge rusher, but if we're being honest, he's always been better on the interior.
Yeah.
And if the price was right, would he be willing to play there? I don't see why not. But just in terms of a talent standpoint, and health is always a question with him too. I just almost wonder if he's better from a talent standpoint than whatever else we could sign from a D tackle, because we're not picking till 101 there. What if the D tackles there at 101 aren't even worth it, right? We can't force the pick.
No. So Jared Lease, no fucking way we just passed on Dean for a running back. I feel similarly, but Kyle, what are your thoughts? Like, do you like grade? Do you hate it? Do you kind of err on the side of like, which again, I would have preferred.
I do not hate the pick. No,
yeah,
I
I
do
don't
not
hate it. I understand it, but I would have preferred other guys. But with Dean, what are the medicals? But even without Dean, Muma, Brisker, whoever else, I would have preferred. But again, if he's a stud running back, and that's one of the final pieces you need on your offense to be a legitimate, offense in the NFL, do it. Let's see the pick for the Vikings at 42.
Yeah, let's hear it.
This is crazy. We didn't have this many people when I played in the Super Bowl. And I gotta tell you, finding a Viking purple sport coat is not easy.
I don't care what you have to say.
And I hope you appreciate it. The significance of me being here was that 50 years ago,
Why weren't the Texans going to take what's his name? AP Hill? You don't know that. They're not solidified at running back right now. They could have been taking him. He was talked about in the end of the first round for the Bills, so I get it. I don't love it. I get it.
At Cornell University, and Jim Finks, the general manager, called and
Yeah, exactly. Rob, yeah, I said this before. I agree with that a lot. Rather linebacker, safety, D tackle. But if it's helping out Zach Wilson, it's helping out Zach Wilson if he's a stud running back. Stud running backs help, but with a stud running back, you need that paired with a good offensive line. Like you can't have a shitty offensive line then draft Breece Hall. It wouldn't make sense.
Offensive line definitely comes first. That's for sure.
You can't have running back without the offensive line, and that's why Le'Veon Bell was a stupid move.
I think the Jets can have a very strong running attack this year. I really do.
Yeah. Let's see. We know Joe Douglas is going to take the best player on his board, though, because people talk about the value positions like, oh, corner's not important. Oh, receiver's not important. Whatever. Running back, you think you'd take a tackle, but dude, this guy does not, excuse my French, but just shut the fuck up. Just
Who
make
is
the
it
pick,
talking?
bro. I don't know. Just stop talking.
He's a Vikings dude?
Yeah, I'm assuming. This is his time to do a stand-up routine or some shit. Like he's trying to make it.
You know what was hilarious?
They literally just came out, a person from NFL Network, and said, "Read the pick." They were
Good. Remember when the Cowboys guy trolled those Eagles fans?
What? Hold on. Would you sorry?
So okay, you're paying attention. My bad.
Yeah, hold on. Andrew Booth. It's a good pick at 42.
Almost makes me think Zimmer's still there. Zimmer loved drafting corners, but he
drafted pretty well though, right? So,
no, they overreached for Trey Waynes.
Yeah,
they also drafted
Michigan,
that. They also
Michigan
drafted this one kid. Oh man, he didn't work out for them. Why am I forgetting? Hit or miss. They had their hits too. The Florida State kid.
Was it Jeff Gladney?
Gladney, yeah.
Wasn't he TCU?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe Zimmer was still there when they hit on Florida State corner long guy. Why am I forgetting his name?
Didn't the Jets say they're high on Quincy? Yeah, but they just brought in that safety / linebacker. They were looking at Quan Alexander, which I know could be depth, but
if the Jets say they're high on Quincy, that's just them praising him, and partially because his brother's on the team, but they love his energy. Yeah, they're high on his energy, but come on, they're not high on Quincy as like an actual player or something like that. I don't think.
Where are the mods? There was something like 30 minutes ago in terms of like those sex cam chat things. Don't be sorry, Joe. It was a very entertaining stream. Oh, in your I guess last night.
Harrison Weaver said the report is the Jets tried to trade to 30 last night for Breece Hall, but they just ended up waiting until today.
Giants pick.
Let's see if it's Malik.
Yeah. So you think, right? Wow, Wan'Dale Robinson. Yeah.
Okay. Guess maybe they're
as
gonna.
A Giants fan, not taking, or if you're a Giants fan, not taking you know, Malik Willis there. I'm not, and Wandell, a little bit of a reach there, right? Maybe a little bit, not too much, but slot guy, I don't know. Remember, Canada loves the Jets. Talk football? We're not talking football? Oh, dude. That's when we were talking about the people chanting USA. This guy. Come on, PJ, you're better than that. It's like a 4-hour stream. Easily.
Could be that, or it also could be because we've been listening to the TV a lot and stuff too, rather than maybe analyzing the team more at this point in time. Dean needs pec surgery after the season.
Oh wow!
Yeah, didn't he hurt his? He hurt his pec working out, if I heard correctly, and he neglected to get surgery instead. Just wanted to do rehab and stuff.
Oh, I'm not privy on a lot of that stuff, to be honest. So
it seemed like it happened recently. Oh, Girth Brooks, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. The ladies pulling, like read the pick, read the card, like they're showing the replay.
I'll be back in a moment. I'm gonna go get something to drink.
Got you. I do not remember that, Girth Brooks. You again. Obviously, we have hundreds of people in these chats usually, so on a lot of opinions. But good for you. If you like it, you like it. I'm cool with that. Jonathan Taylor 2.0, sure. You hope so, right? Probably the best running back in the NFL right now, or our top 5 easily. So I'm cool with it. We signed Harris so getting Harris as on like a minimum deal. I don't think that's the answer at linebacker. Like they need something more. Like that's, in my opinion, he's like a depth special teams guy more than like, okay, you're going to come in and play, 60, 70, 80% of the snaps. So let's see. Watching Breece just bomb highlights, he looks like a bigger version of Michael Carter. Didn't realize he was 6 foot. Yeah, a little bit taller. He's well built too. Like he's not tall and thin. Like he is. There's a trade for the Texans are on the clock now at 44, but he's built well. So he's 6 foot, but he's not like he's scrawny. So pick is in for the Texans. I don't know who they traded up for.
Bigger version of Michael Carter.
I have to really watch. That's hard for me to say. Hard for me to say. Yeah. Again, Robbie, I hit on this before, but pull it up again. Like the Jets need players. They don't need depth. They need starters. So trading up for starters is cool. Harold agrees. You don't need 9 players here. Use your picks for excellent players. We include 2 5th-rounders. Yeah, 2 5th-rounders. You trade up, you get JJ and Breece Hall. Again, I don't love it over Dean or again considering medicals or some of the other guys, but it's a good enough pick.
Yeah,
good enough pick. Again, help Zach Wilson. That's the most important thing. You tell me right now, well, hey, Breece Hall is going to help out Zach Wilson, even though Dean would have been a better player. I can cope. Let's see. I'm still about 20 minutes behind the chat. I'm trying to move on.
You have to remember Zach Wilson's junior year at BYU.
12 is really retired, beloved piece. He can't wear 12. But sorry, continue, Kyle.
He was really good off play action. So if you have a legit running game and you can run play action fakes all the time, that's going to get people biting up. And you get linebackers start to bite up, it's going to make it a lot easier to hit those dig crossing routes, those over routes over the middle, right? You get some of those safeties hesitating on a play action fake, and then Zach Wilson can hit somebody over the top. It's one thing we didn't get to see too much of his deep ball really flourish last year, but it was all over his tape at BYU. So, you really start to have a good running game that teams have to respect.
Yeah.
I think you start to see some of Zach's talent really come out more.
Yeah, that's going to open up a lot for the tight ends over the middle, for up the seam, it's going to open up for a lot for the receivers. And somebody said which you don't want to be too optimistic, but you got the best corner in the draft. You got what some considered, Daniel Jeremiah to be the best receiver in the draft. I don't agree with it. He's my number 2 or number 3. Obviously, Jameson Williams healthy. And then you got the best running back, and you got a D end who, again, Kyle and I weren't overly high on, but there's people who were having him at 1 or 2, which is, again, a little bit crazy to me, but there are respected people who are saying he's going to stay in the top. He's going to be a top 10 pick. You get him at 26. They should have just got 4 legitimate starters. I know one of them was at running back, but running backs matter to a certain extent, and we have an offensive line. So Friegel D saying
running backs definitely matter. I mean, and no one's saying that Breece Hall is going to become Derrick Henry, even though Derrick Henry was a second-round pick, and I don't even know if he went that early as Breece did. But dude, I mean, like, tell me Derrick Henry doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, mostly when it comes to good running attack, I think a lot of it's based on scheme and how good the offensive line is.
Real quick.
Okay.
The Houston Texans select John Mechie.
Wow, John Mechie.
I seem to be a little early. He's fun.
Yeah, seems a little.
He's fun to watch him.
People say his ceiling isn't very high though. Like he's just a good.
I
route
agree with
runner.
that.
Like, he's not going to be excellent.
I think he's going to be a slot guy who has a long career, gets a lot of catches, moves the chains, but he's not going to. He's going to be limited in what routes you're going to ask him to run. You're not going to split him out and have him be the X wide receiver and tell him to take the top off the defense. So
yeah. Friegel D, I
didn't see that.
I love the picture right here. Friegel D, and Jets talk. Why are they negative? Because of Breece Hall? It's again, I don't love it, but I wouldn't be negative about it. But the picture is elite, Friegel D. So that's great.
Jesus.
I think it's the first time I've seen that one. Moving on. Dean has bad medicals. Yeah, I guess there's always those players who drop because of medicals, but still, depending on how bad they are, like I would love to walk away with Dean somehow. Imagine if he slips to the fourth or the third end of the third. Oh my God, something must be really, really wrong at that point, though. So BC loves Breece Hall. Now we got Breece Hall, Bryce Hall, Wilson to Wilson. The Michael Carter, like, it never ends. Never ends. Sauce, Big Apple, like there's just never ending puns on this team. Crazy. I didn't even think about that. Breece Hall and Bryce Hall.
Somebody said Jets might actually be fantasy relevant. True.
Yeah. Elijah Moore was last year. He won me a couple of games in a couple of leagues I had. I think I have him in the JetX league. He won me, even though that league I just sucked. But yeah, this system, with the Shanahan system is built on the running game. You get a good offensive line, a running game.
Let's talk about that too for a moment. So when Tony Gonzalez came out yesterday and Austin Eckler, and they were talking about how there's going to be the first Thursday night football game is going to be Chargers Chiefs, and I forget who it was who was commentating. Said, I think it was Gonzalez, but it might have been someone else. Said that I think whoever's going to win this game is the team that has the ball last in their hands. Yeah. I was like, okay. And I think that's kind of a little bit of an overblown statement, but it does make some sense. And think back to the playoff game that I went to, right? One of the all-time greats. Both those teams, really couldn't stop each other at the end. And the thing is, this Bills team, Josh Allen's only getting better, right? Stephon Diggs is an absolute stud, top 5 receiver. Gabriel Davis is actually coming into his own now.
Yeah,
right. This Bills team is going to put up points, period. Right now, the Dolphins. Okay, well, they just added Tyreek Hill, even though really bad situation for Tyreek to go, if we're being honest. But okay,
yeah.
But especially when you think about the Bills and competing with them in the division, and obviously competing with them in the conference, and then when you think about all the other AFC quarterbacks, compare the AFC quarterbacks to the NFC quarterbacks. Well, playing against the Bills. One way that you can kind of stop Josh Allen without actually having to stop him is just to keep him off the field. So if you can control the clock, keep him off the field, right? That means something. So
yeah. I'm trying to look at Twitter stuff.
We're talking ourselves into the pick.
Again, yeah, it's gonna happen sometimes. Solid B pick. I'm cool with it. Dean there. Just didn't happen. Best available from Daniel Jeremiah, Nakobe Dean, Jones, Christian Harris, Bernard Raymond, the tackle. See who falls. So we have hopefully make another really good pick, and we have about 60 picks to go here, but that's fine. That is fine. Miron Pac-Man. Breece Hall is a good fit for the zone blocking scheme. He's great at seeing and hitting cutbacks lane. Yeah, that's really important, obviously, in his own system, is being able to see, identify those holes, press to get guys guessing opposite. Like, if you have good vision and patience, that's really big in any system, but specifically, let's see Ravens pick real quick.
2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select David Ojabo. There you go. Linebacker.
Ojabo. Let him sit for a year, obviously. figure it out. They're a good organization. Like they I think they have like the flexibility to make that type of risky pick.
Yeah, they do.
Ed's brain's been marinating in some vodka. Who's Ed? Is it the Vikings guy? I don't know. Harrison Weaver, Joe, and Kyle report is Jets. Oh, okay. You said that before.
Yeah, I didn't know that until he mentioned that.
Do we have any idea what this is about? I'd hate being this guy's wife. Oh, the guy who's making the pick. 100%. 100%. That's it.
Because he was just talking and talking and talking.
Dude, it was brutal. Brutal. They literally had to pull, like, hey, come on. You got the hook. Like,
that's terrible.
Yeah. He's doing like a fucking stand-up routine. Kyle, can you find that what picks we have remaining? It's like 10, 101, 117, 140 something, right? Like I think those are the picks. So we're gonna
I'll tell you.
we're gonna have a pick early tomorrow and then pretty early to the 5th round and we're done. You know, we're not gonna pick for a while unless they trade back into the drafts, but 6th and 7th rounds, we're not gonna see anything. So I don't know. Do we run it for the whole thing tomorrow? Or we just kind of go until the Jets picks and some picks after that and then wait for people to clear out and then maybe drop it like the 7th round or something. I don't know.
I guess we'll see, right?
Come back on and excited about what UDFAs are going to pick up, which I'm cool with. Like there's going to be some UDFAs who people love. I'm sure that every UDFA we get or should have been starters like Kenny Yeboah. But there are some good pickups, you know, like last year getting Isaiah Dunn. I like that. I like getting Yeboah as UDFA. And then who was the other guy? The other big guy they got is a UDFA. There's like the big three.
UDFA. You're not talking about the guy they got from Oregon, the pass rusher.
Oregon State, yeah. Hamilcar Rashid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Junior.
Yeah, no, that's another junior. That's another guy I didn't really think about. Kyle Will BRB. He has to put his lotion in the basket for the Lakers.
Yeah, I saw that one. Ha ha.
Let's see. Lions pick. Oh, another comedian. Is he gonna keep talking? Joe, are you happy so far? Yeah, I'm happy. I am.
With the 46th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Josh Haskell, defensive end.
Weren't you talking about him? You like him, right?
No, I didn't get to watch him. I said I wanted to watch him, and I said that Jeremiah compared him to Boogie Basham.
Yeah, that's on the screen now. Heavy hands, outside, inside, like versatility and Boogie Basham. Okay, I don't think it's a reach. I think it's a good pick. 86 athleticism score.
Apparently, one of the PFF guys compared Breece Hall to Kareem Hunt.
Okay. I think Kareem Hunt's a little bit more stocky than he is, right? I don't like player comparisons.
I know you don't.
All we need now is Chad Muma. Yeah, if they can get a legit line like starter, like so, if you had to add one, like let's say like equal in value between linebacker and safety, do you have a preference between those two positions at 101? Again, assuming the guys are equal in value.
I prefer a linebacker because.
So you like Joyner as a starter more than Quincy Williams? Is that fair to say?
Maybe too, but I am holding out hope for Ashton Davis as well. Right? I mean, we drafted him, with the 60-something overall pick. So you'd hope that maybe he can figure things out at some point. I'm not really optimistic, but yeah.
Yeah.
And
I get it. Let's see.
I'm trying to do what you told me to do. I'm not really seeing something that's updated. So
is Breece Hall? I would say coming out of college, obviously Breece being a high pick, Jonathan Taylor being a high pick. So talent, yeah, sure, but Jonathan Taylor is what? Again, a top 3 running back in the NFL right now.
You have to also think Jonathan Taylor played in the Big Ten, right? The Big Ten probably after the SEC has the best defenses in the league compared to Breece Hall playing in the Big 12. And Jonathan Taylor had tremendous college production, right? One of the knocks on Jonathan Taylor was we don't think he's going to be good in the NFL because he's already taken so much carries in college and he might not last that long.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that Breece has had that level of production. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, again, I'm gonna have to research a lot. Like I'm not looking into second round running backs, third round running backs at this point, really. Sneakers to Boots, appreciate the super chat. Says these two past drafts really show how much power Gase had in the war room in 2020. We needed it to hit rock bottom to get where we're going. So hyped. I am very optimistic about the coach, the GM, the Jets roster, and the direction we're heading in. Like, and it's not just like being an overly optimistic Jets fan. Like, it does not matter the site. It doesn't matter Titans fan, Ravens fan, Broncos fan, whatever it is. Everybody collectively talking about the Jets draft the last couple of years and their direction. A lot of people are really being like the Jets are getting some respect.
Yeah, I mean, I have some friends texting me and even some students messaging me saying, "Oh, the Jets actually won the draft. First time the Jets won anything."
Yeah,
it does seem like a lot. And again, it's evaluate a draft class in 3 years and then tell me how good they are. But it does seem that a lot of people pretty much across the league are like, okay, this Jets draft is nailing it. And sometimes, by the way, think about those Raiders drafts when Mayock was leading that team, like those Cleveland Farrell 4th overall. And then Josh Jacobs, okay, good player. And then Elam, the safety or whatever his name is, or Abram, excuse me.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Abram Elam. Yeah. Like you want to talk about, and then the following year, Ruggs, okay, talent, but whatever. And then the corner that they took, who did you dig into his background and stuff? But whatever. Anyway, you knew that one draft with the Farrell draft, like that was extremely questionable, taking those guys in those 3 first-round picks.
Did you see Zach Wilson's tweet, by the way? I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I saw one of them yesterday where he said something about Wilson and Wilson. Did he say something else?
I think he notices like the talent that's around him now.
What did he say? This dude's a baller.
This dude's a baller with like the eyes open, like they're doing work for the kid. But sorry.
Yeah, and I remember him tweeting that out about Elijah Moore's tape last year, like when they selected him. Like he was like tweeting out like watching like Elijah Moore tape and like,
yeah. Let's hire me. Girth Brooks is tagging me and stuff on Twitter.
Yeah, I think listen, Joe Douglas is doing a way better job building around Zach than Mike McCagnon attempted to do for Sam Darnold. I know it was a little hard with Sam Darnold too, because you had to give up those 3 second-round picks to move up to get him. So that complicated things a bit. But still.
It's just, I saw this on Twitter. I'm not sure like how many sources are saying, oh, hold on. But I'm not sure how reliable it is, but apparently the Titans or the Texans were going to take Breece Hall.
Ah.
Santana Moss.
Harold's boy.
The Washington Commanders select for Darian Mathis, D-tackle, Alabama.
I think it's a little early for like some of the other guys that are on the board. But again, what do we know? 101 today. Yeah, so 101, 111, 117. That's all we have left. Oh, yeah, because we got...
That seems about right.
Wow. So, dude, tomorrow is going to be like top of the 4th round and we're done.
But you can get some really good value there.
Oh, no, I would rather have like it's
a lot of 4th-round picks.
I think the 4th round is the 4th to the 5th round. Like the 5th round is like, like hopefully he's on the team. Like the 4th round, that's the end of the draft where I'm expecting legitimate contributors. Like even if you're just a role player, but I expect that from 4th round picks.
Remember Idzik's 4th round picks, man? Chad, whatever, Hansen and
Chad Hansen and like wasn't Jeremiah George wasn't 4th, right? That was 5th. There was that corner like Dixon. Was he a 4th round pick? Like, oh my God. Yeah, wow.
The Idzik 14. We got another super chat from Daniel H. I love Dean too, but I actually really like the Hall pick. I think he can be special in this offense.
Yeah. Mike says, speaking of something else, one guy I really like has him as a running back. The running back prospect of the last running back prospect the last 5 years. He's an actual film guy like Joe, not just watching all 20. Oh, I guess so. There's a film guy out there saying he likes Breece.
I think Eric Turner was saying nice things about Breece.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
And Eric Turner, former running back himself back in the day.
Eternally cursed. Who did the Jets target at 101? I'm gonna say it's gonna be a linebacker or safety. I could see D tackle. I could see offensive tackle. So one of those positions, I would say. I think it's going to be. I'm almost leaning offensive tackle just because they need a guy to develop. I think, but
makes you wonder too. Okay, the more that Dean starts to slide, right? Because right now, what pick are we at right now in the draft?
48.
48. If he starts to slide and maybe to like pick 80 or something like that, at that point, can you maybe think about moving 101 and maybe one of those other fourth rounders to try to get up to get him?
Yeah. So Verge, wait a minute. The picks we have is what we just highlighted 101, 111, and 117. So
I think 101's tonight, but I don't know about 111. Is 111 tonight or tomorrow?
No, that's the top of the fourth. So we have a third round comp pick that was straight. Now obviously we got in a trade from the Niners, right? Or not the Niners. Was it the Niners? I'm blanking out now.
I don't know.
No,
I don't know where it came from.
We traded with the Titans, the Titans comp. Sorry, Titans comp pick, end of the third, and then we have 2 early fourths, and that's it. Unless they trade back up into the, unless they trade up into the fifth, or maybe they trade down. Do you think? I'll ask you that question. Do you think one of the picks, 101, 111, 117, they trade down maybe for like a fifth or a sixth or something like that?
Maybe.
Bears pick, by the way.
I would. Okay.
With the 48th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Jaquan Brisker, defensive back.
Good pick. Good pick. Put him with Eddie Jackson. But go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, so it kind of depends. Like, if you got a bunch of guys, like when let's say you're at 101, and you got a bunch of guys that have similar grades, then maybe you do trade back because, okay, well, seems like we got a couple guys around this area that we're comfortable with. Maybe we'll just wait another 10 spots before we make our first pick, and then we'll get a couple more picks later on, so we get more shots at that dartboard. That kind of makes sense. But if you're at 101 and there's somebody on the board who you had a pretty high grade on, and he was actually way higher than 101 on your board, and he just happened to slide there, well, you take him then, and you don't wait for him to slide anymore. You don't trade back more. So,
yeah. Harold Breece has been, I guess, known as one of the most productive running backs in college history. He scored TD in 24 straight games, NCAA record, 50 career touchdowns. Put some respect in his name.
Jeez.
And then Taywith, it says he rushed for 1,500 yards in 2020 and 1,450 in 2021. So, okay, really productive.
So then that whole crap that I said about Jonathan Taylor, granted, the whole Big 10 versus Big 12 point is still there to stand. But the whole production thing, that was kind of dumb for me to say that.
I
honestly didn't know anything about his college career.
No, I get it. I'm excited to watch his interviews. I love watching people's interviews more than highlights.
I'll say this too about Douglas and Saleh. When they said that they want to build the best football culture out there, they're putting their money where their mouth is, right? I don't really know a lot of the details with the whole Tyreek Hill and what happened with it in his personal life that led to him, almost not having an NFL career or whatever. He's an awesome player, but that's the only time I could think where the Jets, really kind of, signed a guy or were close to signing a guy or close to drafting a guy that had some questionable work ethic or at least somewhat questionable character. I mean, all these other guys, like, high up there. So,
Free Gold D is pointing out that Travis Jones still available. Yeah, there's him, Muma, Harris. There's some good players right now on the board. So one of them's gonna fall. One of them's gonna be at 101, and we're gonna really like to pick. We're gonna like to pick. There's gonna be somebody there. I'll throw this to you, Kyle. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, but I want to get give them your thoughts on this. 101 in next year's third if Dean continues to fall. Maybe pull up the chart of the draft picks and see what the value is to get back.
Okay, sure. Yeah, let me try to pull that up and let me try to share that too. Is there a specific website that you use for? All right, well, I'll just use the Jimmy Johnson one. Jimmy Johnson chart. And this is according to Pro Football Reference. So If this is not the most updated thing or whatever, okay, well, forgive me. Share screen. Good question, Harold, by the way. Share. All right. So let's see. We got 101, and that is worth 96 points. Okay. I mean, next year's third, I don't know exactly what that pick would be. Let's say that it's like, let's see. I mean, how bad do we think the Jets are going to finish this year? They'll probably do all right. Let's say it's somewhere in the 70s. Let's say it's like 75, so it might be worth 215 points. So say 215 plus 96, that's almost 100. So you're talking maybe like 300 something draft points, 310, 315, somewhere around that range. Would I do that for Nakobe Dean if he continued to fall? Yeah, and it really depends on the medical. I know that's kind of a cop-out answer.
Yeah.
But you're talking like that. His tape is really good. He's a first-round talent. He is, period. First-round talent. So if the medicals are okay, like he's had some hamstring injuries here or there his career, and the whole pec injury was kind of like just a freak accident that happened while working out. You know, that to me is something I could probably live with. So I would do it.
So what was about the value, Kyle?
Okay, so let me pull that up and share that again. I didn't know when you came back, so I thought you might have caught the tail end of what I said.
I heard what you said, Connor. I just didn't catch like exactly what it would cost.
Okay, so give me one moment. I'm going to share my screen again. So 101, Joe, you can see it, right?
I pulled up, yeah.
96 points. All right. Now I said that we don't know what the Jets' third rounder next year is going to be. We can assume that they're going to be decently better than what they were this year. So let's say that, you know, the Jets pick at 75 next year, right? That's worth 215 draft value points. So 215 plus 96 is like, you know, 300. Minus?
Why would you add them?
But Harold's question was
I got you.
So you're talking like 315 something value points. By the way, my math is a lot better this time.
I was going to say the last time you really struggled in that segment. Really struggled.
I'm learning, man.
So what'd you do?
So I said I would do it. I would do it, Joe. And I think you would
next year for Dean, who I think is going to be a very good starting linebacker in the NFL. Obviously, considering medicals, yeah, you do it. It's medicals, like you said, cop out answer, but it's true. Like we can't know if he's like, oh, chronic issues is going to be out of the league in 3 years, and maybe not. You know, different story. But let's see. John,
are they about to announce a pick?
John, pick is in for the Saints, 49, but nobody's on the stage yet. Oh, now they're about to walk up.
Zach Tom and Chig Okonkwo.
That's the tight end from Maryland, I think.
No tight ends went yet in this draft, right? Not one?
Nope, none. Yeah, you think Trey McBride? Where would he be good at? Indianapolis or the Colts might not be a bad place.
By the way,
Dallas.
I'll wait.
Let's see. The New Orleans Saints select Alontae Taylor, defensive back, Tennessee.
High RAS guy, right? I think.
Okay. Yeah, he's obviously not really an option at us. I mean, I guess I was hearing like third round for Rucker. I watched a decent amount of him when I was watching the Ohio State receivers.
The nostalgia thing, I would love it. I would love having a tight end, a young tight end who develops here, who was a Jets fan growing up. Like I like that stuff. So I don't think Ruckert would be a bad pick at any one of 101, 111, anything like that. Just take the best player.
That's probably like kind of like fair value for him at that point. But
yeah,
I remember like when Ohio State was in like the playoff games the following year, like when they had Fields and stuff, like people were kind of talking about him as being like maybe like a late first round, early second round type of tight end talent.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like keep your eye on him. And after watching him this year, I wasn't super impressed. And I know that he had that one really nice block against Carl Loftus, but
yeah,
I don't think he's a great blocker.
At this point, I'm just really all about like taking the best player available. Like just get talent. You know, if you can, it doesn't, you know, tight end, D tackle, whatever. But they have plenty of holes still, so just take BPA. Like I don't think you're going to take an edge rusher or another receiver, but maybe even a receiver. Like what if it is Rusty's guy like Eric Zukama, whatever the hell his name is, or Kyle Phillips? Like I'm cool with another receiver. Like they just get good football players. Like people get a little bit too attached to positional value at times to me. And
I don't think he's
a
going
lot
to
of the-
last till 1-on-1, but if Sky Moore was there at 1-on-1, I would take him.
I think he went already, didn't he?
Oh, I don't know.
I think he went.
Okay, but yeah, he should have went.
I think
he definitely should have went.
Let's
if
see.
Jahan Dotson, if you're telling me Jahan Dotson is,
he went the
worth,
first round last night, didn't he?
No,
Sky Moore, you sure?
I don't think so. I'm not positive.
I was very drunk. If you're wrong, it's embarrassing. Let's
I think
see.
you're wrong.
Was he not taken? I don't know. Was he taken? Chat. Somebody tell him in the chat. You guys know.
I'm just gonna search his name on Twitter.
Is Sky Moore good? Is one of the Googled questions. People also ask, is Sky Moore good? And they go to Google. Yes, he's good. This guy's great. You need him. I don't think he was picked.
He wasn't. I told you.
Wow. Yeah. Good call. Okay. I'm an idiot. So
he's gonna get taken today.
Yeah. Let's see. 101 is tomorrow. No, 101 tonight. Yoshi. It's a comp. There's comp picks at the third.
Did you ever watch any of Romeo Doubs?
No, the receiver. No.
Yeah, I watched a couple of his games. Being on your recommendation,
pass is straight up to 50. If they get Dean right here, I'm not going to be happy at all.
Oh,
I'm not going to be happy at all. I don't want to go to a divisional opponent. Fuck. Cole Strange though at 29, guy people are talking about in the third or fourth round. Like that was a reach, man. They listen. I get the Pats are great because of Brady and all that stuff, but their last couple of years of both free agent signings and draft picks have sucked ass. They suck.
I think I would disagree with you somewhat when you say that Bill Belichick's not a good GM.
What I haven't seen many good draft picks.
Yeah, but you have to. Okay, but he fosters the roster that he ends up playing with, and he turns. How many defensive backs did you see have good careers with the Pats, and then they go elsewhere and they never are as good?
Well, I think it's a system coaching thing. That's what I'm saying. I think that's more of an indictment on their drafting.
But he gets guys that play the way he wants them to play.
But so many of their picks have flamed out.
He's not good at drafting receivers. I'll definitely give you that.
So many of the picks have flamed out that I think it's more like the system is great. So you'd think that with that many guys like flaming out as a good coach, that's more of an indictment on your drafting skills because with how good you are at coaching these players, they should hit. So I get that, like, yeah, they win, but so many of their picks are just gone in a year or two or getting cut or like, I don't know. Micah Parsons just tweeted out crazy. I haven't seen Dean go yet. Yeah, it's wild. So
did they announce the past pick?
No, not yet. It's the guy who announced the Bears pick was the guy from Hot Ones, the game show. They the wings. I'm not sure if you've seen that before.
No, I haven't.
It's a good one. I like that guy. He seems pretty cool.
A lot of people keep bringing up the fact that the Cole Strange thing that McVay and Les Snead were laughing when the Patriots took him yesterday, thinking that he was going to be available somewhere in the 100s.
I didn't see the video, but I heard about it.
I did see it. It was kind of funny.
Was it bad?
Yeah, the Pats are kind of one of those teams that they march to the beat of their own drum. Their board is always very different than a lot of other teams are.
Yeah. Rob, I agree with, and this is again, like the thing with like, just get good players right now. Like the problem with mock drafts is people, they don't take into account like the effectiveness of each player filling said hole. Like people just like to plug holes, linebacker, tight end, this, that, and a checklist, but you need talent, so you're not going to just fill every hole right now. And in terms of guys not being there, yeah, Dean, if you told me he was going to be here at 50, I would think you're crazy, but we didn't know the medicals, you told me Cole Strange would be a first round pick, I would think you're crazy, but like, shit happens in the NFL draft. Always. If I told you guys, hey, the Jets are going to get Jermaine Johnson at 26, you guys would have spit in my face. He's a top 10 guy. There's no way Seattle's passing him. We called it. He's good value for where we got him. But yeah, mock drafts suck. They are stupid. That's why even doing them, I feel guilty, but they're kind of fun. Let's see. You're right, Rob. Look, tight end. Yeah, tight ends are there. All right, let's see. Pats. Do not be Dean. I'm not going to look at the chat.
You might laugh at this.
It's a bad pick? It's another bad pick? Let's go.
Somebody just said number 55 on the consensus big board. number 155 on the consensus big board.
Who's it going to be?
Which was to be able to announce the draft pick for his hometown team, the Patriots, 6-time. After battering over covering leukemia, I know this is going to be a piece of cake.
Let's see. We're talking about something. Alec Pierce. Willis will follow the Falcons. Yeah, that'd be great right now, right, for them? Falcons at like 60, whatever it is.
I'd rather him not. I don't want him to go to the Giants.
Me neither.
With the 50th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl champion, New England Patriots select Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver, Baylor.
Okay. Because he's fast? Because he runs fast in a straight line? Yeah, dude, they suck, man. Pats are going down. Fourth in the division. That's
their receiver drafting is horrible.
Fourth
if you look over the year, Chad Jackson, Josh Dobson,
and
or
Mac
whatever
Jones
his name
doesn't have like a
was.
strong arm. His arm is very average. Like you're bringing a speed guy for what? Okay. Yikes to the Pats. Awesome. Sky Moore still there? Like what? Wow. By the way, Breece isn't even 21 yet. Yeah, it's a good. That's good enough too.
Love that.
Good.
I want my running back to be young.
Number 1 on Kuipers. You two are bugging. You're bugging, Mike. I think that's when we're talking about the Pats and them not being good at drafting. Go through their draft histories. A lot of other players suck. It just is what it is. Good coach.
Their receiver, I will totally agree that they suck at drafting receivers. And I just said that just before they just drafted a receiver.
Kyle, this guy with the beard is really bugging. So apparently you're bugging. So I take it back, Mike. You're not bugging. Because saying Kyle's bugging is probably true. You're good.
What am I bugging about? Tell me.
I don't know. The Pats.
Yoshi, Kyle just made a prophecy with the Pats drafting wide receiver. All hail Ronnie Blair. By the way, was Ronnie Blair really a state champion wrestler?
Was he? I have no idea.
Somebody said that last night.
They're just saying that. Huh? Yeah, that's a bad pick for the Pats, but hey, they have a history of some bad picks, right? So Lambeau, New England, yeah, Rob D.
I'll just say this. I remember the Pats years ago. When Joe Tooney was drafted, he was their Pats' first pick. I think the Pats might have had a second. This might have been the year after they got fined for the whole where they lost a draft pick because of the whole Deflategate crap. I could be wrong about that, but they didn't have a first-round pick that year, and they might have had a second-round pick, and I think they traded back. So they didn't take Tooney until the 3rd round. And I remember when they drafted Tooney, everybody was clowning them there. And he ended up turning into a great player. They're good at drafting offensive linemen. They're good at drafting like linebackers. I think they're good at drafting defensive backs.
Yeah.
Receivers, they definitely struggle drafting receivers.
What are the Pats doing? Tyquan Thornton, yeah, not in a second. I agree. Speed, great. 3rd, 4th round, but 50, 51, that's high. That's high. Ryan King, the Pats didn't draft Barrios, right? He was a UDFA, so they didn't draft him.
Was he a UDFA?
I think so.
He might have been a very late pick.
Sky Moore Sky Moore, Pickens are still there, and you're taking Thornton. Wow.
Now I heard that George Pickens, there might be serious character concerns there.
Mike Donovan says the banter back and forth between you sound like you're stoned. No, no. Tired.
I would say that
hungover?
Today, more so than any other stream that we've done, there's less of like a connection going back and forth because it's like we're also tuned into what's going on the phone, on the Twitter sphere, and Joe's watching his TV, and Joe wants me to shut up while the pick's being announced. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll shut up.
I'm gonna pull up the draft, and like we're gonna start recapping a little bit of the first round too. NFL draft results while we're waiting for quite a bit for the Jets to pick. Let's see.
Oh yeah, N'Keal Harry. That's another bad one.
So let me put that in there. Yeah. So, Kyle, opening up the draft. I know I can hit on this without having to see
hitting Edelman in the 7th round was obviously a hit.
Did they draft Welker? Where was Welker? Was he?
No, they traded for Welker. They actually traded the Dolphins to get Welker.
So looking at the picks of yesterday, first overall pick, obviously Trayvon Walker going to the Jaguars. It was rumored that they liked his physical upside. They obviously nabbed him. I think it was almost seemed like it was chalk, towards the start of the day that it was going to be Trayvon Walker there. They go Trayvon Walker. So what were your thoughts about that pick? Because honestly, he was my best worst case scenario for the Jets at 4. If it were to go Sauce, Thib, Hutchinson, I think that's the next guy I would have wanted. So to see him going off the board at 1 was okay, 4th best guy, but I still have my top 3 guys in the draft. So I was happy with the pick, and I understand it. Not a pick I would have made though over Hutchinson.
I think it's way too risky when you're talking about blue chip players there with extremely high floors are there. He's just way too raw, right? Like you look at his measurables and you see Myles Garrett, like the height, he's a little bit taller than Myles. Actually, his arms are a little bit longer, same exact weight at the combine, right? His 40 is actually like a whole 10th of a second plus faster than Myles. Might not have the jumps that Myles has, but like you see that. And obviously, there was the whole year that Myles Garrett got drafted, 2017. Everyone was saying Myles Garrett at 1, no matter what. Like, don't overthink this. Yeah, there are quarterbacks who you might want, but Myles Garrett is the pick. You got to take him. He's just too safe a pick. So like, I get like, okay, you're hoping that he can become the next Myles Garrett, but like, if you compare Trayvon Walker's tape to Myles Garrett's tape, Myles Garrett was much more of a refined pass rusher. Like, he was still a tad bit raw,
Eagles,
no doubt.
Want to hear it,
but okay.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Cam Jurgens, center.
A lot of guys liked him as like a backup developmental guy for the Jets. So I'm sure that hurt some Jets fans, but
he's going to learn from the best.
So continue, Kyle.
So Myles Garrett was a much more refined pass rusher than Trayvon. Like when I look at Trayvon, it's like, yeah, we talked about how we would love to see speed to power. And I think that, if Georgia used that more, he would have really flourished in that role, I think. Especially like he was so good at like picking people off on stunts and stuff. Like you could kind of see it. That was like the only time you really got to see it, like was on stunts. But like he doesn't really win with finesse moves too much. I didn't see him really use a whole bunch of moves and stuff. So to me, his hand placement could be really wacky sometimes. I don't see how you justify that pick there. I get it. It's like really about upside, and people keep saying, well, Balky was there when they drafted Aldon Smith. I was like, yeah, Aldon Smith was a good player and stuff too, but how much of it was really based on Aldon Smith? And they had some other studs too. I don't know why I'm forgetting that one defensive end that they had who was with the Bengals for a long time before then. And then there was also J.J. Watt in that draft. You also had, I believe it was Watt. You also had, was Cam Jordan in that draft too? Yeah, it was Cam Jordan in that draft too as well. So was Aldon Smith really the best pick there? I did not like that pick. They're about to announce another pick, right?
Yeah. Chase Claypool's announcing Steelers.
Pittsburgh Steelers select George
Pickens.
And they're always good at drafting receivers, man.
He's gonna be a stud automatically.
Yeah, contrast their receiver drafting versus the Patriots.
Oh, when the Steelers take a receiver, I'm like, fuck, they're gonna be good. Like they always draft good receivers.
Yeah,
always. So he's gonna be a stud now. He kind of like people say he has like that dog like rough mentality. Good fit with Pittsburgh, So
I'll tell you what, the 3 or so catches that he had last year were all really good. They were really impressive catches.
So Barrios was a 6th round pick. Yeah, that's obviously thanks for correcting. I don't remember though, but yeah, 6th round pick. The guy who's
I don't see how you could take Walker over Hutchinson. So I think that was a bad pick. He could be really good, and like, listen, if he turns into what he can be,
good pick.
He's going to make Balky look like an absolute genius.
Yeah,
but if he doesn't, that's when you're thinking about 3 years from now, that's a quote unquote almost a fireable offense.
I'm telling you right now, if I was a Jags fan, I'd be furious if they took anybody over Hutchinson. You got to take Hutch. But
maybe you take offensive line there. Your offensive line. I mean, that offensive line is not good. And by the way, their center, his name's slipping my mind at the moment. He wasn't a bad player. He just retired. And I know you just signed
Pick's
Cam
coming.
Robinson
Pick's
to an extension, but like Cam Robinson, like, okay, like who else do you got really there on the line?
Alec Pierce went Colts.
Went to who?
Colts.
Okay. I didn't get to watch any of him.
So yeah, big RAS guy. So Rising New York Jets, why the hell are teams passing up on decent linebackers? It could be because there's a big grouping of them, and teams are waiting for the first one to kind of.
But a lot of
make that
linebackers
leap.
went yesterday, though.
Yeah. So let me see. The guy who was giving you shit before said I know my stuff. So Kyle, you have another person who's just not a big fan of you. So I'm sorry. Banner's excellent, good team. Let's see.
Hutch does. Pete Frenna says Hutch doesn't have any elite traits. I disagree with that.
His technique is elite.
His technique's elite.
He also had a better for a guy who's not athletic. He has a better 3-cone than Trayvon Walker.
And you could, I guess, you could label this in with technique too, but he has no wasted steps. So like compare him to Jermaine Johnson on the one hand. Jermaine Johnson takes a ton of wasted steps. We're talking about winning quick, getting to the quarterback quick. You got to get to him quick. Hutchinson, like he always has a plan. He gets there quick. He doesn't waste steps. He definitely doesn't have elite bend, even though he ran a 99th percentile 3-cone.
Yeah.
I would say his hand placement is elite, and I think his power is elite too. He's really good in the run game too.
I could easily see him being a guy who's getting 12 to 15 sacks a year when he's really kicking. Like he's a really good player.
Yeah,
so,
and he might not be one of these so he definitely doesn't have like the TJ Watt athletic upside.
No.
So he might not ever get like in that 20-ish sack range. But you want to talk about a guy who's getting like pressures, always up there towards the top of the league in pressures and QB hits. He's going to be there.
Mike, I like Saleh a lot. I think like there are certain coaching decisions that the Jets made. Most likely it was more the DC and the OC, but there's some things I want to see him override. The receiver rotation was frustrating in terms of complete group substitution. Same thing with the D line. The fact that they couldn't adjust the defense a little bit in terms of just letting Foley Fatukasi 2-gap a little bit on the inside, like a hybrid front. Didn't love that. So like there are some things I didn't necessarily love about the coaching. But I think you got a leader of men, a guy who's respected league round in the locker room, a guy who seemed to be working really well with Douglas. So I'm obviously it has to be proven on the field, but I like Saleh a lot. I think Kyle agrees with me. So
yeah, he's still a little bit unproven, but I do also like here's another thing I like about Saleh.
I do not agree with Pete on this, by the way, about Trayvon over Hutchinson in terms of safer player than Hutchinson or safe in general. He's not
insane
safe.
Upside. He's right about that. Safe.
Yeah.
I don't see safe. I do not see safe at all with him. You're drafting a guy at 1 overall. You're expecting him to be really safe and have a freakish ceiling too. He has the freakish ceiling, but his floors, I don't think so. It's a really raw player. Going back to Saleh, I think Saleh has in these past 2 drafts has had a big say. Obviously, Joe Douglas has the upper authority on a say and whatever, but it seems to me that Saleh is also good at evaluating talent. Whereas take someone like Rex Ryan. I don't think that Rex Ryan was the best talent evaluator in the world. If you remember back, Mike Tannenbaum would always say something along the lines of, well, we always give Rex one pick, and he gets to solely have complete say over who that one pick was going to be. And Rex would use it to draft a fullback or something like that. Right. I remember Rex always used to have his weekly spots on 98.7 FM on the Michael K show. And I remember before the trade deadline once, Rex was kind of bragging about how they had a big trade in the works and just wait until you see it, blah, 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 blah. And it ended up being Percy Harvin. And Percy Harvin actually is a really good talent or whatever, but was Percy Harvin, given his injury history and all that kind of stuff, was he really the right move for the Jets at that given time? And, and also the character stuff too, was Percy's head always in the game? We always had migraines and concussions and things like that. I don't know. So when it comes to talent and Rex having a vision for the team and the culture, when you heard all that stuff about Robert Saleh being a culture builder, players love him, he's a great man, great family man, and all that kind of stuff, that stuff definitely matters. I mean, he might not be the most insane X's and O's person. Like compare him to someone like, the Shanahans of the world. He might not be that.
Or even like what's the guy, the Rams DC from who got a job?
The
Chargers. What the hell is his name? He's like an X and O guy. But
yeah, I know exactly. His name's slipping my mind at the moment. I feel like an idiot.
Yeah, it's annoying.
But
I'm hungover though, so you have no excuse. I'm cloudy. Let's see, Gonzalez with the 54th. I know it's a receiver.
Tony Gonzalez looks great for his age, doesn't he?
Yeah. Let's see who your dad's team's getting here. Apparently, it's a receiver, so I'm going to say Sky Moore. If they get Sky Moore here.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Sky with 2 eyes.
Wow. That's a good pick for them.
Okay.
Damn. All right. Speedster 2. Antonio Brown, player comp. Patrick Mahomes has that's a replacement.
Who said Antonio Brown player comp?
Looks like Daniel Jeremiah.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't see that.
No,
I don't see that.
Let's see. I already know the next pick too. I kind of blew it for myself. So Arizona, the next pick at 55 gets Trey McBride.
Okay.
So
wait. So you started checking Twitter for picks?
I did for a second, like an idiot. I just looked. I was looking for something, and it just got bad. JD cut Ryan Griffin. That already happened. That happened days ago. Right?
Yeah. Yep, it did.
Harrison Weaver says, dude, the Chiefs are killing it. Got Sky Moore, Karlaftis, and McDuffie. Yeah, that's Karlaftis was one of my favorites. McDuffie, one of my favorites. I said one of the 3 safest players in the draft. Getting Sky Moore, guy who shot up the boards, but is really worthy of a second round pick.
Yeah. So you were thinking like the Chiefs might take a step back after losing Tyreek, but with a draft like this, it's kind of like reloading.
Yeah,
as opposed to rebuilding.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan Richter is talking about McGovern. McGovern is going to get better with Laken Tomlinson next to him instead of GVR, LDT, 2 more reps in the system. Yeah, like I think people have a really down opinion on McGovern because he started his first year slow with the Jets. Even last year, initially, the Panthers game wasn't the best outing. But overall, I think he's an average center. Now, I agree with Snickers to Boots before who mentioned the fact that he doesn't like that Zach Wilson get tossed around a little bit. McGovern's not the guy to go back up and get into a fight, which I would like. But yeah, no, I'm happy with it. Or I'm happy with McGovern as a center. Right? If he's your worst piece in your offensive line, I think you have a pretty good offensive line.
Yeah.
So
you could do a lot worse than him at offensive line.
So let's see.
Good scheme fit too.
What are your thoughts about this? Gerald Bailey's asking, talk about how we're going to change our corner schemes to get Sauce off proper.
I don't know what he means off proper.
Maybe there's a little bit more man coverage,
There better be.
Yeah.
Because
but my thing is DJ Reed's a better zone guy though. So do they run maybe?
Well, they could do so let's say coverages? So let's say that you put and I know that which side of the field did Reed prefer? Because Sauce lined up on either side of the field.
Right side of the field.
Okay. So, that might be something that you want to watch for because, if one of your corners is only more comfortable on one side, then that kind of limits your other corner because obviously the offense can choose to put their personnel groupings wherever they want. But, the good thing about Sauce is he can move anywhere and be comfortable. But yeah, let's say that they were going to lock the X receiver on one side of the field and they had like a 3-by-1 formation, right? I'm totally comfortable leaving Sauce literally on an island, pressing right up in the X's face. But I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it, but like Sauce is versatile. So
now what do you do with Breece Hall?
We definitely better see him in a lot more man coverage, huh?
We didn't really talk about that last night, at least to the best of my knowledge, which I guess doesn't really
count
we didn't.
For a lot.
No. What happens with Breece Hall? Like, is he just the 4th? Do you think they try to fit him in to maybe they play DJ Reed a little bit in the slot in certain different looks and bring Breece Hall in over bringing Michael Carter II in? Like, how does that work? And the fact that Brandon Eccles is now your 5 or your 6, and Guidry is your 5 or your 6. Like the Jets have depth at corner. Like the Jets corner group could be legitimately good. Like DJ Reed is I don't like. I know he ranked out like 8th or 9th best corner in the NFL. He's still ascending, but like he's a legitimate number 1 starting level guy. Even if you're going to argue for him being a bottom level number 1 corner, and now you're getting Sauce Gardner, who has a chance to be a very, very, very good corner in this league. And you got Hall as depth. You got Carter II. You got Guidry. Like I'm definitely thrilled. But overall, with the Breece Hall thing, the Cowboys are this pick. But after this pick, like your opinions on what happens with Breece Hall. But let's listen to the pick. Just Goodell. I'm going to make some coffee soon.
I could go for some of that.
Wow, that's a little bit of a reach too, right? Isn't he like really boxy and not very athletic?
Couldn't tell you, man. I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing about the Breece Hall, what we're going to do with him.
Oh, I'm wrong. Sorry.
To me,
good.
You know, I guess like in like a dime package, you could roll with him and Sauce on the outside, and then Carter II and DJ more on the inside. But I don't know how often they're going to do that because, all right, so here's a good thing. Reed can tackle, Sauce can tackle. Hall is not a bad tackler either. He had some pretty nice run fits last year. And even Carter II, not bad. All those guys are very willing tacklers. But still, though, you know, and not that Ashton Davis is certainly not a good tackler, but, you know, the problem with that is if you're putting 4 corners on the field, like, are they as good as tacklers as someone like a Whitehead and then one of your other safeties, right? So I don't know exactly what they're going to do, but I'll tell you this. Breece Hall is going to play a ton less than he played last year.
Yeah.
I could say that with confidence.
I don't think you force him into the slot or DJ Reed.
He's going to play a ton less. No, you don't want him in the slot. You definitely do not want Breece Hall.
No, you don't want guys with 2-way goes on him. Like he needs that sideline to be able to. You could work around the lack of athleticism when you have the sideline to help you. When you're in the slot, you have a 2-way go. You need to be uber athletic, and he doesn't have that. So, again, maybe on certain looks, maybe you kick Reed into the slot and you let maybe Hall play a bigger body type corner or a receiver outside. That's a thought. Maybe you see that 10, 15, 20% of the time. But, yeah, Hall's going to play, 25% of the snaps. Now, if a team were to call about Hall, would you trade him? Like, what would be – if teams called right now and said, hey, we'll give you a 3rd-round pick for Breece Hall, you're going to do it?
Yes. Oh, yes.
A 3rd-round pick?
Would you?
Would you trade up right now, Breece Hall to Atlanta to get Nakobe Dean?
Yes.
I wonder
the easiest question you asked me.
I wonder what the chat thinks about that. I would too. You're getting a starter for a.
We got Breece Hall in the 5th round, man, and okay, we used him for 2 years. You're gonna give him a contract in 2 years, right? He's got a little bit of an injury history.
If Sauce hits, Reed hits, Michael Carter II hits. Like you can't sign everybody. So
yeah, and people talk about Breece Hall getting better, which obviously there's room for him to improve. But what's his ceiling versus someone like Sauce? I mean, so you're talking about lack of athleticism. Like first of all, Breece Hall does not use his size and length the way that he should. And part of it might be because he's scared that, okay, sometimes when you shoot to jam someone, if you miss, you're a step behind and you're already letting the receiver get in route, right? And then you have to play catch up. Breece Hall doesn't have catch up speed.
No,
it's rare. Sometimes you'll see Sauce miss with his jam, but even when he does, he has good catch up speed. He's right on that guy in a second.
So does Reed too, dude. Like we have some athletic corners. Even Michael Carter II, Eccles, Guidry. Like we have plus athletes at every corner position minus Breece Hall. He's a minus. But
yeah.
So
when you look at Hall, stylistically, player comp or a trait comparison, he's the most similar to Sauce. But I mean, Sauce is not coming off the field like ever.
No. So Elias asked a question, which is a pretty smart one. So let's say they don't get another receiver, they don't get a tight end. I said in the beginning of the year, Croft as your tight end 3 is a good tight end 3. Like I'm cool with bringing Croft as tight end 3 because I'd rather have him than Yeboah or Wesker or any one of those guys. And I think if you sign Keelan Cole to be your number 4, number 5 receiver, I think that's a good signing too. I would do both if they don't get another receiver or tight end.
Yeah, definitely.
And
Keelan Cole was a bit of a disappointment. Croft was pretty much exactly what we thought he was going to be. A guy who could step in, make some nice plays, and he was going to get hurt. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. So Split coverage, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like combo coverage, split coverage, Harold, in terms of how you can use Sauce more press and DJ Reed.
No, it definitely makes sense to have like if Sauce is singled up on like a one side set, it makes sense to put him in straight man because I'm that confident that he can just lock that guy down. I mean, I know he's a rookie. In his rookie year, it'll be a little hard when he goes against some of the elite receivers, but dude, I think he's gonna be able to hang with them though. But like, how flexible is Reed willing to be to switch sides? You know, that's the concern.
Harold, I saw that he was a good athlete. There's another edge rusher, something Williams later in the draft. Maybe Trey Williams. Let's see who the Bucs get.
And with that 57th pick, in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select tackle, Central Michigan, Luke Godecki. Go Bucs.
Okay.
This does not surprise me at all.
They're thinking he's a guard. Okay, so let's see. A clown on Twitter. I talked about Chad Forbes. Let's see. Seems to me every time Eccles tackled someone, he got injured. He did get banged up a couple times.
He did.
People. Yeah, he did. Eccles needs to be on the bench.
Sometimes too, it was like landing, like after like a ball was in the air and he would land and he'd get hurt.
Yeah, Harold, that's fine with saying that here. Like Eccles needs to be on the bench, and that's fine. I think if Eccles is your 5th or 6th corner and you took him in the 6th round, he's a slam dunk of a 6th round pick. Eccles, even if he's depth. So cool with it. Joe's definitely stoned. No, nobody trading for Breece Hall. You don't think there's a team out there willing to trade?
Nobody's going to trade a 3rd rounder for Breece Hall. But
would
someone trade for him? Maybe.
I don't think so. Why wouldn't you? If you don't have a starting corner right now?
No, I'm saying, would someone trade for him? Like I could see it. Is what I'm saying. Yeah. I could see it, but just not a 3rd round pick.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're not going to trade 57, 58, 59 for him. If you're talking like a later 3rd round pick, 90, like 100, I think a team would do that for Breece Hall.
I don't think so.
Why? He's a starting level corner. I think the value of a starting level corner, a guy who's young, could be a later 3rd round pick. But if he's fleecing guys for Herndon getting 4th
Matt
round
Ryan
picks,
went for a 3rd round pick.
Dude, Chris Herndon got a 4th round pick. There's a difference between
Yeah,
Blake
and
Cashman,
that GM got fired, didn't he?
Blake Cashman got us a 6th. Like, so you can tell me
there are some dumbasses out there.
Yeah, there's always a stupid team out there. The Jags are up soon. So the Vikings, we fleeced them last year with hey, Sam Darnold got us a 2nd, a 4th, and a 6th. Breece Hall can't get a 3rd. I don't know.
No, Sam Darnold got us a 2 and a 4, and we gave up a 6th, right?
Maybe. I think so.
Yeah, we definitely did not get 3 picks for him.
Joe's a blue. Sneakers of boots. What's the bar for Zach? Is the only question we have right now on offense. Yeah, he's the most unproven guy, right? Like,
yeah, and obviously Garrett Wilson's unproven, but
you know what I mean. So I think what I've said for him in the past, like I need him to be an average level starting quarterback this year, like, or a little bit more.
This
year. Like, I need to see him be in like that, like Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr type range, like better than average, but like solid enough to win with, like just that line. Falcons. Troy Anderson, a linebacker. A lot of people liked him. Freak of nature, right? He's like a 9.9 or 9.99 RAS score. So he's gone. Raw, apparently, but
so with Zach,
4.42. Yeah, wow.
We saw a ton of like extremely impressive plays in his college tape. Not so much last year. Granted, he missed some of the season, and then even when he did come back, he was missing a lot of his other players around him, including his offensive line. So some of that's not on him.
Yeah.
So this year, you're expecting to see much more of those big plays and a lot less of the horrible plays. Whether it's dirting an easy ball on a 3-step drop, or whether it's throwing into double coverage when it's an insanely stupid throw.
Yeah. So Daniel H says, do you attribute this Dean slide to physical or just the value of linebackers?
I think it's the injury. It's the injury.
1,000% injury. You're not taking Troy Anderson and him in any world. If that, not to me. I'll throw this question to you, Kyle. Mirren, Pac-Man again. Can Breece Hall move to free safety?
I wouldn't want him at free safety. I think Bryce, the best attribute about Bryce is that when he wants to get in a receiver's face and jam him and use his length, he can do it. When you start talking about moving a guy back to safety, it's a completely different kind of way you're asking a guy to play the game. Now, ball skills. Breece Hall had good ball skills in college, but his ball skills last year were really, really lacking.
Yeah.
So like when you're talking about like, okay, I want a free safety as a guy who can go up and get the ball, like, you know, he's topping the defense. I want a guy who can get a pick and stuff. And I don't know, is Breece Hall the guy to kind of do that? Like, it's a lot of people always talk about like, okay, limited athlete, especially later in his career, let's move him back to safety. We've never really seen Breece Hall do that, so we don't know that he actually can do that. A lot of safety play is just being able to read route combinations.
Mm-hmm. Okay, guard to the Vikings, but continue.
Yeah, so a lot of safety plays being able to read route combinations and knowing exactly when to start shifting to this specific area, when to start to break on a route, and we haven't seen Breece Hall do that. So that would be a whole big question mark. So I have no idea.
I don't think it's not like, oh, you're a corner, you could play safety as well. Like it's a complete he's never played it. Why we didn't do that? Like he's still valuable as a fourth corner. You know, he's gonna end up playing. There's gonna be a guy who's gonna go down for a game or whatever. So
Harold said that you're right about the Sam Darnold trade compensation.
Yeah. Ed says Jets have added enough pieces on defense to be middle of the pack. If nothing else, they added big playability and keeping with today's NFL, they're loading up on offense. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. Ball control. They have the ability to create some explosive plays off of play action with the receivers they have. You have two good tight ends, contain it, help out Zach Wilson in terms of over the middle and his comfortability in the offense. That was a massive piece of this offense last year. That was filled by a bunch of Jags, to be completely honest, at tight end. So controlling the ball, explosive plays, and you have some players on defense who can make some plays. Like you're telling me if you can get some pressure, throwing up balls and having guys like DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner, guys who can break on the snap of a finger, they're going to get some picks this year. You know, yeah. Jordan Whitehead's going to force a fumble or two this year. Even Marcus Joyner, he takes some chances.
He does.
He got some picks. You know, he's going to get burner time or two for sure. But overall, the defense is. I think the defense could be average. Kyle, what do you think?
Oh yeah, yeah. I think the defense is massively improved.
Yeah.
Granted, that's not saying much. They were really bad last year. Really, really bad.
Terrible. Yeah. So let's see. Eccles is a good depth player. Agreed. Should have said that. Didn't want to just dump on him. Yeah, no, there's a difference. 6th-round pick, backup, role player, slam dunk. It's more than you expect with a lot of 6th-round picks.
Yeah.
So, Meatball Palm, I knew you were hammered last night. The moment when you went live, nothing beats a JB drunk stream. Yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time.
It was fun. It was fun. I got a kick out of you.
Good. I warned you guys. It's a good day. Like there's 2 best day of the years for me is week 1 and draft day. Better than Christmas, everything. So draft day, I celebrate. Let's just say that. I celebrate hard. So I think it was so the Herndon trade we got a 4th and we gave back a 6th. So that's the trick. That's the trade that we got to pick.
I did remember that.
Pick. So wasn't that 6th-round pick Eccles? I don't know. Was it? Maybe. Harrison Weaver. Fuck! I wanted the Jets to get Anderson. One of my faves. Yeah. He likes him. Richter likes him. Mike likes him. So he's a guy that Jets fans wanted. But there's still like the fact that Muma's on the board right now. Christian Harris is on the board right now. Dean is on the board right now. You know, Travis Jones hasn't went yet, right? Like there's some good players. So.
What's Travis Jones' athletic makeup?
I know he is a higher RAS. I'm not gonna.
That's why I was asking because
Right,
I don't know if he would be a Joe Douglas type of pick if he weren't.
Travis Jones, was it mock draftable, right?
Yeah, I'll look it up.
I'm pulling up right now. I got it. Yeah, he's 80th percentile in 3-cone, 77% in broad jump. Vert is 46. 40-yard dash is 88. 10-yard splits 40. Hand size is 73. Arm length is 83. Wingspan 80. Weight 80. Height 80. So you're looking at a pretty good athlete.
Okay.
Muhammad Wilkerson's his best comparison.
Yeah,
Marcel Darius, Leonard Williams. Eddie Goldman. So he's an athlete. His ball skills are the same in college. You couldn't track in college either. I thought he was definitely better at like just playing the ball and not letting it get like. I'm not talking about even like ball skills in terms of just interceptions, but pass deflections too is a part of ball skills, and he just didn't do that this year.
Yeah.
So Jody traded Dan Brown for LDT and Dan Brown. Yeah, exactly. Like we can't get a third. We can't get a third for Hall. I think it happened. You know, maybe not. Nakobe Dean trade up looking interesting unless he has a terminal illness. I don't want to. Obviously, it's not a terminal illness. I think that's a little bit of a reach there, but unless it's like a chronic issue where there's no doubt about it, it's going to fall apart wherever that body part is. I don't see how he's still on the board right now. It's crazy. That's a surprise of the draft right now, Kyle. Right? Is Dean falling this far?
Yeah. At a certain point, though, like even if like a guy has some type of injury where you're seriously questioning how long his career can be, at a certain point when he starts to slide, it's still worth taking him.
Yeah. Jones is strong as fuck. Snickers the boots. I can't wait till next year when we don't pick until 20th plus. Hey, that'd be nice.
It means we're in the playoffs.
No. Yeah, it's not in the playoffs, right? Because at 18 and over, you're in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So do I think that happens? No, but can I see the Jets easily being 8-9, 9-8, maybe? And especially like even in the AFC, 9-8 is great. Like the AFC is stacked right now. So them finishing 8-9 and picking at 15 is what I want. Like I don't want to be in the top 10 anymore. I'm done with the top 10 shit. So let's hope for it. This is the year where the Jets need to be competitive. I can't see a Jets team who's 5-6 wins this year and be happy about it. 7 is my floor. I want to see 7 wins. So Meatball Parm, this is a massive question for the Jets right now, but imagine if Mims gets his head out of his ass. Can you imagine if he was just Mims of his rookie year and you have him as your 4th guy?
Jeez.
Like, dude, I wish, man. I hope it happens. What is the percent chance Mims will work out here, Kyle?
You asked me this, I think 2 weeks ago, and I said probably less than 20%.
Yeah, I was kind of like sitting on like 15%.
Yeah.
You know,
unfortunately.
Yeah, it sucks. It's just you don't see guys having a year like that and then bouncing back. It just doesn't really happen very.
And we backed him for a while, man. Like we heard all the crap in training camp, mini camp, Mims. I was like, yeah, once the regular season starts, he'll be fine.
Yeah, you said
and
11
then
touchdowns.
Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, week 6, and eventually it's like, okay, man, I can't keep backing you. It's one dumb thing after the other.
Bengals pick right now, but yeah, you said 11 touchdowns for him last year, right?
I think I said 10, but maybe
11.
It was 11.
I think you did. Let's see.
And you said AJ Green. So
I can't hear you. What do you say?
Select Cam Taylor Britt, defensive back, Nebraska.
That's a high RAS guy too, right? Or is that Armour Davis from Bama? I'm not sure about Britt, but corner. Okay, so let's keep moving on. Fuck yeah, sneakers. Mike loves it. Harold, playoffs. I have a feeling our offense will be sick if Garrett Wilson's a solid 700 to 850 yard receiver. Sign the dotted line right now, especially with the weapons they have with Breece Hall, with Carter, with Conklin, with Corey Davis. If he's getting 700 to 850 yards in his rookie year, that's a good rookie year. Like the Jets are going to spread the ball around a lot.
By the way, what are your thoughts on the Ohio State quarterback?
Not thrilled.
Yeah, I didn't quite get the hype behind him. I mean, like, and I'm part of the reason I'm saying that is because he's throwing all these studs. I mean, not just the 2 guys that got drafted, but obviously he didn't have Jameson last year, but because he wasn't playing. But then he's got this Jackson Smith and Jigba guy as well.
Jackson Smith and Enigma, I think his name, whatever it is.
And Jigba,
he's the best of Wilson and Olave. Like I like him a lot.
Definitely quick. He's definitely quicker and crisper than those guys.
I would say he's going to go in the first.
I don't think he's got the deep speed that those guys got, though.
Okay, yeah, I think he's a first round pick next year.
Yeah,
if he comes out. Breece Hall.
Yeah, didn't he have like 347 yards in a game? One game.
Breece Hall.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. He had like 347 yards in a game.
There were some games he just dominated. Oh, but I think Breece Hall's having an interview right now or something.
Okay.
So I want to watch that.
Why don't we just stream the interview?
I don't know how am I going to do that on my computer.
Well, where's the interview going to be played?
It's on.
Network,
it's on.
So. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Probably after it's posted,
He's coming up to hug the commissioner right now.
Somebody's probably going to clip it, and then it'll probably be on like Twitter or something.
Yeah. But he went up to shake the commissioner's hand right now. The
He's
Jets
there?
The Jets have traded Breece Hall to back up to 62 to take Nakobe Dean. They fucked up on his medical. No, yeah, I don't know. He's went to the commissioner and shook his hand. He's on the stage right now. So
why didn't he do that earlier? Wasn't he home or something?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe he drove there. Rob B says, notice how JD never has these has those performance-related compensation aspects of players he trades away. He knows their shit. He knows they're not. He's pleasing them. Yeah, that's a good point, Rob D. That's a good point.
Chris Hearn did that was amazing.
Okay, let's see the interview. You can hear it, right?
Yes.
The first running back taken in this draft. Breece, walk us through this. You were in your hotel room here in Vegas watching the draft. Get the call, but you make your way over here to have this moment on stage. What's this like for you?
It's just a dream come true. Last night, just knowing the Jets, they tried to trade into the first round to get me, and it didn't go through. So it was kind of a bummer, but I mean, I'm still blessed to be a Jet, and I'm blessed to be able to have the opportunity to come on here. So it's been fun.
And they traded up in the second round to get you a lot of new blood, a lot of promise for these New York Jets. What are you going to bring to this team?
I was the best running back in this draft, so a 3-down back who can do it all, and not only a great person on the field, but a great person off the field.
I got a lot of cheers here. Everyone's excited to hear that. Congratulations, and I hope you know a lot of really good running backs taken in the second round.
All right, time now for the Ram
Hall of Famer, no doubt. It's undoubtable.
Wow,
you
changed your opinion on him so quick.
NFL comparisons, LaShawn McCoy. I would sign the dollar for that right now.
LaShawn McCoy liked to use a spin move a lot too.
Oh, nasty spin move. That thing was ridiculous.
LaShawn McCoy, dude, he was so fun how he used to just hold the ball in his hand.
Yeah, just so loose.
Yeah.
He's a savage. I was a big fan
He was a
of
good player, man.
LaShawn McCoy, Brian Westbrook. Like I like a lot of the Eagles' like history in terms of their players. Brian Dawkins. They have a lot of good, fun players. So,
dude, I'm happy AJ Brown went to the. I mean, obviously, I would have preferred him here, but I'm happy he went to the Eagles to give the Giants hell.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. Wade said we flew in. He didn't fly in. He didn't fly in. They just said he was at the.
So I'm guessing that he was there night one, hoping to get picked on night one, and then he wasn't picked. So then he didn't decide to go there day two because maybe he might be sitting around in the green room for a long time. So he just stayed in his hotel room until he got picked. Is that it?
Yeah, he's in his hotel room in Vegas. Let's see what the pick is for the Niners. 61. And I want you to answer the super chat, or not the super chat, the chat too, Kyle.
Okay.
See who the Niners get. Still a lot of good linebackers.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Drake Jackson, linebacker, USC.
Okay. There's another linebacker. Okay. Yeah. All right. So what does that say? Meatball Parm X. Okay. I saw a lot of Jets fans last night not happy with the Sauce pick. I don't get it. Why did it take Jermaine Johnson for everyone to be okay with it? Even if they didn't get Jermaine Johnson, would still be thrilled. My guess is they probably just didn't watch Sauce's tape. And here's the thing about it's hard to really get an appreciation for how good somebody is, especially a corner, if you don't have coach's film. You can't really throw on a highlight tape and see just how good a corner is. You're not going to really see much because when you're watching the broadcast angles, you kind of can't really see how, when a corner starts running downfield, he goes off the screen. So my guess is they probably just didn't watch it that much. And I think also a lot of people bought into the crap about, Saul doesn't value corners in his scheme.
Which we fought for months.
I'm not trying to really call someone out. Like, listen, some people might be good at writing stories and things like that. And like actually kind of reporting on quotes and maybe they're funny and stuff like that. But someone like Connor Hughes, and I think Connor Hughes is someone who I saw do it several times. The Jets, I can guarantee you the Jets are not drafting a corner. They just don't value it in their scheme as much. And I know a lot of people like him and respect him. I mean, what are you talking about? Like, of course, corner is valuable.
A lot of people said that he the Jets wouldn't be willing to take a corner, which is stupid.
I think that if you're a run-of-the-mill Jets fan that kind of relies for your opinion solely based on what a beat reporter says, listen, I mean, I'm certainly no genius or anything like that, but I don't think that Connor Hughes like really stays home grinding tape and really understands the game at like a really high level. So like just because he says something like that doesn't mean it's true. And if you're a run-of-the-mill Jets fan that like listens to him and takes what he says gospel, then you might start to believe and buy into some of that crap. And like, we had pretty much any one of the defensive ends that that were really good, and we could have taken them. So I assume that that's why they didn't like the Sauce pick so much. And then once they took JJ, okay, well now I can live with the Sauce pick type of thing.
Yeah, and like people like to point to like Seattle in the later years or San Fran or wherever and be like, they didn't really invest a lot in corner, but every situation is different. Like, what if a corner didn't slip to where they wanted to pick him in the draft, or what if they try to sign a free agent and he didn't want to come there, or he signed a bigger contract elsewhere? Like, just because he prefers the defensive line or Douglas or the trenches, Douglas and Saleh, doesn't mean that you shouldn't take the second best player in the draft. Again, an elite talent is not going to stop me from putting Breece Hall on the bench. It's just not. And that's what he was. He's the second best player in the draft to me. You got him. We were thrilled. Now, I think the trade up pick for Jermaine Johnson helped me process the trade or the pick of Garrett Wilson. Because I said not coming away from this draft with the DN in the top 10 or one of the top DNs is a failure. So at that point, I was like, Garrett Wilson. But you trade back up to get a DN that I said, Kyle, I would be thrilled with him at 10, but I would understand to pick a 10. I thought it was a realistic possibility they're going to take him at 10. So to get him, I think helps me compartmentalize and be okay with it. The pick of Garrett Wilson, but no way Sauce was the pick there. Like me and my buddies in my room, I'm pretty sure my friend has a video like Sauce. We always were screaming Sauce. We just wanted Sauce. Pick with Sauce. Fantastic. Like he could very well be the best player in this draft. So if I told you, hey, again, being overly positive, but in terms of just ceiling talk, if I told you again, he's the best player, he's a fifth best corner or top 5 corner in the NFL in 2 years from now, you wouldn't bet against that. Like you couldn't say absolutely not, So he has a ridiculously high ceiling and he's a really good player. He didn't let the fucking touchdown in college, no matter where he played. It's ridiculous.
And not only that, but dude, watch his tape. I watched.
I'm gonna throw it up again. I'm gonna throw up some of this.
I watched all his games. I didn't see him like get beat on a route once.
No,
from what I was watching, I'm really being serious.
Yeah,
like, and that doesn't mean that he was absolutely flawless throughout every portion of the route. But what I'm saying is sometimes like a receiver would, throw him off a little bit, like where they would fake like they're going one way and then cut back inside, but he would just quickly recover and just be right on them. And even like these little subtle things he's good at, where like let's say he's playing in the cover 2, and so he's playing the curl flat, and sometimes he has to jam the receiver just enough inside to kind of reroute them.
I would like his rerouting to get a little bit better in cover 2.
Okay. When I was watching him today, I was pretty impressed by it because I felt like he gave just enough sometimes on the jam and then quickly got to the cover 2. But maybe you can pull up an example or two. I'd be curious to see that. I know you did. I know you did point some of that stuff out in your previous review.
Yeah.
Right, now I'm looking full screen.
Oh, did you not see this whole thing before, Kyle?
No, I just wasn't looking before. Can you take the meatball parm thing off the screen? The chat.
Hold on. I'll play that whole video again too. So this is of the film I watched, guys. So I did a review, and Kyle will tell you it's a hour plus review. I think I did like 3 or 4 games, maybe 5 games of Sauce. You're gonna get a full another review. It's not gonna include the games I already watched, but I'm gonna be watching the games I did not watch for all these prospects. So Garrett Wilson did a review. Sauce did a review. Jermaine Johnson did a review. There will be another one out watching all the other games and then talking about fits with the Jets and all of that other stuff. So it's full screen now. You're good.
Yep.
Did you see the Garrett Wilson and the Jermaine Johnson one before too, or no?
No, but I did see this one. I did see this one though.
Oh, this whole thing?
Yeah, you put this on Twitter, so I saw this.
Oh, okay. I thought you might have not seen it, but let me go back to the chat a little bit and I'll see if.
But yeah, definitely keep playing it so that the other people can see it.
Yeah. So this is obviously again all the Sauce stuff, and I break down all these plays in the actual review. Shadow says yes. I'm sure Chris Sims said he has a great ass. What is that about?
Who's he talking about?
I don't know. Somebody has a great ass. I don't know. Bills pick. The Chiefs got Brian Cook. I don't know if you saw that.
Brian Cook?
Brian Cook, the safety from I think was it Cincinnati? I think.
Okay. By the way, this whole Cincinnati D just obliterated offenses this year.
Stevie Johnson, the guy that Garrett Wilson compares his game to.
Stevie Johnson was a fun player, man.
James Cook, the running back. Wow. I'm not
That's
going to lie.
Dalvin's brother, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. A little bit of a reach to me.
Yeah, I agree.
A little bit of a reach.
Totally agree.
From what I see, he looks like an outside the tackle guy, a guy who's going to be.
He's not his brother.
What is he saying right now? Looks like he was almost like yelling at somebody. But yeah, I don't think I don't love that pick for the Bills, which is great because I don't like the Bills. How much longer is in this video? Oh, right there. Wow, perfect timing. So I'll put the other ones maybe if we talk about Garrett Wilson or whatever too.
By the way, somebody said, I think it was Murdoch who said, I think 90% of us here don't like Connor Hughes. Maybe in this, Jet X type of Jets fans, I would say that's probably true. Because I think the people that tune into your content, they are much, much, much smarter than the average Jets fan. But there's still a good amount of people out there that just kind of rely on the beat and stuff.
Yeah, the beat and ESPN and WFAN, like that's like
and
the
YouTube
beat,
highlights.
The beat, WFAN, ESPN, YouTube highlights is probably what 85% of fans. And then they're still in that 50%.
Probably something like that.
Who are playing stupid too. Let's be honest. So the good 1 or 2% of you, I appreciate you. Which is the whole chat. The whole chat is smart. So it's good. Harold H. Sauce is so good. Many people were so adamant, like Connor Rogers, Joe Caparoso, Jake Assman, and many others. They all said Salah values rush, but forgot he also said QB has to hitch for a rushing at home. Good. Yeah. Hey, I'm not trying to call out names or anything like that, but Kyle and I were on the exact opposite of a lot of these guys. Get the best players in the draft. Sauce was that. I don't give a shit. The end, linebacker, safety, just get the best players. And that's why initially when I heard that hold on, let me see who this is real quick.
Okay.
Nick Benito for the Broncos.
By the way, Nick Benito, not bad. I did watch one of his games.
I think he's a good player, but now they have what? Chubb, they have Benito, and they didn't they sign Randy Gregory too?
They did. Although Chubb he's dealt with so many injuries and stuff. I don't think he's kind of lived up to his draft type. Well, he definitely hasn't.
But yeah, Kyle and I and when Marcus Coleman was on the show the other day too, he said like he's played in the solid type system, and he said draft Sauce at 4. Like he was down for it too. Like he said corners matter. He doesn't get the narrative either. So it was a stupid thing from the start that they don't value corners, especially an elite prospect. It's just it's dumb. So man, his ability to break on a dime is ridiculous. He got
Square Peg said Connor on his podcast today bitching about being used as a smokescreen. Which Connor? Because we just mentioned 2.
Yeah. How is he making up bullshit? He tries to report on the Jets. Chill. I don't know what you're talking about, Rich. Yeah, I'm not really one of like the anti-beat guys. Like they have a job to do. They get fed wrong information. They get fed wrong information. I would like for some of the guys in the beat to know the game a little bit better, but that's not some of their prerogative. But I'm not like a beat hater, Again, there's a beat reporter who reached out to me in terms of like film and my opinion on films and strengths and weaknesses of certain guys and stuff like that. So I respect him more. I'm not going to give away names. I'll keep that hush hush. But I think Connor Hughes he hit a decent amount of stuff in free agency, so I'm not going to kill him.
Yeah, no. And making up stuff like nobody's accusing him of fabricating stories or anything like that.
It was just a narrative.
And even I agree that like all things being equal, I would agree that Salah and Joe Douglas would value edge more, and just the NFL as a whole. Look at the edge contracts as in comparison to the corner contracts, even though there's some massive corner. Like look at what Denzel Ward just signed for. But edge still has and always has been a more highly valued position, right? How many edge rushers have went number 1 overall versus how many corners? Has there ever been a corner gone number 1 overall? So all things being equal, yes, I do believe that Saleh and Joe Douglas value edge rushers more, but that's not the point. The point is okay, but is Sauce draft grade anywhere near Jermaine Johnson's, right? Like if it's,
No.
I'd have to assume that Sauce's draft grade on the Jets board was at least decently higher.
He could have easily been the number 1 player on their board, like legitimately.
Yeah.
Again, the only guy I had higher than him was Hutch, but I'm thrilled
So-
with that pick. So Hall is not wearing 28.
we weren't accusing anybody of making up bullshit. I think that he probably was just kind of I don't know, maybe like
fall into
misunderstanding
narratives
the situation.
Yeah, people fall into narratives that are a little bit lazy sometimes. Like you can't tell me in 3-4, wherever the coverage is, man coverage, where corner is not worth it. Again, I think there's a difference between liking the end and the trenches more than corner, but at the same time, there's a balance between good pass rush and good corner play in terms of generating sacks and pressures and hits. Corner, even if it's not valued as highly as the end to the staff, it's still easily going to be the second most important thing on defense to them. You think it'd be stupid to not. So if that corner is so much better than the next DN, then take the corner. And that's what they did. So, and we've been on Sauce for that was a brand pick for us. Like that was good. We were very happy with that one. So let's see.
Dude, I remember the first stream that we did after I watched your review of him, and you had started to ask me about him, and you like kind of like immediately saw the smile on my face, and you already knew that like I really liked him. Like I didn't even need to say the words for you to know. Like it was something like that. Like it was kind of like instant love on both our behalf, and you kind of understood that like I really like the player.
Yeah,
it was something like that.
I remember hearing about him, and then I remember turning on wherever the Cincinnati game was, the first game I watched, and I'm like, I was like, because I'm a prick with corners, and I was like, this guy is fucking good. Like I was excited. And then we started pushing the 4 and the whole thing at 4. If there's on a DN there you like, and look what happened. So Jags about the.
By the way, and he's like another thing with him too, like let's say the Jags. Okay, sorry, pick.
No, you're good.
Okay, so there's the center replacement because their center just retired.
Okay, so
by the way, lots of offensive linemen like 6-7 years, then they're retiring, right? Like we had longtime Cowboy center, he retired after like 6-7 years. Then Ali Marpet and this guy from the Jaguars who just did it. I mean, I guess they make enough money nowadays where you don't have to play 10 years anymore. You could still kind of hang it up while you're good.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like this is another name. I'm not trying to show anybody, but Matt Miller's another guy. I don't trust any of his opinions, either smoke screens or football opinions. I have seen some stuff from him, like breaking down like film or whatever. And
I heard he was like selling like scouting courses, and then like people like bought them, and then like he never like fulfilled his promise to like.
I don't want to. I don't know if that's the case. I don't want to accuse him of that and put that out there if it's not 100% true. But
okay, well, forget that. I speculated on that. That didn't come from Joe Blewett.
Him being a scout. Like, and it's funny, like anybody who just like puts on tape, like, oh yeah, well, my scouting process, and this is how I scout people, and I'm a scout. It's like, chill. Let's see the Vikings 66.
The Minnesota Vikings select Brian Asamoah.
Linebacker. Okay. Hopefully the linebacker run doesn't start now because
So how many picks? So that was 66, right?
Yeah. So we got until 101. So we got another.
So still got like a whole round.
Yep.
Basically.
Yep. Okay. Let's keep moving on. I yelled in the train platform when I saw it with Sauce. I think any big supporters of the show, and there are obviously going to be people who disagree with our opinions, but if you do trust us and how heavy we were on Sauce, I think I would say 90%, 95% of our audience who listens consistently was probably very happy with that pick, right? Like, I don't understand how you listen to this show and you're not high on Sauce. So,
yeah.
And at least if you weren't sold on it, at least like, okay, listen, respect those guys. Hopefully they really like them. I could live with it, you know? So, let's see here. Rich DeBow, this is why you guys are now my favorite for Jets content. You guys have called this for months more accurate than most professional draft experts. Again, I think the 3 biggest hits for the brand, Kyle, were Sauce Gardner, was Drake London going first of all the receivers, And I think Jermaine Johnson falling out of the top 20 was another hit for the brand. Is there anything else that I'm sure we can go through some of the rest of the picks, but those are the three things we were very, very heavy on this show.
Yeah, that kind of differentiated from some others. Yeah,
not a lot of people had Drake London as their one. Not a lot of people were thrilled about Sauce, and people were saying JJ at 4. Top 2 D end.
Yeah,
which I'm happy with that at 26. So Giants, let's see. Josiah Azudu. I've never heard his name in my entire life. So the Giants with people were applauding the Giants, which we'll talk about maybe in a little bit in terms of going through the rest of the draft. But I do not like Neal. I think they drafted the worst tackle in 2019 with the big 4 tackle class. They drafted the worst one in first. They've had a bunch of bad picks,
2020 draft class,
the Thibodeau. Yeah, the 2020. Even the Thibodeau thing. Again, wherever you fall in that, I'm somewhere in the middle. That can absolutely be a home run of a pick, or that could completely smack them in the face too. Thibodeau has that risk to me. So, moving on. But I appreciate that, Rich, of course. Damn, Osmo was so much worse than Dean. Yeah, Dean must have serious medical problems, man. It's crazy that he's fallen this far. So this. But
if he goes, it almost makes you wonder if he's going to go undrafted.
That happens to people That's happened in the past. Yeah. Now. But Muma's still there too. Muma Harris. I think Leal is still there. I think Travis Jones is still there.
Remind me, only because I'm thinking of a guy who was a first round talent who ended up completely getting undrafted, although for different reasons. It wasn't medical. Lyle Collins. Where did he end up going this year? He was traded where?
Bengals.
Bengals. Okay.
Yeah, Bengals.
Yeah, so the Bengals definitely put some money into revamping that offensive line.
Not sure if this is what.
By the way, you're not the hugest Burrow guy in the world, right? In the sense that he gets a little bit more love than he deserves.
Are you talking about
no, he's a good player.
Top 5? Is he top 5? No.
Yeah. So a lot of people act as if he is top 5.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, and I think
free
I'm kind
speech
of with you there.
Include pointing out bullshit as long as you're not doing so maliciously. I guess that's towards us, which. I guess is a positive. I don't know. But the thing with Burrow, people were kind of criticizing me for how low I was on Ryan Tannehill. I think the Titans would like to replace Ryan Tannehill. So let's
like to the Titans.
Yeah,
they gave him a big contract recently, and they just
there was talk of them trading
instead of trading him away or something like that because he's obviously got a huge contract. They tried. It's not like they tried to lowball him with a contract offer. Instead, they lowballed his receiver.
Yeah, there is some.
I think they like him. I think they like him a lot.
Marvin Guns. This has been fun. This is my first draft. Your first draft actually watching it, or your first time with us? Because it's our first time doing it.
You could be a new football fan, maybe.
Yeah. Eagle Fang is, I guess, just listing some of the best players available: Travis Jones, Nakobe Dean, Christian Harris, the tackle, Leo Chanel, Chad Muma, Greg Dolchik, Nick Cross, Kirby Joseph, Jeremy Ruckert. Yeah, there is some. Names out there, and I would say out of this list, 1 or 2 of these guys are going to fall to the Jets at 1-on-1. Dean has a labrum issue. Okay. Dylan Semenza.
Labrum for a linebacker is definitely a problem.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Longer shoulder to hit. Guys.
I mean, I'm saying if it's not corrected now, you obviously can't be playing with a torn labrum if you're a linebacker.
Yeah, I tore my labrum in college. It wasn't a bad tear, but it fucking sucked. You
were using a workout machine, right?
Yeah, so the pec machine for the flies, for the cable flies, you turn in and do your rear deltoids. And I was doing that, and I was doing my weight, and I guess the pin was too long, and the machine behind it was too close to it. So I thought I was doing the weight I was doing. Not going to promote that. People are like, oh, not a lot or too much, whatever. So the weight I was doing, it caught an extra 100 pounds. So I thought I was doing the weight I was doing. I went to do it. I just got the plate to go off, but it tore my labrum. And I didn't notice it at first. Oh, that kind of hurt a little bit. Just stopped doing it. And I went to the bench. I went to bench the next day. First rep, I was like, oh my God, it hurts so bad. So bad. So, yeah, that sucked. It took a good month and a half of me. I couldn't move my arm. You can't lift your arm to the side if you tear labrum. It fucking hurts.
Ugh.
So, Dylan asked, who's going to be our swing tackle? I'm worried if Becton Fant were to get hurt. Yeah, no, you do not want McDermott. You do not want Adoga. So I think they have to. I think a really good option now would be like Brandon Shell in free agency. Jet reunion as a backup, probably going to cost you $5-6 million a year, but I'm willing to pay it for a good backup swing tackle. And because again, regardless of what you think about. For him. So with Becton being on the team, you're always going to have to prioritize backup tackle a little bit more. That's a part of having him on your team. So,
fortunately,
yeah. So sneakers and boots. Gardner forces receivers to the sideline and just plays the ball. We have man. We play man more than people think. Yeah, third down was a big man. And even like the thing is like we play a decent amount of quarters. Quarters turns into man really quickly. Like you're just making your reads within like that like 5 to 10 yards. It becomes man.
Yeah.
So let's see what the Browns are doing right now. Who is this guy? Oh, Miz, right? WWE, yeah.
The 2023 Super Bowl winning Cleveland Browns select Martin Emerson, defensive back,
corner, yeah.
Mississippi State. Let's go.
Faux Hawk.
The Miz. He was on the Real World before he was ever in the WWE.
He acts like it. That's hockey. Yeah, no need to move up. I would still move up for Dean. Like really, like that's the biggest thing on the team right now, right? Like we talk about that starting level linebacker. I think if your worst starter in your entire team is LaMarcus Joyner, okay, So I really want a linebacker. I really, really do. Linebacker, safety, at hopefully. So we have what? We have 101, 109, 117 or something like that left. With those three positions, could we safely say linebacker, safety, and tackle? Maybe tight end? Maybe D tackle?
Yeah, linebacker, safety for sure.
Backup tackle,
tackle's probably a bigger need than tight end just because of what you said before about Becton.
Receiver's a wild card. Tackle. I think receiver could be a wild card.
Yeah.
So pick is in for the Titans. Let's see. 69th pick. Keep moving on. 69 turned into this is a pick that we traded for. This is a JJ trade. So let's see what they're gonna get for the JJ trade. Let's see. He's about to announce it. He's gonna take forever. He's gonna talk shit. He's a Titans fan. Blah 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 blah. Recycled bullshit. It's true, Kev. Let him fall to 101.
That's all right. I didn't even watch yesterday. Did I miss anything? Good. With the 69th pick. Hello. In the 2022 NFL Draft, our Tennessee Titans select Nicholas.
All right. Eagles tackles gone. Yeah.
Nicholas, who I didn't catch the last name.
Pete Freer.
Okay.
He was like a third round, fourth round tackle guy that people are talking about. So that makes sense. Meatball Palm says I've torn both labrums. Used to hurt just laying down. F shoulder presses. Yeah. I tore my labrums. I tore my groin too in football. That hurt. Tears suck. I'd rather break a bone than a tear. Like tears, like every once in a while they flare up a little bit. You get a little like shooting sensation. So let's see. Dylan says Nakobe Dean married his cousin. If that's facts, then I see why he's falling. Sure, let's thread it. I don't know if it's true, but he married his cousin. Also banged his mom. Really fucking weird. But if he's good, if he's a good linebacker for us, I couldn't care any less. I don't know. Harold H. We have cheaper backup options like Mike Remmers, Dennis Kelly, etc. for backup tackle. Will not spend $5-6 million for Shell. Yeah, but like my thing with that is, Harold, you're talking about Mike Remmers and Dennis Kelly. If they're cheaper for Shell, is it for a reason? And are you confident in one of those guys stepping in for Becton? If I think you'd be not, maybe a little bit pessimistic, but let's say if the over under right now, Kyle, for his missed games this year, would you take it at under or over at like 4?
Given what happened last year, I would take it, but I'm still not happy. I'm still not happy with it.
So would you say like 13 games is probably the games he was like, if you had a bet a number? Hold on, let's see the Jaguars pick real quick.
Yeah.
NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Chad Muma,
Fuck.
linebacker, Wyoming.
It's a good pick. I wanted him to fall, but was he realistically going to fall till 101? Probably not, but good pick. Which, by the way, too, with all the Senior Bowl stuff, a lot of people are like, oh, the Niners drafted all these players from the Senior Bowl, and Jets are going to draft every single player from the Senior Bowl. And like the Niners, that everybody referenced how many Senior Bowl players they drafted, and they drafted I think one Senior Bowl guy. People like just falsely like, yeah, they drafted like 5 guys. I think it's like, no, they didn't. But Muma's a good pick. So, yeah.
So how do you know that Shell's improved a decent amount?
When I watched the Seahawks, it seemed like he was playing better. I wasn't seeing him get beat all the time. I know, like as per again, don't like to rely on PFF, but PFF numbers out there and just the naked eye while watching the Seahawks, it looks like he was a better player than he was with the Jets. Okay. So again, over under right now, Kyle, are you taking Becton 13 games? Do you think he plays 13 games?
I'll take it. I will take it, but I'm still, like I said, I'm still not.
Okay,
happy
so
with
he's
it.
out. So he's out for 4 or 5 games. Is Mike Remmers, Dennis Kelly? Are they good enough, or would you rather spend a couple of extra $1 million? You know, Dennis Kelly, these guys are probably going to cost you $3 million, $4 million.
I'd rather spend the extra money to get a better guy, but I just don't know that Shell is that guy.
Okay, yeah, I'm willing to concede and say, okay, there might be some better options out there. It's just a name that pops because of age and familiarity. You know, I'm not gonna die on that hill.
Yeah,
but JW, I feel like I feel that Kirby Joseph, yeah, and Leo Chanel will be a steal. Is it Kirby Joseph? Yeah, Brandon Joseph's the guy at Northwestern who went back to school, right? Yeah, Kirby Joseph. Rich DeBow, yeah, seems right to me. Linebacker, safety, tackle. Offensive tackle, defensive tackle. I think those are the 4 picks, or those are just the top 4 needs. Again, receiver could be there. Tight end could be there. Bears, 1:08 left on the clock, pick 71. We will definitely be getting a steal. Yeah, I think Jets fans at this point, Kyle, have started to really trust Joe Douglas and trust the picks he makes. So I think there's going to be a good pick. We're going to be happy about at 101.
Yeah, it's hard not to like him at this point.
Yeah. So there are some people who shouldn't try to be funny. Man, that was bad. Yeah, there are some corny fucking people out there.
I can only partially hear what they're saying.
Yeah.
So
fuck yeah, people aren't happy in the chat about Muma, of course. You know. So 30 picks to go. Yes, Friggle D. And I appreciate it. Again, I know there's a lot of streams out there. The fact there's like just 100 people in here. Cool. I appreciate you guys for making this your spot. Getting cozy.
Yeah, hit the like button if you haven't done so.
Yeah, Nathan says like Muma, but who isn't starting between Lloyd, Muma, and Aluakon? Like Muma, but who isn't starting between Lloyd? Oh, on their team. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Nate. Because if they're playing nickel, who's coming off the field?
Which team is this again?
The Jags. The Jags signed Aluakon to a massive contract, a massive overpay, along with her massive overpay of Christian Kirk, along with her massive overpay of Zay Jones. They massively overpaid Aluakon. You get Lloyd in the first round. You get Muma. You know, if whatever it be 5-2, 3-3, whatever they're running on nickel, which is going to happen a lot. Who comes off the field?
Good point.
Muma at this point, he's the lowest investment, right?
Yeah.
So let's see what and a 3rd round pick. You can see the bench sometimes. Let's see the Bears pick.
With the 71st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Velus Jones, wide receiver.
Receiver, never heard of him. There's always going to be some picks like that you didn't hear of though. So Harold says yes, they are slowly below average, similar to Shell, in my opinion. I will get the PFF grades in a few, I guess. Yeah, again, I don't have a PFF subscription, so Travis Jones.
I mean, I know you can see like their whatever score just for free. It's on the website, but I don't know that you can see any of their raw data unless you have like a membership.
I did a PFF mock draft, like one of the streams you weren't on, and I'm not a PFF guy. Wouldn't it be funny if I did that and went to their website and because it said like, oh, subscribe, if I was like a subscriber to PFF, and I was like, oh shit, it's on my screen. You guys caught me.
couldn't hide it anymore. That would be funny.
Yep, yeah, no.
So Eagle Fang said, and nothing for Trevor Lawrence. LOL. Well, they did spend a lot in free agency. They obviously got Scherf, and they gave him a huge contract.
Dude,
they bought in like Christian Kirk, another massive contract. Did they get another receiver too? Was it Zay Jones?
Zay Jones, $10 million.
Okay. And did they get any other receivers or running backs?
No, I don't think so.
Do you remember that ETN
they're
is
getting
coming back
ETN
this year?
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe not in the draft. They didn't do anything for him. I bet you they will later on, but they did try to address needs for him.
Yeah, so we're kind of reassessing the board right now. I think.
Oh wait, Harrison Weaver said, Kyle, the report is Dean is having surgery and not playing year one. I didn't hear that when I heard Rap Sheet and Pelissero talking earlier.
I would still be willing to take
news
Dean
that came out.
With that news, I would still take him at 101. Would you take Dean on the bench for even a year at 101?
Yes.
And starting next year?
Because it could be a CJ Mosley replacement. Yes.
Yeah, it's like a future first round draft pick. You know, that's what I would view it as, because I view him as a first round guy. You're getting a first round talent at 101, and he's sitting a year. I'm cool with it. Give him a year to learn from Mosley, all that stuff. Yeah, Travis Jones is the guy who I know Nania, in terms of his numbers and stuff, put out and was saying he would really like at 38. So
I'm gonna switch my headphones. Give me one moment.
Okay, cool. I think I have to make another cup of coffee too. People in the chat. I don't know if Kyle can still hear me, but got to do that. You got me, Kyle? You can hear me? You there?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was going to say, I definitely have to make a cup of coffee, so you're going to have to hold the chat for like 2-3 minutes while I do that. But
Sure.
Do you want
Can you bring me some?
No.
Asshole.
I don't know what your coffee making situation in your house is, but you're kind of weird with not watching your TV right now, so maybe you don't have a coffee maker?
You and that damn TV. When I see you next time, we're definitely doing that wrestling match.
Do you want me to throw this to you? Can you handle the chat for 2-3 minutes and talk about the honey badger while I go and make a beautiful
Yes,
cup of Joe?
can. Of course.
All right, cool.
Okay. So BX Australia, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Why the Jets don't get the honey badger? Yeah, he's a really very popular player, but my understanding is that he wants big time money still, and he's an older player now. So is he worth paying big time money? To me, no, I don't think he is. So that's basically why. All right. You've already given out the big money contracts in free agency, so you don't need to be doing that for the honey badger, an older player. So I'll just leave it at that. All right. Square peg Kyle time. Well, at least some people like me here. Let's see. 2 Wilsons, 2 Carters, 2 Halls, please. Oh yeah, and extra sauce. Yeah, love it. Illuminati 187. Eagle Fang says the Seahawks are drafting Abe Lucas. Okay. Seahawks getting all the offensive line when Russ is traded away. That is funny. Yeah, that's unfortunate. If you're Russell Wilson, you have to be pissed. Kyle, your dad happy about Sky Moore? I haven't actually spoke to him yet since, so I'll probably speak to him before the stream tomorrow, so I will answer it then. Just remind to ask me if I forget. Okay. Rich says, make another cup of coffee. Do you mean a couple of shots when you pick Dean? Yeah, oh yeah, he's going to be drinking if that happens. He loves that guy. Let's see. So he did recently release his Dean review for the JetX subscribers. By the way, I know most people in here right now are usual JetX listeners, but for the people that are new, he puts out a ton of film reviews, and there's other premium content on the site. Watch, if you subscribe to the site and you can get the first month for free, you can see the entirety of his film breakdowns. Watch his review on Dean, and you'll see how much he loves that player. And he has good reasons to, because his film is good. Okay. F Monks 1 says, do you think Dean will fall to us so injury prone? Yeah. So this is my problem is I don't watch college football to the extent that I would like during the season. So I don't know about his extensive history background. I just watched a decent amount of his film from this year and was really, really, really impressed by what I saw. So apparently the injury history is really bad. And if he's already fell to this point in the draft, because this is a first round talent. If he's fallen to this point, at this point, you have to think it is quite likely that he can still make it to 101, right? I mean, we're talking less than 30 picks away. So I could see it happening. But if the injuries are so bad to the point where he's fallen this far, I wouldn't be convinced that the Jets will actually take him at that point. So, okay. So Harold wanted Abraham Lucas so bad. So, damn, I didn't know about him though. Harold, tell us about him. Harold, if I could get you on right now, I would, but I don't have the controls to put you in. I don't think. I think only he can do that. Let's see. Friggle D says, and thank you to Kyle for this. And I believe you're a teacher. I have to believe you're one of the good ones. Well, thank you, Friggle D. I appreciate that. I did get Teacher of the Year a couple years ago at our school. And what made me happy about that was it was actually a thing where the students voted for it as opposed to administration choosing it. So I was quite happy with that. Was my dad happy with the picks of George and McDuffie? Okay, he actually didn't know too much about McDuffie. And when I told him about him, see, my dad is, he always wants big players. Like for years, he was like, oh, the Chiefs, their receivers are too small, blah, 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 blah. Like they need some big corners. They need some big receivers. And I was like, yeah, okay, Dad, he's not the biggest corner in the world, but you don't need to be a huge corner. I was like, he's like close to like 5'11" or whatever. I was like, Revis is 5'11". And anyway, I was like, McDuffie's good, man. His film is solid. And I was like, I'm gonna tell you to watch, because obviously Blewett did reviews on both of those players. I was like, I'm gonna get you to watch them, and I think you're gonna like both these players. And he actually knew a good amount about Carl Loftus because I was kind of hyping him up for a while, so he was definitely happy with both of those picks. Now, granted, one of those picks came from trading away Tyreek Hill, and my dad really liked that player, so I don't think he's too happy with losing him. Okay, Colts select Jelani Woods at 73. Jets need a free safety. I'm not sold on Joyner. What are the other options? Yeah, they definitely do need a free safety. Couldn't really say too much about what's out there. I mean, I did watch some Brisker earlier today. I know he already went earlier. So, yeah, okay. Nick Cross out of Maryland would be a great range at safety. Okay, interesting. I'd like to watch some film on him. Safeties are always an interesting eval because sometimes you watch them and you might watch one game and they don't really do too much in any one game. Then another game you might put on and they might be very active in that game. Okay, let's see. What do I teach? I teach history, mostly U.S. history. Let's see. Nick Cross, Brian Cook, Kirby Joseph, and JT Woods. Lloyd says, Kyle looking big. I'm getting the house on him in the wrestling match. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think I could probably throw Joe around a little bit. I wonder if he would be able to out-stamina me, but I might be able to pin him before stamina becomes an issue. Let's see. Atlanta gets their QB of the future, Desmond Ridder. Okay, interesting. What I understand about Ridder is he's not a big arm dude or whatever, but he's kind of one of these guys that can kind of slide in the pocket really well, and he has a really good understanding of the game. So that's interesting. Jelani Woods to the Colts, bunch of clowns. I'm tuning off. I'll get the leaks. You talking about us, Eagle? I don't think you're talking about us. Let's see. Okay, so that's the most recent. Okay, Harold says Lucas is good in pass pro. Good backup this year. Can take over in 23 for Fant. Needs a year to develop in weight room and perfect run blocking. Okay, interesting. Square peg, have it muted.
What did I miss?
So they were telling us about some of the players that were drafted. Jelani Woods, 73. Abraham Lucas was taken.
Yeah, okay.
Asking me a little bit my dad's opinion about McDuffie and Carl Loftus.
My stuff.
Me what I thought. Desmond Ridder was selected by the Falcons.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah.
So.
No, the Chiefs killed it. They murdered the draft. Frigal Day, and thank you, Joe, for your services, both this and your peace office. Yeah, appreciate that, Frigal Day. I thank you for your profile picture. So,
by the way,
Frigal
D's profile picture. I had
the
a
Mets
student.
Are playing, aren't they? Go ahead. Sorry.
Who's playing?
The Mets.
Oh, I thought you said the Nets. I was
Sweet.
Like,
Mets. Very good. But continue.
Wait, so the Mets are good this year?
So far, they're always good to start the year off, and then July, August hit. That's a different story. So,
what the hell were we talking about? I lost my train of thought when you started talking about the Mets.
Your dad, Friggle D, thanking me for my services.
Oh, okay, I remember now.
Picture of somebody sucking Jody's head.
The Friggle D picture. One of my students was actually like tuning in for a little bit to this live stream. Mm-hmm. And they saw that picture and they're like, and then they screenshotted it and sent it to me. And they're like, what the hell is this?
Well,
yeah, that is
when
funny.
A boy and a girl really like each other.
Okay, let's see.
Sorry, I grabbed some Raisinets too.
You don't have to be sorry for that. We've been on here for 3 hours and 43 minutes. Well, you've been on for longer than that.
That was a funny live stream after the first preseason game when I was going to order like Wendy's or Taco Bell, and I never hit confirm in the DoorDash.
Dude, that was classic.
And I was sitting there, I'm like, where the fuck is this food? Like an hour and a half later, I'm still live streaming. I'm like, I gotta order something else now. And I think I ordered Wawa, and I just got off the stream. Like, okay, I'm gonna go eat my Wawa, whatever. And like the food was on its way here, and I canceled it for like an extra $5. I'm like, I'm not fucking eating. I was like, I'm so drunk, I need to go to sleep. Like, I can't eat this food right now. So
I didn't get like your wife bought pizza that day. Why didn't you just have that?
I didn't want pizza, apparently.
No.
All right.
So Willis hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, weird.
I'm hearing he has a big time arm. I saw Nate Tice, son of former NFL head coach and tight end Mike Tice.
Yeah.
And he was a college quarterback in his own right, although he played for Wisconsin. I don't know how many games he started. But anyway, so he's pretty big on Twitter, and he put out a poll. I don't know who won, but at least when I saw the voting, Malik Willis, he's like, who has a stronger arm, Malik Willis or Zach Wilson? And at one point, at least Malik Willis was winning the poll.
Now, with this, Rich DeBow, if the Jets take Dean at 1-on-1, am I still obligated to do a shot? I guess. Maybe I make my coffee an Irish coffee, which is great. I love Irish coffees. You think Dean will fall? Yeah, it might happen. Let's see the text.
Yeah. So somebody said that. Oh, yeah, I read that before, and I said like, okay, even if he does, that doesn't mean we're going to take him because we might probably have the same concerns that all these other teams are having.
Uh-huh. Another backer. Mooma's gone. Harris is gone. What's Leo Chanel? Dino are the best ones now, I think. So
Chanel's from Wisconsin, right?
Chanel,
Wisconsin
yeah.
University?
Yeah. Uh-huh. So let's see. Harold H. wanted Abraham Lucas so bad. Let's see. Thank you. And he freely thanks me and you. Frequently is in a good mood today for this.
Yeah.
And I believe you're a teacher. I had to believe you are one of the good ones. I don't know. Kyle's going to pull a stunt at school a couple months ago, you know.
Hey,
nothing
we don't
else.
talk about that on
I'm not
there.
saying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. You know what it is. I know what it is. I don't know how good of a teacher Kyle is. I'm kidding. Kyle's a good teacher. He's definitely a guy who keeps you like past the bell though sometimes.
That's actually not true.
Talk a lot. So do I.
Yeah, I answered that for Yoshi. Yeah, he was happy with those. Gotta ask him about Sky though.
Kyle looking big. I'm betting the house on him in a wrestling match. That's fine. Kyle's bigger than you think he is when you meet him in real life, but he's also boxy. So he cannot be very like mobile in terms of like bend and change of direction. I feel like Kyle's a little stiff. So
you're definitely right about the stiffness on the football field. That's definitely true.
Ronald Blair.
Hence why I said Ronald Blair.
It is crazy. I was making my coffee and I was thinking about it. I was like, I can't believe the Jags did what they did in terms of getting Oluwakan, getting Muma, and drafting Lloyd. Like 3 linebackers, premium assets. Like that's what you're building on.
Almost makes you wonder if one of those picks was from Shad Khan himself.
Jets are out here adding 3, like right now in the NFL, minus quarterback. Like some of the most 3 important positions in terms of like payment is D end, right? Receiver is shooting up there. It's overtaking corner right now. So you get a D end, a corner, and a receiver. Like you're getting the 3 most valuable positions in terms of impact on a team or impact to salary cap for the Jets. And you have the fucking Jaguars out here playing Oluwakan, Zay Jones, Braden Sheriff. It's like, dude, it is just. I would not be happy if I was a fan or a fan of them. So, Jelani Woods went to the Colts. It's a good pick. Bunch of clowns.
The Colts. I definitely didn't like the Carson Wentz. I'm glad that for their sake that they got rid of him, but they've been pretty solid recent years.
What happened in here? That stupid crap on TV just got hurt. The Colts pick Jelani Woods got hurt when he's on the field. Bunch of clowns. I'm tuning off. I don't know what's going on.
Eagle Fang said it was ESPN broadcast as a joke. I don't
Oh
know
yeah,
all the
I don't
specifics.
watch ESPN. Watch NFL Network.
So yeah. So when I was at my dad's place watching the draft with him last night, we were watching NFL Network, and then the TV like on that channel blacked out for like a good at least 10 minutes, and then we had to watch ESPN for 10 minutes. It was terrible.
BX Trilla says, please explain the Giants pick of.
By the way, I went through
these?
all this stuff that you're already going through. But granted,
Meatball Palmer, I appreciate that. I know shit about intricacies of the game. You're my go-to for all that shit. Appreciate it. Thank you. You missed Kyle, teacher of the year. He's not teacher of the year. He's a solid B+ teacher.
well, there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah. I feel
Teaching
like
is tough. Teaching is tough because listen,
Kyle has a very dry sense of humor, so I feel like to kids he could be a boring teacher, a good teacher, but a boring teacher. You know.
just ask him, Joe. Just ask him. One of these days you're gonna have to meet some of my
until Kyle's dribbling and taking fucking 4th grade girls to the hole. So maybe not.
10th grade, Joe. 10th grade.
How old was she? 6?
16.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
What about that 6'4" kid who was like 260?
I didn't see him playing defense on you. So let's see here. Shit. Well, there goes my guy. Oh, Jones. Travis Jones went. Fuck. I spoiled it for myself. Ravens picking Jones is such a Ravens pick. It's a good pick. I'm stuck with ABC. Even worse.
ABC has the draft? No way.
Did they? Why are you stuck? Mike Greenberg has to be the worst. Yeah, he's the woat. He is the woat. I do not like Mike Greenberg at all.
He's very annoying.
He's very, very annoying. So Kyle, let's go through the rest of the draft.
The Jets still haven't drafted this. Like he talks like that.
Mm-hmm.
He's annoying.
He's as good of a media personality as you are as a teacher. So next pick, we talk about Trayvon Walker. Next pick of the draft goes to Aiden Hutchinson. Pretty much chalk there, right? There's not really much to talk about. Detroit kid or Michigan kid, team in Michigan, take him. Best player in the draft, good pick for them. So is there much you want to hit on with that one?
No,
not really, right? Texans, Derek Stingley Jr. We were talking about him at 10 as a possibility. We were both okay with it at 10. Elite film in 2019. That was 2 years ago. He's had Liz Frank. He's had some other injuries. So I think that was a reach. I think if I was a Texans fan, banking on Stingley's ceiling and what he was 2 years ago, overtaking Sauce Gardner, obviously like the Jets' next pick is a big mistake to me. I could not touch Stingley before Sauce. So I thought there's a big reach for the Texans.
Yeah, I mean, if you really wanted to fill a corner need, you had Sauce right there. That's the one. By the way, did Sauce ever miss any games in college? Curious. I don't know the answer.
Not to my knowledge. I don't think so. But let's see. Next pick for a rate. Oh, this is Jones, right? Fuck.
With the 76th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Travis Jones, defensive tackle.
All right. Yep. There's some good players coming off the board now. When you get the Travis Jones and Christian Harris and some of these guys, it does hurt a little bit. So, yeah, Kyle. So big reach on Stingley. I wouldn't be for that if I was a Texans fan in terms of just the injuries and the dip in play when he was on the field. I get he was battling injuries while doing so, but still, there's a bunch of red flags there. Wouldn't do it. Jets pick 4. We obviously know that we like that one. Next pick for the Giants, Thibodeau. He's a guy who you said you wouldn't necessarily love at 4 for the Jets, so 5 to the Giants. I think it's a good pick for them. Like, what are your thoughts about him being on the team who shares a state with us?
Listen, I mean, when they took him, I was like, okay, he could be good. He could not be good. I could see it going either way for him.
Hard hitting analysis.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about his first step, right? And his bend is pretty good when he decides to use it.
Yeah.
He's not the strongest dude in the world, and he tries to win with power way too often. And then is there the whole character thing that might be a little bit overblown or whatever. He might just kind of have like a diva-ish personality, like Michael Strahan. Like Michael Strahan definitely had a little bit of that kind of like pizzazz to him. And like, listen, he was like a morning talk show host too as well. So I don't know. Thibodeau going to the Giants. Listen, if he does end up busting out, I will be happy in a sense. Like, I don't want a guy to fail, even though it happens to so many guys. But if it does happen, part of me is going to be happy because I could tell Giants fans, like, listen, man, I didn't want the Jets to take him. I'm glad
Hold
we
on.
passed on him.
My wife, I got to answer the door apparently.
Okay, yeah. So I'll finish saying what I'm saying. If he does end up busting out, listen, I'm not rooting for a kid to fail or anything like that. That's not where I'm coming from. But we all do kind of, we ride other people from different fan bases. We make fun of them. That's what we do as fans. So it's kind of like bragging rights for me to someone to say, like, I wasn't the hugest fan of him. Like, if he does fail, I could say, like, oh, well, the Jets passed on him. I knew Sauce was the guy. We drafted Sauce. You guys drafted KT. He ended up being a bust. So, haha. I mean, I hate the Giants. For those of you guys that don't know me, I hate the Giants. So, I guess I'll look at some of the chat stuff until he comes back, and then we can start going through some more of the picks. Let's see. Travis Jones. Yeah, so he went. Right. Ravens stole him. Yeah, Ravens. I mean, listen, Kyle Hamilton at 14. I could live with that if I was the Ravens. I love how every DT selected has a highlight from the Senior Bowl of them beating Cole Strange. LOL. Funny. Yeah, I hope Cole Strange sucks since he's with the Patriots. ABC interviewing female soccer players. They're talking about the wrong football. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Kyle and Joe Dean actually declined to have surgery and failed medicals. I did know about him declining surgery. Yeah, that seems to be an interesting decision on his behalf. Does he think, like, okay, I could just play the season out like this, and maybe it was a miscalculated thing by him and his agent, like, oh, well, if we have surgery, we're going to fall in the draft because, you know, teams know I'm going to miss X amount of games during the year, if not most of the games. So if I don't have surgery, I can play the games, and therefore my draft stock will be increased. I don't know. Maybe that's how him and his agent played it, and maybe it just backfired on them. Not really sure.
So yeah, in terms of the Thibodeau pick too, Kyle, I'm not like I'll be fine with it as a Giants fan, to be completely honest. Again, a little bit high risk, high reward type thing for me with Thibodeau in terms of, like, maybe, like, is he a guy who, with the Giants right now with Daniel Jones and all the, like, and I like the way they're going with their coaches and stuff, but if they don't improve and they're bad for another couple of years, is he the type of guy to stick around to be a team player? I don't know. You know,
if I was the Giants, I would have taken Aquanu there probably.
Yeah, same. I agree with that because they need that lineman. So, yeah. Okay, pick, fine with it. Next pick, obviously, you're talking about Aquanu. They get the third best player in the draft to me. Massive need on the offensive line with the Panthers, and you get Aquanu, who I think is a slam dunk in that pick as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, we're gonna.
By the way, do we think Baker Mayfield's going to the Panthers?
I don't think so.
So
Alex, right?
Where's he going then?
I don't know.
He's not going to stick around in Cleveland.
Seattle, maybe? Does it have him with Seattle?
Maybe.
Yeah.
And Malik Willis is still on the board, right?
Yeah. And then the Giants are about to pick.
Okay. Let's see if they take him there.
Yeah. So, I'm going to scroll down the chat a little bit. Let's see. He just swings to extremes so much, seems impossible to be objective at all. Oh, you're talking about
Greenberg.
Yeah. Let's see. If the Jets lost one more game, would JD have picked Sauce over Hutch? I think the Jets would have taken. I think Hutch was probably the number one player.
Again, and this goes to what we were saying maybe 30 to 45 minutes ago about all things being equal. They probably do value edge over, and, like, I have to imagine that their draft grade on Hutch and Sauce was very comparable. And if it's very, very comparable, you take the guy who is at a more valuable position. So
Nathan says, when I was looking at Jets ESPN page just to see what they were saying, I saw a clip with Stephen A. Smith saying Jets are the worst NY team, and I'll next watch another minute of first. I guess you're not
never watch. Probably.
I'm not gonna lie, like I don't know when the last time I've watched First Take, or like what's the one, like Around the Horn, like they make the points for the points made or whatever.
And now you have this one with Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp now.
I don't watch any of that stuff. I haven't watched it in 10
it's
plus
all
years.
It's all hyperbolic crap that, listen, people like debate, especially people that are into sports, because, all right, sports as opposed to something like politics or something, like when you're talking about politics and talking about whether or not someone should be locked up or, you know, something like that, like political type of issues, you get into stuff about race and gender and all that kind of stuff. That's stuff that gets people upset. But something like sports brings people together because, like, hey, listen, even if you lose, like, all right, good game at the end of the day type of thing. So, like, when you get into sports debates, that's fun, right? So, like, those shows, a lot of those shows are built around saying the most hyperbolic crap. Sometimes you say stuff that you don't even totally believe just because it's the most entertaining thing to say. So, a lot of these guys, and, some of these guys, they have a surface level knowledge of some things. You want to talk about Stephen A. Smith, man. How many times does this guy get on national TV before Monday Night Football or something like that and say that, oh, this person's going to play in the game and here's my 3 keys to win?
He's not even on the team anymore. It's like,
or he's been out the whole year. He's
like LaMichael Perrin. It's like,
yeah, talking about LaMichael Perrin.
Yeah. LaMichael Perrin.
And listen. Stephen A. Smith is very good at doing what he does. He is funny. He is funny as hell. He has a very charismatic personality, right? I actually saw him post one time, like he gave like a speech, like a sermon in a church, right? Like I could see Stephen A. Smith as a pastor in a church, like giving these fiery sermons and stuff, and like invoking Jesus. I could see it. Like he's got that type of personality. Like, he's good at what he does. Yeah, no, he's good at what he does. But in terms of hard-hitting analysis, where you're actually going to dive into a player's technique, and as who was it, Meatball said, talk about nuances and intricacies of the game, Stephen A. Smith ain't it.
That's 99% of media, though. Like, but at least give me some like level-headed takes. Like he doesn't even go that far. Like even if you're stupid and you don't know football, like at least give me some level of competence. And I don't think he has that. So
yeah. He probably has, based on what I've heard from him. He seems to have more of knowledge about like basketball, but yeah.
Can somebody tell me who pitched for the Mets? Who started the no-hitter and how long did they pitch? Can somebody tell me that? Mets fan here. I completely forgot they were playing today, obviously with the NFL draft stuff going on. Nick Cross, yeah. Harrison Weaver, 2 guys who Joe Douglas might be interested in too, in terms of 2 high RAS guys. I think Brandon Smith's a good strong side linebacker with good athleticism. Nick Cross, really high RAS guy too, the safety. So let's see. If you want to poison yourself, watch First Take. If you want to watch sports, watch it. Back to Thanks Eagle. Another hit for the Mets, getting a third. Nope. Starling Marte is good, man. He is good. Okay, sorry.
Eagle won the fantasy league for JetX, right?
Yeah.
Congrats, Eagle.
Yep. Breaking.
Eagle was like 1 pick before me. I was going to draft Jamar Chase, and Eagle took him.
Miguel, thank you guys. Thank you. Ravens are having a good draft. Yes, they are. AP Hill, I'm forced to watch ESPN. My hotel doesn't have NFL Network. Sucks. At least you're getting to watch it, not like Kyle who's just sitting in a room by himself listening to my TV.
It's working out pretty good for me, right?
Let's see. I like Austin Eckler. He's announcing the pick for the Chargers. I like him.
He's a good player.
Okay. Another high RAS type guy.
Yeah, eventually at a certain point, when you start to get into like, well, this is not the mid rounds yet, but especially like day 3, you kind of want to bet on those guys, because if they can ever learn the technique and actually understand the game better, they have the traits to become good.
Yeah. Frigal Day, one of the many problems with ESPN is that they mend politics into their shitty takes. I'm pretty much on board with you there.
I heard about that.
I don't care.
I know that Jason Whitlock was saying, "Oh, it's gotten much worse since Disney bought out ESPN." I know he was saying that recently.
Yeah, I don't care left, right, center, top, up, down. I don't care where you fall. Let me listen to sports. Let me hear you talk about sports. That's all I care about. So.
Yeah, I mean, listen. There's 1,000 different directions, a gazillion different directions you can go to if you want to get political information. I don't think most people, when they tune into sports, you want to know about sports. Give me the stats.
Yeah. Don't tell me
how to think. Give me the plays. Give me the highlights.
Stuff. Yeah. So the next pick that we can talk about, Kyle, we got up back to the chat. So Aquano going 6 to the Panthers. Evan Neal going 7 to the Giants. I smiled. And it was funny because I remember the guys I was with, like, they're like, "Oh, look at his highlights. He's a great player. He's a big guy. Look at this. Look at that." I was like, "Just give me a minute." And I found it on my computer and I started showing him plays. Like, why don't they show this stuff? I'm like, because they show highlights. Like and the guy was like, "Yeah, I would have taken him at 7." I was like, "Yep."
Yeah. And like one of the highlights they showed too is like they were like whoever it was, and I think I had ESPN on the time because, like I told you before, like NFL Network crapped out for X amount of minutes. And one of the highlights they were showing was like him moving people in the run. Oh, look at him moving people in the run game. It's like he was doubling someone on that play. Like he had a guard also contributing on the block.
Yeah. Some highlights not so good. Like
It was funny, dude, and I think it was Mitchell Schwartz who, after the Jags selected why am I forgetting his name? Walker, Trayvon Walker. He pointed out, he's like, look at the highlights that they're showing for Walker. They're showing him dropping back into coverage, or they're showing him chasing down a running back downfield. These are the types of highlights that they're showing. This is not the stuff that you're actually drafting him to do on a down-to-down basis.
Mm-hmm.
Is his film not good enough that you can't show him like really impressive plays of him doing the stuff that he's actually supposed to be doing? It was a good point.
Mm-hmm. Marvin Gunn, that's interesting. First time watching the draft. I'm curious to hear your story about why you are watching for the first time, like a new fan. Which, by the way, I didn't discuss this. Should we do call-ins? Like, would you?
Yeah, well, we did it last night. I don't see why not. Especially, we're at a drier portion. We're still waiting a good 20-something picks.
Yeah, I'll do that. Cordell Flott, LSU.
What the hell's that? Okay.
I don't. Giants, whatever. Yeah, I'll do that. We can.
How many picks have the Giants had so far? Was that
4
or 5?
4? Dude, how many people called in last night?
I'm scared that the Giants actually might become competent. Getting all those guys coming from Buffalo. I don't want them to become competent. I want them to continue to be the dumpster fire. I really wish they kept Joe Judge, man. That would have been great.
So
Hawk's in here now.
Oh,
damn. He said he had a family emergency. Literally missed the whole thing. Someone please tell me what happened tonight. Heard we got Breece Hall. Is that true? Yes, it is true. We got Breece Hall. We actually traded up 2 spots to get him.
Yeah, we traded,
and we gave up a 5th rounder.
A 5th round pick to get Breece Hall, and then obviously Nakobe Dean's still on the board, which is the biggest news, Hawk. Hope obviously everything with the family emergency is fine, first and foremost.
Yes.
Kyle, what Jets player is worth drafting in fantasy football? Moore or Wilson, Breece Hall or Carter?
I would not say. Listen, even though I thought Wilson was going to have, I would really hesitate on Wilson though. I would take Breece Hall probably over Carter, just because Carter had a little bit of injuries. And Breece Hall, you have to figure just because of where they drafted him, as opposed to where Michael Carter was drafted, that he will get just a little bit more volume. He's also a little bit bigger, so he'll probably get more volume. But Moore is probably the guy who should get drafted highest.
D'Angelo Malone. Yeah, I remember taking Collins. I don't remember talking to anybody though.
Well, we had you got Harold on for a little bit, and you had Jared on for a bit.
Oh, well, he just did the shotgun, right? And I think I ripped the shot.
No, but then you had him on another time too. So you had him on to the shotgun, then you cut him off, and then probably 20 minutes later you got him on again, and he was talking about. He actually brought up Travis Jones and maybe Brisker and a couple other guys that we might be targeting with the 38th pick. So we talked about those a little bit.
Yeah, Kyle, do you have a cable subscription you can watch on your phone or PC on NFL Network using your cable account?
Yeah, but I don't know if I might forget my password or whatever. It's fine. I'm having fun looking at you and looking at the chat. I don't need to.
You're having fun looking at me?
Take it as a compliment, man. You don't get happy to see someone?
Uh-huh. All right. Let's see. Dan Malik Willis was in the green room, and he's still is still here. I feel bad. Yeah. Where is he gonna? So we have stop me when we have a landing spot for Willis. Philly.
Okay, so the Philly, no.
Philly, Pittsburgh, no. New England, no. Vegas, no. Arizona, no. Dallas, no. Buffalo, no. Tennessee, no. Why not? A year behind Tannehill. Why wouldn't you draft a 3rd round pick right now? I would do that if I was Tennessee.
Tannehill's not old yet.
He's not old. He's not. Well, he's not young, and he's not that
he's
good.
Not young.
I think he's below that line. He's below Derek Carr. Like Derek Carr is that line of like winning. Kirk Cousins, maybe. He's below those.
You think Derek Carr is better than Tannehill?
Yeah, I do. I think Carr is a little bit underrated, to be honest.
I heard he had a good year last year, and when I did watch it, he was pretty good. And he dealt with a lot of shit with losing Ruggs and all that kind of crap. So, and obviously, Waller going down at certain points.
So Tennessee,
but I would say that I feel that Tannehill's been better for longer than Carr.
Sure. So in the next 15, 20 picks, the only team I see possible are Tennessee, and then Detroit's up. Can you imagine Detroit getting him as a late, as a mid to late 3rd round?
Detroit should take him. Jared
why not
Goff
trade up? Yeah, trade up a little bit and let him sit on the bench for a year behind Goff. You know, he needs development anyway.
And if you're Detroit, you already added some weapons, right? You added Jameson.
We moved up. Oh, you're talking to Hawk, I guess, right? Hawk, yeah, okay. Meatball, I've restrained myself for ripping on Giants fans for being excited about Neil on Twitter. Not worth the energy, dude. A lot of stuff is not. There are so many times on Twitter I'm like tagged in this, tagged in that. Joe RB said that. Joe RB31 said this, said this, said this. I'm just like, nope, not responding. It's just not worth my time. You're not going to explain anything to anybody over Twitter and change your mind. It's not worth the conversation.
Yeah,
so
pretty much.
Mets are trying to close out a no-hitter. Edwin Diaz on the mound. All right, let's get after that, Mets. That'd be really nice. Marvin Guns, the 1969 Jets literally kicked me and my friends off the field at Flushing Meadow Park so they could practice. Seriously.
That's funny.
What if they had to practice? You got to get off the field, right? Like, what are they supposed to do? Like, oh, we'll find a new park. I don't know. Yeah, Hawk. Hopefully everything's okay. He's saying nothing too serious for this family. Good. Fantasy, we're gonna lead the league in rushing, and Breece Hall scored 56 touchdowns in 36 games in college. Kyle, over under in terms of the Jets' total rushing yards at 9th in the league. Over under 9th.
This is a good question.
Is 9th a good number for you?
This is a really good question. I want the optimism. I'll say over. I'm going to say over.
Yeah, I younger QB, strong running backs, strong offensive line, strong blocking tight ends. It's built for the Jets to run the fucking ball, you know. So let's do it. Hawk, Jake, and Cody says Houston was almost certainly taking Hall before the Jets jumped him. Yeah.
That's great. If he turns into a great player, it's going to be one of those great draft day stories.
Yeah, let's see.
The Texans were sitting there. They loved him. They had a high grade on him.
I cannot wait to watch like the behind the scenes stuff where the Jets do.
Yeah, that stuff's fun.
I love the behind the scenes phone calls. That's my favorite videos. Did you see when like Joe Douglas was like or like they both like screamed? Like Joe Douglas screamed. He's like saucy.
Yeah.
Let's see.
The number one team in sports with the greatest fans in the world.
Debatable.
Who's talking?
Looks like Kelsey. I think. Damn.
Not the dream. It lasted for a while tonight, Joe.
83rd. Wow. I wonder what the injury problems are.
Okay,
Man.
so Philly's draft. So Philly, they got AJ Brown. They got Nakobe Dean. Who was their first pick?
Who was it?
Did they have another pick?
Well, no, because they traded with the Saints, right? So they only had one.
Yeah. Okay.
Or I might be wrong. I'm
trying to think who else they took.
Hawk. Joe Douglas is going quality over quantity. I got to be honest. I love this. Yeah, we need players. We've been saying that. We need guys to make an impact. We need to cut with the role player type bullshit. Like we need guys who are going to start and make an impact. So yeah,
it's always nice. I mean, like so. I have a huge scar from that one 2010 draft where we only had 3 picks, right? And it was, you know, like what was it? No, it wasn't Sean Green. It was whatever. 3 picks. I can't remember who all of them are. And then, you know, there was a couple of years where we had a ton of picks, like the Idzik 14 or whatever. So like there's this like, okay, right? Like you don't want to be in the position where you barely have any draft picks because then you're not really filling out holes in your roster. Your roster is going to get older. You need young players. The best way to get those young players is through the draft. But at the same time, you could draft a bunch of young players, and if a bunch of them suck and they end up not making the roster anyway, then so if you got guys who you really love, you really believe in, I have no problem with making up the moves to go and get them.
Yeah. Next pick, Hawk, is 101. So we're up in 18 picks. Dean picked by Eagles. Yeah, that sucks. Marvin? What's awesome? Marvin? Damn, Dean. Yeah, Dean. Nobody's great. Or nobody wants, or everyone wanted Dean. Yeah, Lowell, the calls are great. The Breece one was awesome also. You know what he's talking about?
He's probably talking about the phone calls that the behind, like when Joe Douglas and Salah called.
Yeah, I didn't see that one yet. But no, they're awesome. The saucy one was awesome. They're all really cool. And like it seemed like to me, again, I'm relatively good with like bullshit meter. It seemed like Jermaine Johnson was legitimately excited to be a Jet too.
Yeah.
And it has to feel good if you're a player, even if you're slotting a little bit for a team to trade up to get you, like that does like help them know like, okay, they really wanted me, you know? Steelers pick is in 84. We got about 17 selections left. Mets, I think Diaz just struck out Harper, right? So 2 more outs. Let's see.
The Pittsburgh Steelers select DeMarvin Leal. Defensive end.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I was mentioning before at 38. So yeah, Jones go, Leal go. I don't know who the best D tackles are right now. I wish. Is there like a board that has best available players? I should pull it up. Best available players, NFL draft.
Let's see. I'm
not really seeing a board.
I'm gonna pull up. We could do. Yeah, never mind.
Oh, why am I on like news? Hold on. Yeah, no, this is not updated very. It should be on NFL Network, right? There should be like a little ticker or something with the best available picks.
Yeah, but that website, and stuff. Go on the Draft Network website. Maybe they have an updated ticker.
Yeah, So look up over Dean. Yeah. Why are people saying what is going on? Wyatt Davis, Jordan Davis. What's the Jordan Davis stuff right now? I mean Jordan Davis. Oh, duh. Sorry guys, I'm just an idiot. They got Jordan Davis. I was like, why are you guys talking about Jordan Davis?
Okay,
Eagles.
yeah.
That fucked me up.
Yeah, so we were asking about that. Okay, I don't love that pick if I'm the Eagles, to be honest.
I agree with you. How surprised if we traded back? Oh, hold on. Let's see the Pats pick real quick. He's very short, this man.
Who is it?
I don't know. I've never seen him in my life.
Is he a former Patriot?
Donnie Osmond, singer, actor.
The New England Patriots select Marcus Jones, defensive back.
Corner. Marcus Jones. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
No. I guess the Draft Network website must have a lot of traffic because it seems to be down right now on my computer.
Is Muma still out there? No, Muma's not. I think the best linebacker out there right now is Leo Chanel, right? That people were talking about being a high pick. I think that's the best guy. I want to see an updated like best BPA, but I don't know. And you guys know a good website?
Honestly, they should on NFL Network while they got the draft, they should always have that on the screen.
Yeah, this is hilarious, Yoshi. I love the calls, but man, I hate Woody. He's so cringe.
Very true.
I think even more cringe than him is his brother. Chris Johnson has the most like monotone, like
yeah.
Hello.
At least Woody tries to be upbeat and charismatic. Yeah. Christopher is just like,
hello, I'm really glad that you're joining the Jets. We're all clapping. We're all so excited. The clapping thing is brutal. Though. Woody Johnson all the last year, like, oh hey, Elijah, we're real pumped to have you. Everybody's going crazy in the back room. We're all clapping. He probably like looks like fucking clap. Everybody's like, yeah. Like the whole North Korea thing. Like you heard like when Kim Jong-un's like dad died or whatever. Like they would like kill people who weren't sad enough. So people were like walking.
Stalin was known for that too.
Screaming, "Oh my god!" They probably didn't even care. I feel like that's the same way with Woody. Like you motherfuckers, when you hear me say clap, you better clap.
Yeah.
Not as drastic as Kim Jong-un, but we're pretty close. So Mets no hitter, nice. Winfrey's still available too. Okay, Perrin Winfrey, Kendall. Oh yeah, Channing Kendall, good call. Give me a website. I need to know a website to know what are the top.
Yeah, apparently the Draft Network is down.
Titans traded up, I think, or they traded it to somebody. No, the Titans traded up to 86. Who do they want? Pick is in Malik Willis. It's gonna be Malik Willis. Calling it.
You think the Titans are taking Malik Willis?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's my guess. You're trading up
I don't
for
think
it.
So.
That's what's your prediction then?
Where Malik Willis is going, or who the Titans are taking? I have no idea who they're going to take. I don't think they're going to take him though.
Well, let's see. I'm trying to find like a website for like best available NFL draft tracker. Like what? How do you get this?
I know that the NFL website has like an updated ticker of who's taken where, but I don't know that it has like a filter of like who's still available. It might. I mean, let me go there. I'll look.
Yeah. Feel Winfrey isn't the run stopper we need. I was dog shit all day at work. Couldn't sleep watching all the highlights of the draft and phone calls and shit. No good look. Tear up a little bit. Yeah. No, all the guys seem really emotional that the Jets picked them. Like they all seem like legitimately good dudes. I'm not gonna lie, Jermaine Johnson's interview helped me like him a little bit more, you know. But again, I like him.
He's very well spoken. Give him that.
Sure, and you like the grind, you know, going from Independence U to being a first round draft pick. It's a pretty big fucking leap, you know. So congrats to him. Nick Cross, Kirby Joseph at free safety, Tyndall, and Malcolm Rodriguez at linebacker. Wow, that's a name from left field. Harrison. One out to go. Yeah. Sauce. ESPN. Player still left. Majay Sanders. Yeah. Perrion Winfrey, Nick Cross, Brandon Smith, Leo Chanel, Matt Butler, Kirby Joseph, Jeremy Ruckert. Yeah. I would like Ruckert, Kirby Joseph, Leo. Yeah, there's a lot of good names there, Chrono Kenny. Cam Thomas is still out there.
Ruckert at 101. I can live with that.
Dude, you have a combo of Conklin, Uzama, and Ruckert going from the years we've had of Jeff Cumberland and who was the stupid big Kellen Davis.
Oh God,
dude. Like we have not had a decent tight end in so long. If you get three of them,
remember Jason Morrow,
bro. I actually like that pick too. Let's see the Titans pick 86. Trade up. Malik Willis, here it comes. I see the Jets on the ticker now, all the way in the back.
Okay.
2022 NFL Draft. The Tennessee Titans select Malik Willis.
You called it.
You
called it.
Yep. For the brand.
Well, at least he didn't go to the Giants.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with that. Again, I don't think Tannehill's. I don't think the obviously they're not as smitten with Tannehill as some think they are because he's not good. So let's see.
He definitely did not have a good playoff game against the Bengals.
Brutal, bro. Brutal. Let's see.
I was watching that game when I was watching Uzama, and I was like, "Oh,
119." The chat's picking up a little bit. Are people dropping off? 4 hours and 20 minutes into it. We still got some time left.
How many we got? 119.
What do you say?
How many we got in here?
120.
120. All right.
Again, there's a ton of people drafting. For 120 people to have us on, I appreciate it. I do. Yeah, the JetX is still relatively new. We've only been around for about 2 years now, and I'm not afraid to share numbers, but we're top 3 every single month in terms of Jets visited websites, and we're not very old. And it's a subscription site too, so it's not free. So
yep.
We're gonna get after it, and it's gonna continue to grow. Malik Willis. What number do you think Sauce wears? I want to know what you think.
You did ask me this before, and I said, why wouldn't he wear 1? And they're like, well, Reed picked that. He's obviously not wearing 2.
He wore 12 too, but you can't wear that because of Namath. 13's gone. I think 13 would be a nice number. That's gone too, right? So
he should stay in single digits. No, that's ugly, man.
3. I like 3.
A double-digit number in the teens, that's ugly for a corner. Can you think of any corner that wears 13 or something? I can't.
No,
I know receivers do.
Yeah. I like 10. I like 11. I like 13.
Not for a defensive back, man.
No. I'm just saying for receivers. Yeah, but people.
No, give him a single digit number. What about number 9? What about 9?
What about 3?
I'm down with 3 as well.
Little AI.
Although after I said I like the number 9, but then I thought about it and it's like, oh, Bryce Petty.
Yeah, 6. What about 6? What does Man wear?
Nah, that's Mark Sanchez.
Man wears 7, right? I would like 7. 7 on a DB is nice.
I did think about that too. His compadre on the other side of the field wore number 7.
0. What about corner. 0?
Can you wear 0?
Is that can you? I don't know.
I know you can in basketball.
Dude,
can you wear 00 in basketball?
Yeah. Yeah, you can. The it's funny too because like there are certain people out there like, dude, who cares what jersey number they wear? I like aesthetics. If you played football, you like jersey numbers. You like to see what guys are wearing. It's just a thing. I don't know many football guys who actually play the game who don't like aesthetics. Let's see what the Cardinals got. What? There's a National Gay Football League. What?
What did it say? The Gay Football League?
The National Gay Football League? What? I never heard of that. Okay. I've just never heard of that. Joe, you can use. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see.
The Arizona Cardinals select Cameron Thomas.
Good pick.
Defensive end, San Diego State.
Yeah, I've never. Okay, so let's see. Best remaining. Oh yeah, you're right. Good stuff. Thank you, Yoshi, for pointing that out. Appreciate it.
What did Yoshi say?
He just sent me a site for like the best available players. Isaiah Spiller's still out there.
We're not gonna take him.
You imagine? you got Jalen Tolbert at receiver, Calvin Austin, David Bell, Kyle Phillips, Justin Ross.
Hey, by the way, Calvin Austin, that's who Sauce said the best receiver that he went against was.
Jeremy Ruckert's the best tight end. Isaiah Likely, Charlie Kolar. Let's see a tackle.
Remember when we did the mock draft and I took Isaiah Likely in the 7th and I got an F for it?
There's some tackles. Daniel Falele is out there still. Rasheed Walker. Braxton
What about
Jones.
Raymond? Bernard Raymond, is he still out there?
No, he's gone.
Who took him?
I forget, but he's gone. Let's see D tackles, Kyle. Perrion Winfrey, Zach Carter, Ridgeway, Butler. Yeah, I think Winfrey's still like the big name left out of the D tackles. Inside linebackers, we have Leo Chanel, Channing Tindall, Brandon Smith, Darren Beavers. There's some names at linebacker. Damone Clark, another good one. Let's see safety too. Kirby Joseph, Nick Cross. Let's see the Cowboys pick. Good pick. Now you have Cooper's gone, obviously, but now you have Jalen Tolbert. You have CeeDee Lamb, and then you have what's Gallup. Okay.
Hey, send me that link for the best available, so I can pull it up on my screen too. Friggle D said he's not a fan of Spiller.
Not a fan? Not a fan in the third round like that late? Really? Let's see.
Maybe he means in general, like in
texting
comparison to how other people feel about him. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Let's see. Jets still picking tonight. Yes, Marvin. They are picking in 13 picks.
Let's see. We have.
Oh, got it right, haha. ESPN. Mims threw no hit. Yeah, I was just talking about that, Yoshi. Amaro Barno also available. Malcolm Rodriguez. Yeah, Will's fallen to the third. It's crazy to me. Just based on his upside. Square Peg JetX best site team by far. Appreciate you. Bills pick is in with Kyle Brandt dressed in his Bills outfit, ready to announce the pick. What are your feelings on Kyle Brandt?
I don't really watch him much. But
Little bit
I know
over the top.
I know he does the morning show.
Little bit over the top for me. But let's see. Are you going to bring on Sabo for a draft review? Yeah, I think tomorrow I'm going to try. I'll get Sabo. I'll get Sabo and Nania and whoever else.
Because you all know, and I know, the only thing in this world that can stop Josh Allen is the flip of a coin. So Mafia, mount up, and every other fan base.
Over the top.
That's what I literally just said. He's a little bit over the top for me.
Super Bowl in his rookie year with the 89th pick of the 2022
He brought a buffalo wing on the stage and bit it as he walked off. Like I said, a little bit over the top for me. Not a little bit of a blowhard. You're like 40 years old. Calm down, dude. That's just my opinion. But hey, 7 would be nice. Yeah, Brandon Man has that though. So I'm gonna say 3. That's my prediction for him. And then I think Breece Hall wears 28, so he's not gonna be able to wear 28. You know what? Know some running back number I like. Which, by the way, I think what's his name?
What about him wearing 25? Richard Sherman. Sherman loves him.
Calvin Pryor vibes. Not for it. And I think the 2 and the 5 are too thick.
Did Calvin Pryor always wear 25? I feel like he started with a different number.
No, I think he was always 25.
I think in training camp he was 35. And then
I'm going 3, and then I like 23 on a running back. 21 Slick Tomlinson.
21. There was a lot. Priest Holmes. There was a lot of running backs that wore 21.
That's a
Clinton Portis.
Do we have a 21 on the team? I don't think so, right? I don't think so. No, Coleman's 23, right?
Oh, Tevin Coleman. Yep.
So maybe, I don't know. I would say I like single digits, man. I really do. Like, imagine Breece Hall wearing 9 or something like that. 9's a nice number. I like 8 too. I'm not sure for a running back though. Quarterback number, kind of. A scrambling quarterback can only wear 8. Like it can't be like an immobile guy. Let's see. I hate white linebackers wearing single digits. Can't wear 0.
Didn't Matt Hasselbeck wear 8?
Think so. Can't wear 0 in the NFL. That's disappointing. Ruckert.
Ashton Davis is 21.
Oh, fuck. What a waste of a good number. I like 31. Who's 30?
Seems like a lot of people in the chat think that Spiller's overrated. I got the same impression when I watched him. Watched one of his games, and I was like, yeah.
I'm literally getting texts right now for my wife saying, please come upstairs because there's a massive spider. So I'm going to go take care of my husbandly duties. I've been training for 4.5 hours. I'm going to go murder a spider. So.
Okay. All right.
Don't call, what is it, PETA?
Well, they're not that stuff. I guess they could be. Okay. Someone's asking if Harold's on Twitter. Kyle Brandt is a Bears fan from Illinois. I don't get it. Yeah. I guess he just kind of noticed that the Bills were going in the right direction and his team is going in the wrong direction. So just for clout and followers, and listen, the Bills fan base, I'll give them that. They got a hell of a fan base, man. You even go there, like I went there at the end of the 2012 season, the final week of the year. Jets versus Bills. Neither team was going to the playoffs, right? They were basically fighting for who's going to get a better draft pick, and the Bills stadium was still pretty rocking, right? Like you see the tailgate stuff. That's, it's definitely what it's hyped up to be. So, and the Bills fan, they travel so well, man. Like, and I follow Bills social media. Like, you have crowds of Bills fans that will greet the players when they get off a plane from an away game. Like, you have like just a big, huge crowd of Bills fans like sitting there waiting to like praise Josh Allen and all. And like, how many other fan bases travel like that? I know there are other ones too. So like, Brandt with the Bills thing, like, I guess he just noticed like, all right, so this could be a way to kind of like boost up my rep or whatever. I don't know. I'm speculating, but all right, let's see. Harold's not on Twitter. Square Peg is telling Joe to get that damn spider. Spiders aren't animals, arachnids. Yeah, that is true. Let's see. Perry and Winfrey at 101. Maybe Harold. Somebody else in this chat said that he might not be great against the run. I have no clue, so I couldn't say.
It was a big spider.
Yoshi said something about Tannehill is due $29 million fully guaranteed in 2022, and then in $27 million non-guaranteed in 23. Interesting.
It was a big spider in a tough spot.
How big?
Like
in one of the cracks. I hate when they're in the cracks.
So it was
harder to kill.
It was literally top corner of the room, like in the very crack, like on top of our dresser, so you couldn't really reach it. So I had to get like a stick, let it attach to a stick, put it on the ground, squish that bitch. Yeah. The one time, it's my wife was not happy, but it was Christmas, and I'm not one of those guys who's like, oh, we drank this much, whatever. But like me and her dad had to have split 7 bottles of wine. I'm not even kidding. Like we were gonzo. Like that. It was
7 bottles. How big were these bottles?
Regular bottle, but again, people are like, no way. We were drinking from like 7 o'clock at night until like 3 o'clock in the morning. So it was a while. And there was like a bug. It almost looked like a stink bug on my wall, but it wasn't a stink bug. And they were like screaming, like, oh my God, get it, whatever, like her and her mom. So I grabbed it, like just grabbed it. And then her brother was like, you won't eat that. I'm like, $20. Pop that bad boy. $20 richer. Just because he challenged me. Like, I gotta eat a bug.
Wow.
So
I would not have done that for $20.
I was very, very drunk. I wouldn't do it now for $20, but you know, whether it be a bug, eating a bug, you wanting to wrestle people in Madden, you can't back down, you know? David Bell, I like that D. D True, Mike. What number? Mike White was 5, right? So
5. Mm-hmm.
Spiller is brutal. Okay. Kyle took, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
24 or 21. I don't like guys wearing 24.
He's not going to be able to wear 24. I think they're going to retire.
They need to retire that. It looks so wrong on anybody else but Revis. You can't do that.
Harold said that Winfrey played 1 tech, was too small for double teams. Should be fine at 3 tech. Okay.
I totally feel that if a player player's number aesthetically looks bad for his position, it sort of diminishes him as a player. Ridiculous, obviously. Yeah, like even like Breece Hall wearing like 37, which I'm not a big fan of 37 in general, but it is my number, like my badge number. So I'm 37, so I relate to it now, you know. But yeah, I'm a big numbers guy.
But how much of the number is just like what you make of it? So like we like 24 now because Revis wore it. So like let's say he wears.
No, I've always been about like 24 though, even with like Kobe, you know. Kobe, Richard Jefferson when I was a kid.
Kobe didn't always used to wear 24 though. He started off with 8.
Richard Jefferson was my 24. Like that was my guy when I was a kid.
Okay.
Get him, Joe. Spiders are not animals, yo. They're arachnids. I get it. 2001. I get it's not a real animal. They're not going to call PETA. Is there an insect protection agency? I'm sure there is now. There are definitely people out there arguing for insect deaths. Guarantee it. Guarantee there's a group with hundreds of thousands of people because we're crazy. Joe, what's your gamer tag? Let's run some Madden. Dude, I'm down with it. Maybe not right now, but do it Blewett. BLEWETT 31. No spaces. I'm down to add whoever. I'm down to start a league. I am. Cool with it. Ant Prodigy, yo, K Smith. This is your student, and I was calling him boring before. So, Ant, I want to know, how do you feel about him being a boring teacher? I gave him a B overall as a teacher, so I want to hear some feedback.
I'll tell you, Anthony, I don't even have him this year. He comes see me in my room every day.
That's cool. That's cool. It's probably because he feels bad for you.
Not true.
Joe Bug Eater Blewett, #1 Jets podcaster. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's something people were probably like, "Oh, let's see the Bucks pick." Rashawn White, all right, running back. I like that pick. Yeah, that happened. My wife was unhappy.
Rashawn White he's the Cincinnati running back?
No, that's Ford. White is the Arizona State.
Oh, okay, yeah, I tried to watch him, but couldn't get to. I
Number
remember you texting me about him though.
1 for a corner is sick. I just hate the way our ones look. Yeah. I don't like that. That it's just a straight line. Like, it looks good in 11 with the way our ones are, but I don't, because it looks like it. Like I don't know if it's supposed to like represent the Twin Towers on 11, but that's why I like that number, just straight up like that. But the one without the next one to it, I get it. But that's what what's his name is wearing anyway, Reed. So he doesn't have the choice. I hope it's 3. I would hope for 3. Or 4, 3 or 4, because 4 is like, I was the number 4 pick. You know, I'm cool with that too. Like
That'd
that reasoning to it.
Like and I think that's partially why Zach Wilson chose 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So,
by the way, did you see Anthony's response?
People for ethical treatment of arachnoids, PETA. I don't know.
Arachnids, not arachnoids.
I know. That's a bad stigmatism. I'm kidding. Okay. All right, Jets are up in less than 10 picks, fellas.
Unless we trade back.
Nah, we need another pick tonight. I like how Quincy's and Quinnen's numbers almost look like mirror images, almost 5'9" and a 9'5". Yeah, I like that too. Even though 59 is not the biggest linebacker number for me. Like I like 57 a lot. 52 is a Harris probably. I would say those are my top 2 numbers at linebacker. 50, 57, 52. I like 44. It's usually not a linebacker though.
I don't like 44.
No?
Nah.
There's not really that good 40 numbers. 40, 43.
40s are ugly. 40s are ugly. Stay away.
I'm not a big fan. How many picks we got? We got 101, 111, 117, right? So
I believe that's it.
Grouping of 7 of within 16 picks. Tomorrow, so that's pretty much what's going to happen is tomorrow we're going to talk about the picks. I'm going to bring on Sabo, I'll bring on Nania. I'll open up the calls and we'll get into that. Eric Morgan, if Sauce doesn't allow a touchdown all year, he can wear 24. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Leo Chanel is going to the Lions at 97. Let's see if you're right.
Yeah, they might not retire it. I mean, like Dallas wants all these receivers always to wear 88. I mean, like, okay, Michael Irvin wore it, and then Dez wore it, and now CD. So,
Niners pick 93.
The San Francisco 49ers select Tyrion Davis-Price, running back, LSU.
Wow. This is a little bit of a reach from what I've heard from all the other running backs. I really hear his name at all.
Must be a good scheme fit.
Pirlo, let's on our franchise show. Me and my buddies played. It's great if the commissioner is solid. Yeah, I have a league with my friends.
Why do you need a solid commissioner? I'm asking. I don't know.
So I'm the commissioner of my league. Like in my league, we give you 3 days. Like every 3 days, it's advanced. So but even if it's like early, like hey, me, you, and let's say Tom, my friend Tom and Vinny, whatever they're in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if we all play, okay, the clock resets for the 3 days. But if you don't play within 3 days, you get simmed. Like that's how we do it. And then sliders and injuries and stuff like that. I don't really play a lot of video games, but I like building a team and playing against my friends at the Super Bowl and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, that sounds fun.
It is fun. Ant Prodigy, Kyle Smith is the homie top 5 teacher of all time. He's only had 5 teachers. Kidding. Hoping for that like the Jets draft. Rashid White is smoothie. I like Rashid White for my soul. Just got here, Jared, Mr. Shotgun himself.
Hey, Jared. He didn't even remember that he brought you on for other than the shotgun. He didn't remember part 2.
Nope. I told you guys I was drinking a little bit, So yeah, I forgot. Ooh, Panthers just traded up to 94. I wonder who they're going to take.
QB maybe.
Rashad White. Harold likes his tape. Good.
Maybe. What about Corral? Matt Corral.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I think that's probably. And the thing is too, which by the way, another
people were talking about him being a first-round quarterback. I knew from watching Elijah Moore's tape he sucked.
Dude, I was about to say that. When I watched Elijah Moore and Carter, what did I say about both of those guys? I was like, these quarterbacks, people are talking about them being first-round picks next year. I don't see.
Wait, Sam Howell's still available too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, right. And I was like, I don't see these guys as first-round picks, and look at them now. So only 9 more picks to go. Yep. Jets are going to be good this year as long as.
Dude, remember the Oklahoma quarterback, man? He was supposed to be like, a lot of people were mocking him to be like number 1 overall.
Yeah, Ritter.
Like,
yeah.
Jeez, not Ritter. Ritter's the Cincinnati guy who was
last
drafted.
time we had 3 picks in the hundreds. JD picked P. Ryan, Morgan, and Clark. FYI, Kev, way to kill the mood. And one Clark was a good pick. You can't predict the neck injury things. Like I was cool with the Clark pick. I really liked him. P. Ryan, Morgan, not so much.
That's so unfortunate, man. I feel for the guy.
And Prodigy, Felix Sauce will go back to 12 or keep 1. So he can't wear 12 because it's retired, and 1 is DJ Reed's number, so he can't wear either. 43 is Jermaine Edmonds. Jermaine Edmonds, yeah. Same, fuck that.
It looks ugly.
Jared, we used 101 today. It's a comp pick. It's we have.
What if Revis actually went out and said, "Hey, I want Sauce to wear 24"?
With his blessing, do it. It's fine.
That'd be cool.
Franchise is the best. Let's see. Harold, yeah, I think he's gotten better at tallying that. Then again, like I'm not one of those guys who's going to defend Joe Douglas on everything, but you can't tell me that the head coach's input doesn't matter on some of these picks. So let's blame Adam Gase for all the bad picks. Why not? He's gone.
Yeah, why not? Blame it on Gase.
Yeah. Matt Corral. Yeah, I think that's what Harold's thinking. That's
A
what
lot
we're
of people
thinking.
like to do that for Sam Darnold's woes. Blame it on Gase.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if we did what some people wanted on this, who are completely gone and hiding under logs and stuff right now? If we kept Sam Darnold,
Ooh,
can you imagine?
If we kept Sam Darnold, who would we have drafted at 2?
Jamar.
Who? Jamar Chase? I guess so. Oh, I think I lost you.
My back?
Yeah.
My Wi-Fi is showing. Let's see what my Wi-Fi is running at. I don't know why it's being sketchy right now.
Might not be you. It could be me. I don't know. But
No, it's. Let's see.
I think it might have been you though, because the chat was still going fine for me.
Connecting. I like that.
So they
speed
did
test
take Corral. Okay.
Okay. Way to ruin it. That dude got clowned every week on Twitter. I felt bad for the OU QB.
And we've got a super chat.
Yeah.
Briggle D. For what it's worth,
Friggle
Breece
D.
Hall's cousin is 49er great Roger Craig. Oh, I did not know that. Roger Craig is
Wow.
fun. Definitely a little bit before the time, but whenever you watch like the old highlights and stuff and the Super Bowl ring shows and stuff, you always get to see him. It's cool.
31 is available. 31 is one of my numbers. It's not aesthetically pleasing, but 31
Just
is
saying
one
that
of my
because of
numbers.
Cromartie.
No, not Cromartie. 31's had a lot of
the Cromartie comp. That's why they're saying 31.
31 has a lot of connections in my life, like weird stuff, like grandpa
Joe RB 31.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like obviously, it was my dad's number for like firefighting or whatever. Number I wore in football, so 31's my number. Ken Sauce, we were 000. I would like 007.
That would be cool.
Nice.
Like 0, no touchdowns allowed in college.
Yeah, dude, I
Lockdown,
would love
0.
that. Oh, you're right. You fucked me up. Quincy Williams is 56, not 59.
Yeah,
I
59
said
didn't
that,
sound
and
right
it
to me,
felt-
but then I thought like sometimes like I can't remember things.
Yeah,
sometimes.
it felt weird coming out of my mouth, and I just ignored it because we've been talking for so long. But yeah, you're right. Who set me up? Who was that?
I can't remember.
Son of a bitch. If Reed is 199 might be cool. I don't think so. I think 99 that's too thick. Caden is on our train of blaming everything on Gates. It's easy. Braun was terrible. Would be unique for a corner. Yeah. Roger Craig, huh? Wasn't Brandon Shell what Art Shell? That connection.
Joe, don't kill the mood, man.
Yeah.
Wait, someone said Matt Corral's comparison is Zach. Who said that?
Get some sleep, Joe. You look exhausted. I'm not. I might, but I am so used to just staying up with no sleep where I'm completely fine. I am good. It's just hungover. It's just when you get hungover, you just have that face. So that's all it is. Add a 0 to Sauce's jersey for every year he doesn't allow a touchdown. Turning off NFL Network now. Why? Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I'm lagging in the chat a little bit once the Jets
Because
get
they
up.
compared Matt Corral to Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I fucked up. Sorry. 9-5 and 5-6. I said kinda like a mirror. Yeah, you Verge is trying to sabotage the show. Comparing him to Zach Wilson shows off NFL Network. Idiots on TV have no idea how behind the times they are. Eagle is very anti-establishment.
I don't see. He is. I don't see that at all. Daniel Jeremiah said that. Daniel Jeremiah. Okay. I don't understand that. Daniel Jeremiah loved Zach Wilson last year. He think he was like his 4th overall prospect.
Mm-hmm.
Where did he have Matt Corral on his big board? Probably nowhere close. So how do you make that comparison? And in terms of, and I'm not going to act like I studied Corral like in super depth, but whenever I watched more, which was a good amount, I wasn't really focusing on Corral, but I was just like, oh, this guy's bad. Like, what is one trait that they have that's similar? I don't see it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Let's see the Bengals selection.
His release.
The D tackle. Okay, so I think
What pick number was that?
95.
95. Okay, so we're getting there.
We're getting close. Meatball Palm worked overnight for years. Yep. You definitely get it then. Oh, that's not a bad number. Not a bad idea. Ramsey tape. How about wearing 5? How do you feel?
I like 5.
Who's the first number you think of with 5? It's not gonna be the same guy as me, but
I'd probably Ramsey, honestly. Trying to think who else.
Jason Kidd. That's what I think of. I'm a big Kidd fan.
Was Donovan McNabb number 5?
Yes. Looks like we'll get a decent safety and linebacker. I don't know how Joe knows where the board will fall. This is just crazy. I think he must do as many mocks as me. Dude, he takes advantage of the board. Like, there's not many picks where I see the Jets picking. I'm like, bad process, you know?
Flacco's number 5, though. No, wasn't Flacco 19? Flacco was 19 for us.
Yeah,
he was 5 with the Ravens.
Yeah.
It looks weird, him wearing 19.
That is a gross number. Let's see. Colt selection. Oh, the Nick Cross. That's a good pick. High RAS score. That was a potential Jet. Damn. Okay. All right. Yusuf Corker. John Zabrowski. That's such a dude name. It was a Blewett SEC comparison saying the Hall coming out of his hand is like Wilson. It was a Blewett SEC comparison saying the ball coming out of his hand is like Wilson. Did I say that? Channing Tindall, please. Yeah. I can't lie that the set looks great though for the NFL Network. Kev Chada. Saw said he patterned his game. Oh yeah. Yeah. 5 is, I think 5 or 3, right? 5, 3. I would love 7, but it's not going to happen. I would love 0. You can't do it.
People keep bringing up Mike White, but
oh yeah, he does wear 5. We said that before. I literally just said that. I'm stupid.
Yeah, but listen, Mike White is what string you could. You could get him to change that.
I think the Jets carrying 3 quarterbacks is a mistake. I think they have enough depth on their team where you want to carry 2. Like you're going to cut a good player at 53 at this point with the Jets.
I agree.
Freagle D, I remember last year when Joe was reviewing Elijah tape, he hated Matt Corral. Hate versus, the value.
I definitely hated him. I brought that up many times.
I said first round pick, no way. Like I just don't see that. 3rd round, okay, different story. Oh, Reggie Bush number 5. I think Reggie Bush is my favorite college player of all time.
I'm a Longhorns fan, man. I just remember beating him in the national championship.
Big Vince Young
only
guy?
time I've ever seen a team I root for win a championship.
Oh yeah, Garrett Wilson wore 5. I wonder what number he's gonna wear too.
Now Wilson should take 5.
He needs a single-digit number because he's smaller. Like you don't want him wearing a big number,
Yeah.
Like he needs to wear a teens or
like Calvin Johnson can wear 81 because he's a big dude.
I like 81. I like 88, but 88 I think it'd be a little bit more thick too. But yeah,
Marvin Harrison wore 88. He wasn't thick.
Yeah, true. I like 81. I like 88. I would say those are my 2 favorite 80 numbers. Isn't Mike White 5? Yeah, Mike White's 5.
Wilson should wear 10. No, I don't think so. Let him stay with his college number.
I'm not really a big fan of 10.
Blewett? Me neither. Chad Pennington, 10.
Am I just stupid? Blewett ESC comparison, not comparing Wilson to Corral, but just the way. Did I ever compare him to Zach Wilson? I'm so confused right now.
You didn't.
I'm confused. Nix, you're fucking me up. I don't know what you're talking about.
You never made that comparison.
Alexander Hunt is demanding respect on Mike White's name from you, Kyle.
Just for the Bengals game. Okay, yes, you're right. Hall of Fame.
It was a fun game. But in the process of the game, I was like, we are going to have some stupid ass conversation about Mike White now, aren't we?
Yes.
Oh, Wilson. Yeah, Garrett Wilson 10. I think that's a good number. I like 10 for him. That's like a skinnier guy number to me.
No, I think Garrett Wilson should stay with 5.
Mike White, bro.
No, have Sauce take 4. He was taken 4th overall. Give him 4.
Give him 4, him 5, and then Jermaine Johnson is.
We can't go at 11. That was his college number. What was his? Well, who cares what his number was at Georgia?
I would like. I'm trying to think.
I would say 90.
I was gonna say 99, but
that came to mind too.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking like not comparing him to Javon Curse, but Curse wore 90.
I like 91. I like 99. 97 is a pace number. I don't hate 97. 91 though, yeah. If he was rocking with the one still, let's say. But isn't White on tenders? Those don't become guaranteed until the season starts. I believe so, Harold. You know I'm not the best with like contracts and all the inner workings of that stuff sometimes, but yeah, I believe that's the case. Let's see what the Lions take. We are about 5 picks away. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4 more guys are going off the board. So let's say 4 more guys. Let's look at these lists, Kyle.
Okay.
Let's look at these lists.
Did you send me that link?
My download speed's at 544 right now. I should not be having any problems with my internet. I sent you the list, my guy.
Oh, okay.
Lions. Kirby Joseph, 2 Cross and Joseph going, man. That hurts. Okay.
You emailed it to me? Or you texted it to me?
Texted it.
Okay.
So there's not a lot of good safeties left. So like who I'm seeing, who I would like
Can't
to
force
take here.
it. Can't force it.
Can't force it. And to me right here, you have the next highest guys on their board: McKinley, Anderson, O'Neal Jr. from Texas A&M, but he's more of a box guy, right? Like I don't think Sterling Weatherford. I don't really think there's a safety right here I'm willing to take. Let's see the linebackers. Dude, Leo Chanel right now. Leo Chanel, Channing Tindall, Brandon Smith, Beavers, Damone Clark. I think the best on the board right now is an inside linebacker or Perrion Winfrey from Oklahoma. There's some good players there. Tackle. Do we have any good tackles? Filele is still there. Rasheed Walker, Braxton Jones.
I'll tell you what, Rasheed Walker, when I was watching some of the Michigan tape, watching Ajobo and Hutchinson, Walker was actually not bad.
Calvin Austin's
not a bad
out
player.
there.
Like he's on the shorter side, doesn't have extremely good length, but you want to talk about a guy who competes, right? Like you try to hit him with an inside move, he's going to be there to counter you. And, sometimes like if he gets you off balance, he'll bury you. So I thought I was decently impressed by him. Again, it was like 1-ish game that I watched, maybe 2.
Hold on. The Commanders are about to make a pick.
With the 98th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Brian Robinson Jr., running back.
Brian Robinson. Okay, good.
Okay.
I'll take that. So, yeah, I really think it's going to be between D tackle right now. I think linebackers are still a bunch of them on the board who are really good. Tackle, Filele, Rasheed Walker, or, again, wild card in there. I don't think, I think you have Jeremy Ruckert possibility. Or even, like, would you be shocked if the Jets take another receiver? Like, seeing David Bell on the board right now, seeing Calvin Austin, like Kyle Phillips, like there's some receivers, but I would guess D tackle, offensive tackle, linebacker, tight end.
The league is drunk on receivers right now, so it's definitely possible.
Let's see. Aaron Davis wore 5. I like Baron Davis. I do. Who's a really underrated guy in NBA history who I like a lot more than other people? I really like Stevie Francis, the Magic.
Steve Francis started off with the Rockets.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But then he really like made his career with the Magic.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Rio Chanel isn't. Oh yeah, is 99 retired? You might be right. JB Allen.
Yeah, it probably is. 73 retired. Yeah, no, 99 is definitely retired. Think about it. His name's hung up.
Yeah. So Harold, I kind of see this too. Just my thought in the back of my mind in terms of I heard he's a really good blitzer, really good against the run, but Leo Chanel has a lot of work to do in coverage. So, but you can develop it. Like if the Jets feel that they can develop a linebacker guy with a high RAS score, a little bit of freaky guy. If you can get him, if you can get him to be an average coverage linebacker, that's fine. Dude, what the fuck? All the free safeties are gone. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna land a starting free safety at this point. I think at this point, try to land a guy who could be a starter. And I think that one of the linebackers right now could be a starter for the Jets. Tackle, again, tight end. 2 more picks to go, fellas, here. Browns are coming up.
Who just got picked?
Browns are coming up. I don't know. They're about to pick. We have them, the Cardinals, and then we're on the clock. David Bell, receiver. Okay. Okay. All right, moving on.
Okay.
Give me your top three. Give me your top three of the guys we're talking about right now, Kyle. Who would you take?
I guess this Winfrey guy's maybe Chanel and Ruckert.
Yeah, I'm down with the Ruckert thing too.
Actually, no. I got to put Walker in there. I was pretty impressed when I watched this tape.
Good. Okay, so plenty of good options. And then tomorrow we're the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. We're the sixth pick in the fourth round, and then we pick again in like a couple picks after that. So tomorrow's kind of we're gonna hit you quick with picks, and then we're gonna be just talking about the draft for a while. So let's see. Brian thinks the Jets are gonna trade back. I don't know, man. There are some good linebackers right now, and again, seeing the D tackle here. But again, I think D tackle is a little bit of an overrated need for the Jets. I think it's a secondary need. I don't think it's something you must address because they have a lot of players on the D line. I think you can sign a run stuffing guy for $2-3 million. You know, if you really want that.
Okay, supposedly the Jets are on the clock now, according to Connor Hughes.
Yeah, hold on. Don't get off Twitter.
I didn't announce the pick.
I'm not even gonna look in the chat.
I'm not gonna spoil it for you.
I'm 4 minutes behind though, so we're good. We're good. Brandon Smith or Channing Tindall will be steals. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Channing Tindall, Leo Chanel, Brandon Smith, Jeremy Ruckert. There's a lot of good players. Cardinals selection. Let's see if they take one of our guys.
With the 100th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Myjai Sanders.
Good pick, Myjai Sanders. Tiny though, he's like 230, right? Okay, Kyle. So let's get a linebacker. Let's get a linebacker. Let's get a tackle. That's how I'm feeling. You know.
Okay.
Let's see what the Jets do here. Channing Tindall. People want Tindall. People want. Yeah, Rasheed Walker could work. Falele could barely move laterally. Yeah, that's on them to figure out. Drunk on wide receiver. Pay with it. Stevie Francis was nice as fuck. Yeah, he's underrated. Who's the other guy? Who's Michael Redd too? Bucks. Some underrated guys in NBA history. Let's see. I don't want to look at the chat really. I'm just hoping they don't disappoint. I think they can knock this out of the park with a couple of good picks here. You know, I think they can get if you can get a starter at this point in the draft with pick 101, which I think is very possible considering the lack of strength of the Jets linebacking core right now, minus Mosley. You know, I don't think there's another guy on the roster who deserves to start, right? So if you can get one of these linebackers who seem to be slipping a little bit because of a relatively deep linebacker group or core.
Okay, the pick is in. I'm not going to say it though.
Why are you looking?
Because I like to know as soon as possible. I don't care about whoever announces it like that.
You know the pick?
Mm-hmm.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay. Let's see. Ahmad Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, Breece Hall. Do they get a starting linebacker? Do they get a depth tackle? Those are my two biggest things I would want. I would want a depth tackle even over a D tackle. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. That's why I said, I was okay with Walker. Rasheed.
I'm okay with...
He definitely had a couple of really nice reps against Hutchinson.
I'm okay with freaking Jeremy Ruckert right now, Just take best player available. Well, kind of. If Calvin Austin, do you really need another receiver over a linebacker? Probably not, but...
Receivers definitely down the list.
Yeah, it's not a primary need anymore. But like I think it was Elias or somebody. Yeah, I think it was Elias before mentioned bringing back Keelan Cole. I would bring back Keelan Cole at this point. Have him as your fifth. I think that's good. I think he's a good 5. He was disappointing last year.
He was,
but at the
definitely
same
a good
point,
locker room guy too.
Yeah, I think at the minimum he's a solid number 4, number 5 guy. He had some big catches. He had a few big drops though too. So
yeah.
Stevie Francis, Jeremy Ruckert just to set us off. I would be happy. Nostalgia. But let's see. I feel like the last couple of picks of the Jets, it's not just they walk up and make the pick. It's always a freaking commercial.
Yeah, that's annoying as hell.
So, like we said, I don't know if I talked about this to you either last night or before, Kyle, but or no, I didn't mention this to you before, but the fact that the Jets got 3 first-round draft picks and for a lot less money than you'd get Debo for, like $25 million a year. If we kind of say chalk and just make these picks, the Jets still have that room next year to make a big splash. So let's say the season pans out like you think it would, whatever the record is, everybody kind of hits their expectations. Is there a big move you'd like to see the Jets make next year at a position of need, or like what do you see as a big splash move the Jets can make next year? I know we're
free
very
agency.
Far. Yeah, free agency, trade. Do you think it could be another receiver next year? Big guy come available, like DK or something like that, who doesn't get a contract?
I don't think they need to. If Garrett Wilson ends up becoming the dude, man, you're just concerned that you can pay both him and more. I mean, if you can pay those two guys what they deserve and give them their second contracts, then you're in a good place. I don't think you need to make a push for another receiver.
What would be the splash, you think?
Well, it kind of depends on who's available in free agency, right? And that's really the big thing. And then also who could potentially be available by trade. I mean, dude, who would have thought that AJ Brown and Deebo Samuel, as good a careers as they've had, that either of those guys would potentially be available at this time of the year? Who would have thought that? So I don't really know what the splash could be.
Jets pick.
Okay.
Oh, Seton Hall coach, St. John's.
Okay. You're excited, man.
What do you mean I'm excited? Of course I'm excited.
I know you are. I'm happy for you. I'm excited too.
With the 101 pick in 2022 draft,
Kids laughing at him.
Jets select Jeremy Ruckert.
Wow, Ruckert. Let's go. Dude, stacked tight end room, bro. Stacked.
I love it, man. I love it because it's another weapon for Zach.
Can you imagine his dad right now? His dad is probably bawling his eyes out.
Probably.
That's fucking awesome, man. Ruckert,
wild card. And we know that we're going to run a good amount of 12 personnel. So it's interesting, man. They got depth now, right? So if they go 11, you got Corey, Elijah, and Garrett, right? You go 12, you can choose from any of these 3 tight ends. And now Yeboah doesn't really have to see the field, which to me is a good thing.
No, I think Yeboah is off the team now.
Yeah, and now Tyler Croft. I mean, you don't have to really worry about that now. We were.
I think the fourth. I think the fourth guy is still going to be Wesco.
Yeah, man. Kind of almost forgot about him. Although he's kind of more of a de facto fullback-ish type dude.
Yeah, but I think he opens up nice versatility to your line and being on the block and play a little bit of fullback and H-back and whatever else, So, wow.
I always wanted them to see them put him in line more, but we just didn't really see much of it.
Dude,
Ruckert's interesting. So I don't feel like he's great at staying on blocks sometimes. Sometimes he can get thrown aside quite easily by defenders.
Yeah.
Other times, I think he's a very willing blocker, but has some technique issues.
Dude, I can't believe we went from last year saying that the Jets didn't do enough at tight end, which was still frustrating to me. It's still an L on his rap sheet to walk into a offensive quarterback's best friend, tight end, rookie OC. System he's coming from, heavy tight ends, and we have Croft and Griffin. But now we went from that to Ruckert, Uzama, and Conklin. Dude, we said it, nostalgia pick. He's a good tight end. There were people who had.
Dude, we were saying all the way back at 60. I was like, if Ruckert at 101, I was like, I can live with it.
Dude, and people there was people who have Ruckert as legitimately top 3 tight end who's going to go in late in the second round, early in the third round. So to get him at the back end of the third round, I'm cool with it. Let's see the Dolphins, 4th to last pick. Cool with it. Wow. How's the chat feeling?
Hate the Dolphins, man.
Dude, there are still a lot of good linebackers. We can get a linebacker in 10-ish picks. There are 3 or 4 guys I would like right now.
That would be cool, man. This is definitely an exciting draft. And I mean, I know most people usually get excited about their drafts, and most fans try to talk themselves into whatever players their team ultimately ends up picking. They want to give people a fair chance, but legitimately, based on people that we watched and researched, this is a good draft so far. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's hear what the Dolphins are picking.
Channing Tindall, one of the linebackers. Okay. Good pick.
Okay. Goodbye, Yaboa. That's what Eagles say.
Picks and commercials. It's a love story. Yeah, Shadow. Why were you banned the other day from the chat? I have no idea why. But dude, yeah, Ruckert, like you said, take BPA, and if he's their BPA on a team who's going to be heavy 12 personnel, maybe now we even see some more 13. You know, and he's a well-rounded guy. When I'm watching him, like he seemed like a guy who could stretch the seam. He looks like a guy who can get a little bit of yak. A guy who is not a great blocker, but a decent enough blocker where it's not going to tip anything. So you're getting a really well-rounded tight end, in my opinion, in a deep tight end class. You know, it's not like Uzama is going to be here forever. So if you can have Uzama be that 1 or 2 right now with Conklin, and then in a year or two when Ruckert's ready to take over, and you have Conklin who's relatively young and Ruckert, like the Jets haven't had capable tight end play in forever. So to stack up that room, like look at the weapons Zach has now, man. From Michael Carter to Breece Hall to Ruckert to Conklin.
I mean, we're talking about like actually having like an NFL offense, man. Like
Wilson,
a modern
Davis.
NFL offense.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. Tired of commercials for Jets pick. Seriously, what the fuck? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Well, Joe's night's gonna be made. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy. Definitely happy with the Ruckert pick. Nostalgia, straight nostalgia. You cannot not help but root for this guy. So big Jets fan, growing up. Dad's a Jets fan. They could not be any more happy. And you hear from that he's a really good locker room guy too. Chief selection, third to last. Don't be another linebacker. Another linebacker. Chanel and Tyndall. Boom, boom. You got to hope for Clark. You got to hope for Braden Smith now. Man, people are happy about Ruckert, it looks like. Ruckert, great. Let's go, childhood Jets fan. Let's fucking go. Love it. Nice. Baby Ruck. Oh my God, Ruckert. You guys love it, huh? Good feeling with this pick. Wow, amazing. Long Island staying home. I'm on line with you here, Praj. Would it have been more impactful to take Leo Chanel or Channing Tindall or one of these guys, Clark, and make them a starting linebacker? They could be more impactful, but at the same point, take your best player available. And if Ruckert was their best player available, you're drafting for later. Like you can't expect these guys to step in.
It's too early to be drafting based on need.
Yeah, no. Pick and for a team who should be running 12 personnel quite a bit, Uzama has had some injuries. You know, tight end 3 is important. It was more of a secondary need for this team, but if they love the player and you're filling a secondary need, happy. I'd be happy. This going to be fucking hype. Nice. Develop Ruckers in 2 years, so he's tight end 1. People have compared him like Jason Witten. You know, not great at anything, but really solid in everything kind of deal. Wow.
Jason Witten was a really solid blocker, so I don't know if I see that. But
true. Eagle. Wow. 2 A+ picks, and Eagle's usually relatively negative. I would say he leads more towards negative than positive. So that's good from Eagle. That jackass that announced the picks at New Jersey Jets. Yeah, I think it's because he's a Jersey guy though, like Seton Hall, St. Peter's. I think that's why.
Yeah, but that's not what the Jets call themselves. So to go on national TV and say New Jersey's horrible.
That's fine. Momo, my pup, Joe Douglas scooping up elite talent because that's what he does. I love it. I want to smack that dude Will Smith style. See? Eagles don't like people. Steven Jackson. Wow. Ram selection. Let's see. They're going to talk for a little bit, I can tell. Let's fucking go. That's how you develop a young, like, giving him Wilson, giving him a defense now, too. Giving him Ruckert, giving him these tight ends. Like, he has no excuses, Zach Wilson, this year. Absolutely none.
Very true.
Eagle fans a big fan of the draft, huh? What's your favorite pick so far, Kyle?
Sauce.
Minus Sauce. I was going to say minus Sauce.
I
would say trading up and getting Jermaine Johnson.
No. Wilson.
Well, let's see. I trade one vet tight end now to get another pick. No, okay. We're not going to get rid of the guys we just signed. You're not going to do that. Let's see who the Rams get. Logan Bruss, Wisconsin guard. Never heard of him. Zion, still available? Zion who? Goodbye, Yaboa. Yeah, I think Yaboa is gone. Defense last 2 picks. I could see again linebacker, safety, D tackle, but why can't we take Rasheed Walker right now? You know,
I'm definitely here for that, man.
Is that like him or a linebacker?
It's tough being that I don't really know too much about the linebackers, man, but based on what I did see, there's enough to you're telling me I can get this guy in the 4th round?
Yeah. Yeah, PC Yeboah, like Kyle, you can't imagine a world where the Jets keep Yeboah over blank out on the name.
Kenny Yeboah is going to be on the practice squad if he's willing to take that gig.
Yeah, I really can't see him getting time over or what? Why am I Wesco? I'm blanking on his name. Yoshi, Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, Breece Hall, and Jeremy Ruckert. Great haul. Yeah, I think if we did that haul pre this draft, I think people would be giving us A's. I really don't think it's because Jets fans are being biased here. Draft, but linebacker needs to be hit.
This seems to be the most competent draft that I can remember in my lifetime.
Let's see.
Since I've been following really closely.
Last pick of the 3rd round here, and then let's reassess the board count and look at that.
Okay.
Go through the chat though too. Danny Gray, wide receiver, SMU. Never heard of him. Or yes,
Garrett Wilson's really happy with the Ruckert pick.
Oh yeah, look at that! Look at that chemistry. I like that.
Yeah, man.
Jeremy Ruckert's my tight end. Wanted the Panthers to get him. Oh, he's a Panthers and a Pats fan. It looks like so. Big another big Ruckert fan. Yeah, I'm really happy with that pick, man. I am. That's not. There's no bullshit. We were saying that for a while. So, Kyle, yeah, let me know. You could drop. You know, I don't know what your plans are right now, how long you want to go, but I don't know if you want to continue. We can do like lightning round, go through the 1st round, and give like sentences, thoughts on some of those picks because
let's kind of sum things up a little bit, or at least I'll probably get something to eat at some point.
Do that. Look at the board. Okay, let's go through the chat. Let's go through the chat. Do lightning rounds on the 1st round. Tomorrow maybe we'll do 2nd, 3rd round lightning round type stuff. Big overall thoughts. And let's reassess some guys we really like.
Okay.
Let's see. Probably Beavers. Yeah, Beavers. Another high athleticism score type guy. I'm only 5 minutes behind. Ruckert, solid pick from Daniel H. I don't love Ruckert as a need. He's good as a player, but you got to think they're going to get a ton of effort from him. Yeah. Hometown guy. Again, BPA. It was a secondary need. It's not as big of a need as linebacker, but he's going to make an impact for this team. And the good thing is you can develop him nice and slow. Can you name any other team produced 3 consecutive picks like Wilson, Olave, and Jamison this year? What are you? We're talking about.
He's asking like, is there another college program that had
Georgia
that went consecutively? I don't know about that, but yeah, they've had a bunch of studs get drafted.
Frigal D's favorite pick is Breece Hall. Wow. I believe Lawrence Cager is trying out for tight end. He's already injured as a receiver. I don't see that, guys. I don't see that. I don't see that. I think they're going to go with Quan Alexander if they don't draft the linebacker. I really think there's too many linebackers for them to not get one. So I think we're looking at linebacker, tackle are going to be 2 of the next 3 picks for the Jets. Or we only have 2 picks left, right? 111 and 117.
Mm-hmm.
So I think linebacker, tackle. That's my prediction. Wesco,
cool.
Breeze. Let's see. Yeah, I see. Like Mario, I don't think a safety at this point is going to make a massive impact. So I think linebacker and a depth tackle is more important than a depth safety because at this point we're not getting a starter. So starting linebacker at this point, I still think you can get one, and a depth tackle are the 2 biggest needs for me. Draft was Fuego from Snoopy. Braden Smith at linebacker, or Brandon Smith at linebacker to develop. Walker at right tackle, both Penn State guys. Yeah. I would sign that. I would sign that dotted line right now, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about Smith, but I definitely like the linebacker need.
He was early on, like a 2nd or 3rd round guy. You know, a lot of predictions had him like the 2nd round. Smith.
Okay.
So Girth Brooks, 100% agree with you. We've been saying this. Zach has 0 excuses. He is surrounded with so much young talent on this team right now. Obviously, got to see how some guys pan out. You know, AVT, Becton. There's plenty of youth that can also go the other way. But you have a lot of high valued, high priority type players that Joe Douglas has surrounded Zach Wilson with, whether it be contracts or draft capital. So
Thank you, Girth. Appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. So okay, let's go through the draft, Kyle. Go through round one, get some quick thoughts on these guys. Atlanta Falcons, Drake London. Again, sentence or two on these guys. We'll run through that.
Yeah. Okay. Most complete receiver. Lots of different types of releases. Good at contested catches. Best all around, probably. Maybe not the highest ceiling, but yeah.
The best receiver in the 2022 NFL draft that we predicted, and he went first. Brand pick, good. Seattle, Charles Cross. Not the biggest fan of Cross that early from what I saw, but they needed a tackle. Cool with it. Obviously, Jets get Garrett Wilson at 10. 11 for the Saints, Chris Olave. There were some people
Thought this was early.
I thought it was early too, but Marcus Coleman said he really liked him too. And there were some people out there who really liked Olave. Watching him when I was watching Wilson, I wasn't as impressed. So I think it's a little bit of a reach to me.
I did like Wilson better. Olave's smooth, man. Like I think he's a very safe player.
He's very smooth vertically. Like he's always gonna be a good vertical threat.
Totally agree there. I was going to say that too. Not super great with the ball in his hands though.
So I'm not sure if he's a great fit for the Jets in terms of being a vertical guy, slot-ish type guy, no yak, not the best blocker. I didn't think he was the best fit for the Jets.
Yeah, agreed. He'll have a nice career for himself though. I think he's got a good floor.
Jamison Williams, Detroit Lions at 12. To me, they're not in position to win this year. They're not going to win many games. So picking a guy who might as well be wide receiver one of this class, considering health, for future years, for your future quarterback, I think it's a good move. I'm okay with them taking him at 12.
Yeah, sure.
Jordan Davis, Eagles.
I heard that he said that if he ran the 40, he would have ran the fastest 40 ever. That's what he claims.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I don't know about that. Philadelphia Eagles, you said you feel that it's a reach for Jordan Davis, Kyle?
Yeah.
I agree.
So just watching some of that Georgia film when we were watching Walker and Dean and other guys, he's a big, massive human being, but just don't think that he's that great.
Baltimore Ravens getting Kyle Hamilton. I feel like this was the good range for him to go mid teens. Good. I think good organization for him. Obviously, they've had the Reeds and they've had all these guys. So I like the pick of. But again, we looking at his film, not a top 10 guy. Neither of us thought it. I think 14. He's definitely well enough deserving.
Yeah, I'm with you totally.
Okay, and then the next pick, moving on to the Houston Texans taking Kenyon Green. I know you thought that was an absolute slam dunk of a pick, right?
No, I think it's way too early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a reach. I do. So
not great in space.
Let's see.
You're gonna draft. You're not drafting him to be a tackle, so he's going to be a guard. You're telling me you're taking a guard in the top 15, and he's not great in space.
Mm-hmm. Washington Commanders taking Jahan Dotson. You compared him to a faster Jamison Crowder. I think, and this is why, like when I was seeing him in mock drafts, like, oh, he's available at 35, 38. I thought he was going to go in the first round, and going at 16, maybe a little bit high, but I think it's still a good pick. You have him, you have McLaurin. I don't think it's a slam dunk pick, but I think it's a fine pick for the Commanders there.
When he was picked last night, Jeremiah said that he's got the best hands in the draft, and when I come to think of it, he does have really good hands. He's a solid player. I don't know that he'll ever be like a great wide receiver. Compare him to someone like who we got, Wilson. Wilson's upside is much higher, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Next pick, the Chargers taking Zion Johnson. Again, another guy who might have been available for the Jets in the second round. Later in the process, it seemed like he was going to be a first-round guy. But interior offensive lineman, versatile. Chargers need some protection around Herbert, so I wasn't mad at the pick at all for them.
Yeah, especially they've had bad O-lines for years. I know that they drafted Slater last year, so they've been improving the line, and they signed the guy from the Packers.
Got to protect that investment.
Yeah. So I don't know anything about the player, but I understand trying to protect Herbert. So
the next pick in the draft was a reach, Kyle, to me. Tennessee Titans replacing A.J. Brown with Treylon Burks. I think they're going to be disappointed.
Talking about reach, man. What are you talking about? He's just like A.J. Brown with the ball in his hands, man.
Yeah,
always turning upfield, fighting for every extra yard. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm surprised the Niners just didn't trade Debo and just take him there. Just trade up to get him because he's a clone of A.J. Brown. Reach to me, New Orleans Saints, Penning. I get it. To me, I get some of those like fake tough guy type vibes from him. But
my brother liked him for whatever reason.
Steelers getting Kenny Pickett. That was a big surprise of the draft in terms of Malik Willis not going and Pickett, obviously Pitt going to Pittsburgh. They share a lot of stuff in terms of facility. So it makes sense. You have the hometown kid to replace Ben Roethlisberger. Surprising, but not shocked.
They actually share some similar facilities.
Oh yeah.
I know they're.
Yeah.
Really?
I'm pretty sure like the Steelers like practice and like the next field over is Pitt. Like they share a lot of stuff, which is surprising, right? Like you think the Steelers would want to be like their own thing. They're that big, but like kind of like co-dorming with a college team. Next pick, Kyle, Kansas City Chiefs. They take my boy Trent McDuffie. I think getting him at 21 is a slam dunk. I think he's a lock.
And it's a big
player.
need for the Chiefs too, man. They were getting roasted by those Bills receivers in that playoff game.
Yeah. I really like McDuffie there. Packers, Quay Walker. I think a little bit of a reach there, to be completely honest, but really athletic linebacker. But being the first linebacker off the board when you still have Dean there, which again, Dean, we didn't know about the injury history, but like him going in front of Lloyd. I don't love the pick for the Packers, but I think it could work out.
Yeah.
The Bills taking Elam. What are your thoughts about that? Because he's a bigger physical type corner. And now you pair him, if he works out, with Trey White, with Von Miller, with all those guys on the front line, the Bills defense is fucking good.
Yeah. And their offense is good too. So
they're good.
You'd ask me right now, what's the team that's probably got the best chance to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I agree.
Unfortunately.
I agree.
So without knowing too much, I know he's a height, weight, speed guy. I've heard good things about Elam. So, and I trust McDermott's eval. I know that it's not all about him or whatever, but him and Bean have a great working relationship with each other. So I could see it probably being a good pick for the Bills.
Dallas Cowboys taking Tyler Smith.
Yeah, and he had a weird kind of injury, right? Like they had to like break his legs to kind of like reset them or something like that. It was an interesting story. Seemed like it was kind of like a reach though still.
Yeah, from what I've heard of Tyler Smith, super athletic but super raw too. So first round
Cowboys have drafted a lot of good linemen over the years. So
yeah, that's true. They deserve the benefit of the doubt. Next pick, I think good player, good value. But do I love the fit between the Ravens like counter power heavy type running attack and Linderbaum at 25? I'm not sure. I like the player. I don't love the fit.
Yeah, exactly, man. So it almost seems like it might be one of the worst fits.
Yeah.
Truthfully.
No, I agree. Next pick, Jacksonville Jaguars getting Devin Lloyd. Good pick. But again, the fact that they follow that up by taking Muma and you have a Luakon, a lot of linebacker investment from a team who needs a lot more than linebacker. So good player. I don't love the fact that they followed up with Muma.
Yeah. Well, the Jags, I mean, I know it's under new management now, but this is a franchise that has been known to do some dumb things. Drafting a running back 4th overall.
Last couple of
Blake
picks.
Bortles 3rd overall.
Last couple of picks. Packers, Devontae Wyatt. You're hearing some of the domestic violence stuff for him. I thought that he was not going to be taken in the first round. I thought he's probably the best D tackle on film in the draft. So I get Jordan Davis going above him because of the athleticism, but Wyatt was really good at Georgia. So talent, get the pick. Off the field stuff maybe makes it a little bit of a reach.
Yeah. I have no idea about any of that stuff. Almost makes you wonder, like, was there any receivers worth taking there? I saw some people saying, oh, Aaron Rodgers, is Aaron Rodgers going to throw the ball to himself? I don't know, man.
Next pick, Kyle, I would say the unanimous pick, ding, 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 for the worst pick of the first round right here to your New England Patriots at 29th overall, taking Cole Strange, a guy who was supposed to go in the 3rd or 4th round, taking him at 29. I don't think it's a good pick. I think the Patriots have sucked at drafting for a little bit. They have sucked at signing free agents for a little bit. And I think they're going to start trending downwards. I
really hope so, man. Really, really, really hope so. And Belichick's almost 70 now, so.
And like when Mac Jones was asked to put the pressure was put on him to produce at the end of the season, close games, like he was good with a lead.
Yeah, exactly.
At the end of the year.
I remember it was around Christmas time, and it was big game against the Colts. And I was watching the game with my brother, and I was like, Mac Jones, he's never really been he's always playing ahead. And they got down really early in that game. I was like, let's see what it's like when Mac Jones has to throw him back into the game. and he ended up throwing several interceptions and stuff. It's like, oh, well, what do you know? A rookie throwing interceptions, right? You know, maybe Mac Jones isn't as good as everyone thought he was. But, you know, in terms of the Patriots trending downward, I sure hope so. Hopefully Mac Jones isn't as good as, you know, people seem to think he is. The Patriots do strange things, and they have been pretty good at drafting offensive linemen, man. I mean, like Shaq Mason, I think he was like a 4th-round pick or something like that for him. He ended up having a good career. They've drafted quite Joe Tooney, 3rd-round pick. He ended up turning into a stud. And
Kyle.
dating back for a long time. Okay, taking too long.
No, it's
But
okay.
it's
I was trying to break it up because I got to take a piss again. So you can just keep talking.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. So not really knowing much about Cole Strange, but I did look up some of his testing. It seems like he's a really good athlete or whatever. So maybe the Patriots are betting on that. But yeah, again, the Patriots, you know, one of the things about them is they do not care what other teams think or whatever. Trying to think when they took Kyle Duggard, I think his name is, like, that was a big surprise. I think he was like a 1st-round pick or whatever. And I remember when they drafted him, like, some people were like, yeah, I did not see him going this early. I mean, that's how the Patriots are, man. So I'll wait for Blewett to get back before we start going through some of the other teams. I'll look in the chat. So people are talking about Brandon Smith, Xander Horvath, Damon, needed Leo, shaking my head, Damon Clark. Jaguars got a squad low key. All right. I was just looking at some of the chat after I finished with the Patriots, so we can go on.
So next pick, 30th pick. I would say probably one of the top 5, top 3 bet. I would say probably almost the best pick of the 1st round. The Chiefs getting Carl Loftus at 30 is a slam dunk.
Love it. Yeah,
slam
love
dunk.
it.
Him
and by the way, it fits a need for them too, because they should be getting rid of forgetting his name, the edge rusher that they got from the Seahawks in trade where they gave up a 1st-round pick. He is not produced for them. Frank Clark, yeah, he's been a big disappointment for the Chiefs.
Next pick, another really, really good one. Pairing what the hell's his name? The Cincinnati safety. I'm blanking. Way too many names.
The one that they franchise tagged? Bengals, oh no, you're talking about Lewis Seen.
No. Bengals. Their actual safety.
He had a pick against us. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, stupid. I'm blanking out. But pairing him with Daxton Hill, really good. And then Minnesota Vikings taking Lewis Seen too. Back-to-back safety hits that hurt the Jets a little bit because a lot of fans wanted Hill or Seen. So tough way to end out. Yeah, Bates. Tough way to end the
Igor.
first. But
Jesse Bates the third.
Okay, let's go through the chat a little bit, Kyle.
Sure.
I want to do that, and then I want to just restack our board a little bit, and then we'll jump off. And tomorrow it starts at 12, right? So we'll be back on at 11:30. Sound good?
Sounds good, man.
Okay, let's see. Jonathan Richter wants Brandon Smith and Zach Tom.
That's really someone's name, Zach Tom.
Yeah, super athletic tackle. Linebacker and O-line tomorrow. Let's fucking go, boys. Yeah, that's what I want to. Linebacker, O-line. Or again, I can accept
Rashid, man.
I can accept, linebacker is absolute need. Past O-line, I could do O-line, D tackle. I could really see the Jets being like, fuck it, we're gonna get another receiver. Can you imagine?
Yeah, who would be the receiver though? Is what I'm wondering. And I think we had another connection issue.
It's fine. I don't know why why that happens, but receivers, I think that guy Calvin Austin's still out there, right? Yeah, Calvin Austin. Kyle Phillips.
What's the profile on him?
He's smaller, so I think it might be a little bit more like redundant with Austin, Wilson, Elijah Moore. You have a lot of small receivers, so probably wouldn't do it. Let's see.
Oh yeah, he's not even 5'8", 170.
So let's see. Y'all know anything about Brandon Smith? I know he's raw, but I know he is a very high upside linebacker, and if you put high upside linebackers into the Jet system, I think they can develop them pretty well. So Freagle D is out. Work tomorrow. Appreciate you being in here. Hopefully we see you. Yeah, you've been here for a while, so I hopefully see you tomorrow. Richard Hickey is very disappointed we didn't get a linebacker yet. There are still some guys out there. Again, Clark and some of these other guys who we can get. We only have a couple more picks until the Jets are up tomorrow. So Eagle said they hit a home run. Obviously sticking to the board, which is what you should do later, especially in later picks. Yeah. Again, tight end was more of a secondary need, but best guy on your board, take him. Outstanding day one, too. what's the best offensive tackle available tomorrow? Falele, Walker's there. Zach Tom is there. Braxton Jones, right, is there. Mike saying Braden Smith, Zach Tom, Tariq Carpenter, Tyson Anderson, Owuzukari, Winfrey, just the names. Yeah, let's see. We have a lot of young players. Yep, for sure. Fingers crossed. I'm trying to one trade down tomorrow. You want some extra picks? I would take some extra picks in I would like some more picks in the 6th and 7th to make it interesting for us.
Yeah.
I would like to add a later pick. Trade down from 117 to 140 or something like that. Like, I'm cool with it. Immediately, shake my head. Yeah, Rusty. We didn't get any Rusty Brand guys. Not yet.
Good old Rusty.
Jesse Bates. Yeah, Bates. My bad, guys. I forgot Bates. A lot of names. We've been going for 6 hours almost.
Oh yeah, that Patriots-Bills playoff game was glorious.
Brandon Smith tape. Yeah, I've heard not the most impressive tape, but really good athlete. So it would be a developmental pick. I don't think you'd start right away, but
I don't want to take early 4th round. I'm not taking a guy with bad tape. No way.
Romeo Doubs is not drafted yet. You said you liked him, Kyle. Would you be willing to take
he was
him?
interesting. I don't know if I'm going to take him now that we drafted Garrett Wilson at 10.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I wouldn't take him over Rasheed Walker.
Let's see. ESPN best available NFL draft. We'll share it. We'll talk about it a little bit, and then we're going to bounce. Let's see. 100 people here strong still. I like it. I like it a lot. Tomorrow, make sure you call in. I know going through the draft and doing the picks and all that stuff, but there's going to be a lot of dead time tomorrow, so call-ins would be appreciated. Let's see. Share screen. Chrome tab. No. Best available players. All right. We don't want quarterback, right, Kyle?
No.
Running backs, don't think you do it. Receiver. A lot of people like Shakir too, but I think Shakir is a little smaller too, right? Oh no, 6 foot of 196. Yak guy, it seems like. Bo Melton. I would probably say no, it doesn't happen for receiver for the Jets. Is there anybody you'd be willing to take here in a couple of picks?
No. Well, I mean, listen, maybe 117. I'm thinking about Doubs potentially, maybe, but kind of depends on what else happens. But
another tight end.
I mean, listen, we need no, I don't think so. Especially being that we just got Ruckert. I didn't watch Falele. Wait, he's 384. Is that right?
Yeah, 6'8". Right? Yeah, 6'8", 384. Yep,
that is a massive human. Mm-hmm. I don't think I'd take him over Walker though.
Yeah,
just
no,
because he's that big doesn't mean he's good.
No. So yeah, Walker 6'6", 313 probably moves pretty well. You're assuming the weight to height ratio. So Walker, I think, is in our top 3 right now. Right? Is there any guards or anything? Oh, Darian Kennard too is a tackle. He was a tackle at Kentucky.
I definitely want to take offensive linemen. I don't think you can have too many offensive linemen. It's such a brutal position they go down, and when you have a bad guy in there, like, all right, so we're lacking a little bit in interior depth on the D line right now. Obviously, our run defense was horrible last year, but the way I feel like is there are so many good defensive linemen throughout the league. And I almost feel like we could, so we were talking about Sheldon Richardson before. I feel like you could pick up Sheldon Richardson and he can somewhat contribute on the interior defensive line this year. Now, how many years does he have going forward? That's a different story. Offensive line, though, when they get bad towards the end of their career, they get bad. Mm-hmm. Like, for example, think about the longtime center for the Panthers, Khalil. He was a great player earlier in his career. We signed him, that he didn't even make it a full season. He was terrible. So, like, offensive line, if you're telling me I need to fill a need, I get that defensive line is probably a bigger need right now, but I feel like I'd rather go offensive line.
Zach Wilson. If you get those 13 games from, so I think it's kind of like almost like, I want to go through the rest of the list, but I think like right now, I don't think it's a non-negotiable. Like we can negotiate a little bit, but I think getting a Rasheed Walker, getting a Kennard, who is a tackle guard type guy to back up both spots would be a good pick. But I think that D tackle and Winfrey being available right now, overall ranked by ESPN was 54, fourth D tackle in the draft. I think that I wouldn't be mad at it. But linebackers, you're still seeing Smith. You're seeing Beavers, who's another really athletic guy. I like Clark from what I've seen from him. So there are some linebackers available for the Jets right now. So past that, let's see anything else, Kyle. Corners are going to be out of the question. Outside linebacker, probably not. Safety, McKinley. No names are really coming out here to me. Porker, people like him, Weatherford, but on their list, not so great. So yeah, I would say anything between. I prefer linebacker number 1, tackle number 2, but maybe you trade down a little bit and you could squeeze in a D tackle. So I think the two picks will be between D tackle, linebacker, safety. Do you see anything else?
I agree with you. The question is what exactly it'll be.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Kyle, I'll have to chat a little bit more. Initial, we have to watch a lot more tape. I initial grades are what they are. It's about the process. But what's your initial?
Oh, we
grade
did get
right
a
now?
super chat.
Okay, well,
sorry. My initial grade for the draft overall so far.
Yep.
I'll still keep it at a B+. That was my grade yesterday, and I'll keep it that way. Breece Hall, we would have gone another direction if we were the one turning in the card, probably. But then again, we don't have the access to the medicals. And Ruckert, I think it's good value at 101, and it's another weapon for Zach. So I'm gonna stick at a, I'm thinking about maybe moving it to an A-. I'm gonna move it to an A-.
I agree with you. I was gonna give it an A-.
A-.
I was gonna give it an A- too. I like how they're going about getting weapons for Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Taking BPA. Like, listen, running back's not a big, like a hugely valuable position. But if you think that Breece Hall could be that legitimate back and helping out Zach Wilson, then I'm down with it. Getting another tight end, down with it.
And here's another reason why I kind of like the Breece thing is it also shows a mentality in the draft and a sense of competency that we haven't had in previous drafts. For example, supposedly McCagnon loved Alvin Kamara, right? And tried to work the phones to trade up to get him. But this guy did not understand value nearly to the degree that Joe Douglas seems to understand value. So he was lowballing and wasn't able to, get up to be able to trade for him. Now, Joe Douglas, on the other hand, had the sense that the Texans really, really, really loved Breece. Okay, you tell me I got to jump up 2 spots? I'll jump up 2 spots and flip you a 5th, right? Understanding value, understanding what other teams are doing, right? That's a level of competency that we haven't had in previous years. So I love that mentality and that, like, this is a player you really believe in. He's a top 15 player on your board. You're telling me all I got to do is give up a 5th rounder to get him? You do that.
Yeah. No, I agree. I would go A- too, but let's see the rest of the chat, Kyle. I honestly gave JD an A+ so far. I think we're being fair with an A-.
A-,
yeah. I think we're being fair. Perion Wifrey is a need. I'm just fucking with you, JD. Winfrey. So JC, I'll throw this to you, Kyle. Could Ruckert play fullback?
No.
Yeah, no. You have Wesco, you have Baldwin, you have Conklin. Like, you have some good blockers. It's not to a rookie, not yet. Anyone else hate Gary V? Just me, huh? I don't hate Gary V. Why do you hate Gary V? Yoshi,
I don't think he's just whatever to me. I don't really listen to him.
Yeah, look at the video when Ruckert gets picked on. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go watch the interviews and all that stuff. I'm getting off to do more Jet stuff. I'm not T-Rex arms. He swears he's so cool. Who are we talking about?
T-Rex arms.
I don't know.
Gary V, maybe?
Does he have T-Rex? Is that a known thing? Sheldon, dude, right now, like, if you could tell me Walker, Sheldon Richardson, and a linebacker.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think Sheldon can still play. He's definitely not the Sheldon of old, but
okay. Let's do this. Taps any button, Kyle. Let's start off with the first part, second part. Thanks for the super chat.
Appreciate it.
What's your biggest concern for each player we drafted? So let's run through the picks and give me a sentence about your biggest concern, biggest weakness for for one of these guys. It doesn't have to be like strengths and weaknesses. It could be storylines around the player too. So let's start with Sauce Gardner.
I really can't think of one, honestly. Now, I will say something that you said before. You said that you would like when he's playing curl flat and cover 2, you'd like him to work on his jam and rerouting a little bit more. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I want to see him work cover 2 cloud a little bit better and force some reroutes and get hands on in the stem. I would say I worry. So it's I want to see him improve that. I want to see him improve consistent tackling form. I want to see you could be a little bit concerned with how physical he is in terms of not being able to touch guys 5 yards past the NFL. That could take some adjustment in the NFL, but those are my 3 things I would say primarily. And then you could ask the question is, okay, well, if he's in the draft last year with J.C. Horn and Surtain and those guys, is he the best corner of those guys? Maybe not, but I think in a draft where there's only 2 or 3 guys who are really blue chip guys, it's a great pick.
Awesome pick, and he could very well be over those guys too. I didn't really watch them super closely, but I know Surtain had a great rookie year. In terms of, I see what you're saying a little bit in terms of the 5+ yards downfield. He's so good, he's so good with keeping his hand on a receiver, and it's past 5 yards, but he does it in such a subtle way where he maintains control, but it's not grabby. He's never really grabby. Even when a receiver starts to break, way past 5 yards. But sometimes he does get a little physical. I was watching this one play today where quarterback threw the ball and it was kind of in the air, and he just kind of pushed this guy when he was running a drag route. It's that could have been a flag. But I also see what you're saying about the form tackling. He can improve his form there. But dude, we're talking such minor concerns, man.
No, he's asking us to be
very,
negative.
very minor.
I understand. He's asking us to be negative right now.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Garrett Wilson.
Well, it's Garrett Wilson. Yeah. So his breaks, the way he's extending his legs way too much, taking extra steps, getting in and out. He needs to work on his press. That's why you might want to move him in the slot a little bit more. So, yeah. And a little bit of concentration drops here and there.
So with Garrett Wilson, again, really high upside, but like you said, the route running, the lunging into stop steps, the commitment to all of his break steps, you can see him leaning out of his routes a little bit and rounded. So I wanted to see more consistency with route running, really, really high capability, but more raw than people think. Also concerned that I think he's a slot guy initially. I don't think you want to see him getting pressed versus NFL DBs right now. He's a problem bowing routes out, getting caught in the chest. He opens up his chest a lot when he's releasing. So I want to see more condensed movement, more strict hands in terms of punching through press and chopping down and getting clean off the line. So really like him. Good fit in terms of going up and getting the ball, that type of stuff. But he needs to work on getting off of press. So releases and consistency in route running. Next pick, Jermaine Johnson, obviously trading up 26 for him. What are your biggest concerns for Jermaine Johnson?
Biggest concern for him is if he's ever going to become a really smart, savvy player that can kind of refine his technique and actually develop a solid pass rush plan from down to down, right? He's always constantly second guessing himself. So that's probably the biggest concern. It's not anything from an athletic standpoint. It's not anything from a mentality standpoint. I think he's got a good mentality. I think he plays hard, good motor, strong hands, good hand placement, especially run defense. So I don't really worry about that stuff too much, but becoming a pass rusher, it requires a lot of, kind of natural skill, feel, and sometimes mental processing too. So
yeah. For me, it's pretty simple. It's the consistency in pass rush plan. Not figuring it out post snap, having that plan pre snap, and you can adjust. But it seems like a lot of his reps, he would not come in with a plan and just figure it out from there. And in the NFL, you need to have that initial plan to win quick enough to get to that quarterback without 3-step drop. And
I think a good amount of that comes film study too, just seeing guys' tendencies and stuff too. So if you really work hard at it, you study your opponents really well and stuff, it's always easier to develop a plan. So
next,
and then counters when things don't go well, but it requires a lot of study. So if he's willing to put in the work, and it seems like, based on interviews and stuff, that he is a willing player with good character, then maybe we could see him hit his potential.
Next pick, the Jets trade up from 38 to 36 for a 5th-round pick to take the best running back in the NFL draft by many people's accounts. In Breece Hall, I'll start first with this one. It's not a concern about the player; it's more about the storyline of it. Are there other running backs in the draft in the 4th or 5th round who produce just as well as he did? Like, is he worth being the first running back in terms of production?
Great concern. I almost like stole the words out of my mouth, but another concern for that matter could be, what was I going to say? Injuries. Running backs, they get hurt often. So you tell me, guy taking 36 overall, if he gets banged up, really, is it worth it? Versus taking a guy in the 4th or 5th round, like you said. Okay, yeah, he can produce, maybe not to the exact degree, but you're not spending as high a capital. So, just
and then Kyle, we have after that, we had a 3-hour wait for the 101st pick of the NFL draft. What is your major concern with Jeremy Ruckert?
I think he's got pretty good hands. He doesn't do anything flashy as a receiver. Not a bad route runner. He's got the size, definitely. One thing that just popped up numerous occasions when watching his film is I see the willingness as a blocker, but sometimes he dips his head, can have poor technique, and sometimes I've just seen defenders kind of throw him around. There are times when sometimes he gets thrown around a lot, but
there are times sometimes
he can like when he was going against Carl Loftus in that one good rep, like Carl Loftus kind of swung him to the side. He was able to rebound. You saw a lot of core strength there, and then he was able to catch himself before he fell over and then actually drive Carl Loftus in the ground. It was an impressive rep, but you don't really see that too much. Usually it's more of him getting kind of thrown around sometimes too. So, just working on, good hand placement, good pad level when he's blocking, that's a concern. Because for me, if I have a tight end who's going to play major reps for me, I want him to be able to block too. Because if he can't block, then teams are going to know, personnel package, this tight end's coming in. Okay, it's probably going to be a pass. I don't want to tip defenses off on what I'm doing. So,
I would say for me, depending on what the Jets do for the rest of the draft, is he the right pick in terms of immediate impact this year on this team? Is there a linebacker? Is Tyndall one of these guys who went after? Could they have made a bigger impact for the Jets and for the defense? So not necessarily about the player, about the value and how much he's going to contribute versus maybe, again, Winfrey or Leo Chanel could have, or not. Is it Leo Chanel? Who the other linebackers who went right after that pick. So that's about it. Let's take a couple more
Miles
questions.
Jack,
and get off.
Miles Jack, did he sign with anybody?
Yeah. He is. He's somewhere. I forget where it is though.
Okay, just one.
He is somewhere. Beloved Peace asks, how about Donovan West or Zach Tom to develop behind McGovern? Yeah, we both want depth at offensive line. I hope it's a tackle, or at least a guy who was a tackle at college who's projected to play guard, but in an emergency situation could play tackle.
Versatility for a backup. Versatility is key.
Huge.
Which is part of the reason why I'm happy they re-signed Feeney, because guard and center.
Safety Quentin Lake still around. Yeah, from what I know, his father played for the Steelers, which obviously just having relatives who are successful does not mean you're successful. Calvin Chow, he gave a B+ yesterday. Geez, what could have gotten to an A?
For me, I wasn't. Carl Loftus would have been an A for me. They did not.
I think getting AJ Brown or Debo instead of Garrett Wilson at 10 and getting Carl Loftus over Jermaine Johnson gives it an A+. So that's really what it's about. Ruckert's dad will that shit into existence. Let's see.
His dad must be a diehard Jets fan.
Apparently,
really big time.
I'm excited to see the call and all that stuff. Jets mess gives it a B. Doesn't like the running back pick early. Okay, understandable. Is understandable.
Definitely understandable.
Igor saying Sheldon could totally contribute to the rotation. Yeah.
Seems like I'm getting people excited for that.
My bad. I forgot the super chat. The super chat. Thank you, and I forgot to answer your second part of that. So let me go back up.
Pull it up.
Yeah. I will. So we gave you the biggest concerns. Do you think all these guys are starting? The top four are. Jermaine Johnson is starting. Obviously, Breece Hall is starting.
Undoubtedly, they're all starting.
Is starting, and Wilson. I think he'll be the number 3 in reps. I still think Davis and Moore outsnap him, considering health, and he's the number 3. But you're going to play enough 11 personnel where he's going to be considered a starter. So I don't think Ruckert is not going to start though. Who is the best pick in order?
I would say this. Definitely early in the season, Davis and Moore are going to get more snaps. But towards the end of the season, if Wilson's really the real deal, he's going to get more snaps than Corey Davis. I'd bet money on that.
Yeah, here, hold on. I'm going to unplug this really quick, and I'm going to, because I've been reading on the couch for a while. This is happening. I'm chilling now.
Elijah Moore wasn't getting a ton of snaps earlier in the season, but later in the season, and granted there was other injuries. Corey Davis went down at a certain point, but you could tell this was Elijah Moore's offense at a certain point.
Yeah. No, Kyle, after 6 hours, I couldn't keep sitting up in my chair. I had to I'm lounging now, feet are up.
By the way, the microphone's closer to your mouth now, so I can even hear you better now. So
if you couldn't hear me well for 6 hours, why wouldn't you tell me?
I could hear you fine. I'm just saying it's even better now.
Okay, so we said to go for another 6 hours. Let's see. Anything else I see in here? Does Joe Douglas deserve an extension even if this team underperforms? Kyle, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like a lot of people, like they attach Joe Douglas to Zach Wilson. I think Joe Douglas has earned enough credit with me that even if Zach Wilson doesn't work out, I'm willing to give him another shot.
Yeah. Listen, drafting quarterbacks is tough. It is tough, and based on what I saw from the quarterbacks I watched last year, I would have taken Zach over all the other guys. It's not Joe Douglas's fault that he couldn't draft Trevor Lawrence, and the jury's still out on who's going to be better out of all those guys. So let's be patient with that. I mean, is Joe Douglas done if Zach Wilson doesn't hit? No, not at all. Drafting quarterbacks is so tough.
Yeah, I really like the Jets draft in terms of like the fact that I know we don't have a lot of picks, but we have 5 total new Jets right now, and we're only going to have 7. But 7 picks is a full draft for some teams, and the fact that our latest picks are 2 early 4th round picks, like we're adding a lot of guys who are really high picks. Like 4th round is still.
You'd rather be done in the 4th round if you have the same amount of picks than have a bunch of picks that are in like the 5th and 6th and 7th rounds.
Yeah, like I'd rather have a high 4th than 2 5ths. Like the 4th is like that cutoff point to me. Like we're 5ths or we're just lucky if they make the team. 4th round players should have a role, if not be starters after a couple of years to me. So biggest concern for Sauce picking his number. Honestly, bulk up 5 to 10 pounds. Yeah, bulk up.
Yeah, I don't know if I want him to bulk up, to be honest, because he's fast. I think he's fast. You put on 5-10 pounds, he might not be as fast anymore. I don't think I like that.
You don't think 5 to 10 pounds he can add without losing some athleticism?
I mean, he could in theory, but I just don't know how much of an advantage that's going to be for him. Right?
Button is saying that the super chat was well worth it. He loves the answers to the question about the guy's most
good question.
Trait.
Good question.
Yeah, for sure. The Jet Show saying I love the Hall pick. I think it was a defensive move to keep him from Buffalo or New England from selecting him.
You don't draft based on defensive moves, but I understand your point.
Kev Childa says, was Ruckert the best tight end option in your rankings for us? Yeah. It wasn't just nostalgia.
At that point, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Quan Alexander worked out for us, didn't he? Yeah, he did.
He did.
But they signed that other linebacker hybrid type guy. So I think that kind of maybe that's a replacement. They didn't like what they saw. Who would you have rather taken at the 2nd round pick in terms of Hall? Muma. Obviously Dean, but medical problems, we don't really know. Brisker. Like there are some guys who I would have rather had over him, but overall again, defense, I think it's going to be good enough this year where you can compete, and you surrounded Zach Wilson with all you possibly could. So giving him a stud running back is fine with me at the end of the day. So Steelers, I'm not sure what that means. Good night, everyone. Good night, Nathan.
Might have asked a question about which team someone went to or something.
Oh, Steelers, yeah. That's Miles Jack. Good call.
Thanks a lot.
Robert Uchi says, I have never seen a Jets offense this good in my life. 2010?
This one could be better. Think about it. Mark Sanchez, Zach Wilson, much better upside, right? And that offensive line could very well have been better in 2010, but we're talking receivers. This team has better upside for sure.
Upside, but you had Jericho,
Santonio, and Braylon. Okay,
that's pretty good.
Okay, but hold on, Joe. I loved Braylon. Okay, Braylon was a free agent the very next year, and he could sign basically anywhere. And he went to the 49ers, and they gave him such a low ball offer. They
it was
barely
so weird,
him.
Right? Like, why?
Yeah, it was such a. And then he didn't do anything there.
Like, he was really good with the Browns minus some drops. Came to the Jets, produced, and then got like nothing. Like, his career just ended.
Yeah, it was kind of strange how things worked out like that. So I don't. If we're talking like, I think Garrett Wilson is probably going to be better at a certain point for us than Braylon was, right? Elijah Moore, he's going to be better than Santonio Holmes was for us at a certain point. So I think that this offense could definitely
that offensive line was like they had the number 1 rushing attack in the league. Like they were nasty. So I think this offensive line can be top 10, assuming Becton's healthy. But that line was like no doubt top 3 best in the league type offensive line. So could be the difference, but close. I think you have an argument there. This is more like 98 on paper. Mike says the same thing. 98. I was 5. You know, still pissing my bed, so I can't really tell you too much. Mike says, "I see you, Harold." Can we trade anyone to add another pick tomorrow? Hall. Would you trade Hall for a 4th round pick right now?
Yes.
I don't know if I do. I think he's a good locker room guy. I like having depth too.
Yeah, I might not actually for a 4th.
Like
but when you ask me for a 3rd, yes.
Like definitely. 1 for 1 right now. Who would you want over Breece Hall on the roster? Not one of the tackles, not one of the D tackles, maybe one of the linebackers. Like
I might not do that.
Yeah, I don't think so. 2010, yeah, it is a better offensive line in 2010, but this offensive line's good. I think Kyle's main argument was Mark Sanchez versus Zach Wilson, and then the skill players and the tight ends. Like,
dude, I really wanted to believe in Mark Sanchez. I got a Sanchez jersey and stuff, but he was bad. He really was, and I know that he's very good at broadcasting and stuff. He always had a very infectious personality and stuff. He used to live at Trump's golf course, and I had a buddy that used to cook for him all the time there. My buddy went to culinary school. Anyway, I get why Jets fans love Mark Sanchez for various reasons, and won 4 playoff games. I get it. Mark Sanchez was bad. He was always bad. Mm-hmm. Even the 2 years, like he stepped up in the playoffs. He was still bad, right? Like why do you think they had that wristband thing for him, where don't run these plays, man? And
green, yellow, red.
Yeah, and the offenses, they scored points and stuff, but it was because you had an insane rushing attack. All right, and Sanchez, the best type of stuff he could throw, like he was good at selling play action fakes and throwing slants, right? But what were the wow throws that Mark Sanchez had? Okay, the Texans game, right? The comeback, corner, that was a wow throw to the Braylon throw is the one I'm really talking about. But the corner to Santonio, okay, there weren't too many wow throws. Okay, like he hits his first year, I guess it was Braylon, 2009 Falcons game in December, old Giant Stadium. He hits Braylon for a really long touchdown. Not too many big wow throws from Mark Sanchez in his career. I'm sorry. Like, Zach's talent is much greater than Mark's.
Mm-hmm. Murdoch says should have taken Chanel or their favorite linebacker at end of the 3rd instead of tight end 3. Ruckert probably would have been there 10 picks later. But if the Jets like Ruckert, they like who he is. They had him as the highest player on their board at a secondary position of need. I get linebacker being the more important position in terms of need right now, but what if Ruckert's better in the future? I'm cool with stacking up the offense. I really am. I said I could not criticize that coming to this draft. Do I love Breece Hall at 36? No, but they're giving him weapons. You just added Breece Hall, Ruckert, and Garrett Wilson to this offense, and we even add a tackle yet. I think they're going to add a tackle or a backup offensive lineman. So, is what it is. I would have preferred Chanel too, probably, but it's still a good pick. Zach Tom, free agency swing tackle. I think whatever they don't add, I think they're add a linebacker. I really do. Past that, I think if they don't draft a D tackle, they'll sign one. If they don't draft the offensive tackle, they'll sign one. I think there's some signings left to go.
It's interesting. Like a lot of these guys, like there's a lot of pretty decent players still out there in free agency, and I think a lot of teams that have been in contact with those guys about contracts, it's like, okay, well, maybe we'll talk to you after the draft. So it's kind of like whatever doesn't happen in the draft kind of indicates what you're going to do in free agency going forward. So I think the Jets are kind of at that point now where whatever needs they don't address in the draft will be addressed through free agency.
Only have a few chats left. If you have anything else last second to drop it. I got a couple more chats to work through, but we've been going for over 6 hours, so we're going to end in a minute. But anything last comments, let me know, guys. Curly Norman got to hit the hay. Just wanted to pop in and say, let's go Jets. Good night, y'all. All. It's time. It's time for the Jets to be a much better team. I am excited. I really am excited. I was at that Texans game, so great. Let's see. No one associated with a butt fumble deserves to be honored. I'm not gonna lie. I think the butt fumble is an overrated play in terms of Mark Sanchez's career. Tough spot. It sucked, but it wasn't all his fault. Like the guy got pushed back into his face.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, man, people know about it. And dude, I have students that happened back in 2012. So I have students that were like single digits numbers, like 5-6 years old when that crap happened, and they still know about it because it's still played all the time on, like, you know, different funniest moments in NFL history, you know, so people know about it.
Kyle, we have Harold, who's he suspects that I may love Bryce like
Breece.
Elijah after, Breece, like Elijah after you watch him. What do you think? That's a high possibility that I'm gushing about?
I think it's possible that you will really like the player, but at the end of the day, he's a running back. So I think part of your skepticism is the fact that he's a running back, whereas Elijah is a receiver, and which one is much more valuable. But I have no doubt that he's actually a good player. No doubt about that at all.
Jet up Buttercup. I like it. It says, I was there when we ended the Colts undefeated season. And then when we beat them in the playoffs, the Colts fans were screaming Dirty Sanchez the entire time. It was a fun time. Where's best to see interviews? I need more content.
Hold on. Whoa. He's talking about the same season, because that season, yeah, we did end their undefeated streak, but then we lost to them in the playoffs. We beat them. It was like week 15, week 16, something like that, after they benched Peyton Manning, and then they put in Curtis Painter, right? And he gets strip sacked by Calvin Pace, and then we pick up the fumble and put it in the end zone.
That was the year?
That was regular season.
Yeah, but
it was 2009. 2009 regular season. Then in the AFC Championship game, we went back to Indianapolis, played them in the playoffs. We were up at halftime, if I'm not mistaken. Peyton Manning came back and beat us.
Yeah, that was the Bengals, Pats, and then them year.
Mm-hmm. No. It was the Bengals, then the Chargers in the divisional round.
Yeah, that's where Cromartie. That's when Cromartie moved out of Sean Green's way, and we got him next year, right?
Yeah, and then like a little bitch in the end zone, he hits him after.
Yeah, he
after Sean Green did the LT teardrop thing.
Yeah. So let's see. Best place to see interviews is the NewYorkJets.com, YouTube. Just Jet stuff. Good stuff, guys. Enjoy the analysis and insights. Go Jets. Have a great night, everyone. Have a good night, Mike. Thanks for the great coverage, guys. Good stuff. Lots of fun. Appreciate that. Robert Ucci. Great night. Jets killed it, and Mets combined no hitter. Yep. Cool. Jets. Let's go. We are definitely on our way up, by the way. Did you get a pre-day 2 haircut? Yeah. I need to get a haircut. I'm going to Aruba, so I don't want to look like a freaking chia pet like I do when my hair grows long, but going to that haircut hungover was rough. I walked in right away. I told my barber, I'm like, I'm struggling, buddy. Struggling. He got a kick out of it. I was a running back. Don't do that, Kyle. I was a running back too. Favorite players left for day 3. We kind of went over it before, Matt. Some of the linebackers, Clark is out there. Kyle.
But by the way, wait, let me comment on what Harold said. So Harold, I don't know to what level you played at, but let's say high school or even college, running backs listen, a lot of running backs win the Heisman, right? High school, oftentimes running back is one of the best players, if not the best player on the team. So running backs matter a lot more in lower levels of football than the NFL. So, no disrespect to you, right? Just in the NFL, they're just not as valuable.
Yeah. So favorite players, we kind of went over that before. Mike, if Breece is Zeke or healthy Saquon, they were both top 5 picks. I hope so. Let's see. Just don't give a second contract. That's the thing about running backs. Kind of hurts. Like you can love him. Like even Michael Carter, love him. Is he gonna get a second contract here? I don't know.
Yeah.
Jordan Victor, love.
That's why you have to. That's why you do have to draft him at some point, though, because if you're signing a guy to big bucks in free agency.
Yeah. Let's see. Jordan Victor, I love Ruckert's pick video. They do a Jets chant when he's picked. That's great. I can't wait to watch that stuff. Cool. Kev Shot, a fun fact. We got 2 Williams, 2 Wilsons, 2 Halls, 2 Carters. I love it. And the Halls are 2. It's Breece and Bryce. Like that's good. That's great.
Dude, if the Jets are really good, man, that's going to make the NFL much better.
Yeah, for sure. APD, I think Painter's game was the year before they drafted Luck. Yes.
No. Nope. No.
They drafted Luck.
No. The Curtis Painter game was in the 2009 season, right? We lost to them in the playoffs that year.
You're right. Yep,
2010, we beat them in the playoffs after the big Antonio Cromartie long 40-something yard kickoff return, right? And then we get a Nick Folk 56-yard field goal, whatever it is, to win the game. And then Peyton Manning has the neck problem, right? And he doesn't play the whole 2011 season. Colts win like 2 games. And then they draft Andrew Luck.
Yeah. This is the last comment. Kev Chata, got to take pics with flamingos in Aruba. Chicks like that. I know my wife wanted to go see the freaking flamingos, but like you can't get to the island. It's like Flamingo Island or whatever. So hopefully we could do that for her because she wants to see some damn flamingos. We're going to see some flamingos. Aruba's motto, one happy island. All right, Kyle. We have been on, or I have been on. You almost been on for the entire time too, but 6 hours and 9 minutes. Very long live stream. Now we're going to end, and I'm going to go watch interviews and draft picks and calls and all this stuff. So very excited for that. And then we'll be back in 11 hours to start talking about day 3 and recapping day 2. So any last words for the viewers who are still left?
Yeah, I'm going to comment on what Harold said. He said something very sad. So Harold played to junior college, had some scholarship offers for D2, but was planning to walk on to D1, but his sister died, so he stopped playing. I'm so sorry to hear that, Harold.
Yeah, that's not
my condolences. Anyway, it was a blast, guys. 6+ hours of doing this. Jeez.
We
did 4-something hours before, but this one was quite different. Tomorrow should be interesting too.
Tomorrow's gonna be like 8 hours if we're doing the whole draft.
Whatever.
If we're doing the whole draft.
Yeah.
So
we'll see, I guess.
And this is the easy part too, because then after this we go into hours and hours and hours of reviewing film. Hours. This is like the calm before the storm of getting into the film. So. That and free agents. I still do free agent film. I've watched a lot of it, but you have a lot of reviews coming, people. So make sure you subscribe.
I'm looking forward to them.
APD, appreciate that. Lloyd Gross, appreciate that. Best cams, fun, hot girls and boys chat. Appreciate that. West Coast Jets, appreciate that.
You're going to give them the time of day.
We will see you soon. 11 hours.
All right, peace.